Sorry to break it to you, but this last point really is key. If it were a real ETF, refusing to redeem would trigger lawsuits immediately. Hence, if any of points 1 through 7 were suspected to be coming into force in a way that would be detrimental to shareholders, they would sell down, AP Mechanics, Re, NAV, and all, and go find a way to buy real Bitcoin, or at least something better than this, meaning BlackRock would have to sell its stack of sats to meet redemptions. But it is clear from this setup, because it is not a fund, that BlackRock can just say no. Which way, Anon? I first want to preempt a criticism of this entire post and my Twitter shenanigans on Black Thursday, that the ETF or not issue is a MacGuffin. And actually, I think that's right. It is. That's not what either this post or my frustration is really about. I am frustrated because if you know the difference, if you have some understanding of securities law, and if you see that BlackRock is filing for a 33 Act trust that everybody is calling a spot ETF, you should not be celebrating. You should be suspicious. MacGuffins aren't non sequiturs. They at least get the plot going, and you are smack dab in the middle of the plot now, Anon. Believe you me. Anyway, let's try to end on a positive note. One thing to immediately point out is that Bitcoin doesn't care. All this garbage will fail on a long enough time horizon. As has also recently been picked up on, the US is rapidly losing not only financial prestige, but even the financial power to prevent natively digital innovation from simply moving elsewhere. Tweet from Nick Carter. Hong Kong policy is literally the direct opposite of the US. Whether or not you think it's the US or Hong Kong that's being prudent, it's starkly clear. Hong Kong sees failed American policy as a huge opportunity for them. Excerpt from Financial Times. Banks do not have a ban on crypto clients, but they are reluctant to take on exchanges over fears they could be prosecuted if the platforms are used for money laundering or other illegal activity. The pressure underscores the difficulties being created by Hong Kong's push to establish itself as a global center for the crypto industry, despite a series of high-profile and damaging collapses, including the implosion of FTX. Quote, HKMA encouraged the banks to not be afraid, a person with knowledge of the discussion said. There is resistance from a conventional banking mindset. We are seeing some resistance from senior executives at traditional banks. But as my boy Keynes knows, in the long run, we are all dead. So it is still worth pointing out that a lot of Bitcoiners are going to care if BlackRock gets away with it. It's also worth pointing out that self-custody is not an answer. I'm sorry if that also triggers you, but the idea that self-custody is viable for literally anybody with any fiduciary responsibility, financial jargon, no really, at all, never mind for the likes of a bank, a mutual fund, or a public company, for example, is laughable. All it says is that you have no experience whatsoever of financial services, or really any kind of commerce at a scale beyond friends and family. Obi Nwosu has a great anecdote to illustrate this at an even simpler and more personal level than is required to appreciate the much more complex environment of corporate finance.
A Bitcoin exchange. It was the UK's longest running Bitcoin exchange. And we had hundreds of thousands of clients. And we were Bitcoin only. And unlike many other exchanges in this space, we really wanted people to self-custody. And we weren't just paying lip service to it. So for many years, we would talk, almost beg our customers to self-custody. And I would take time to talk to key customers from different demographics, different backgrounds, and get to know them. And they are now friends, lifelong friends, many of these. And I remember very clearly one day, after many years of trying, one of our key, she was in her, really streetwise woman in her mid-60s, Jewish background. She remembered from her parents, from the war, why it was important to self-custody, hold assets. And she said, look, I really understand Bitcoin. I understand what it's needed. I understand why I should self-custody. But Obi, I know you've been trying for a year or two, but the reality is I trust you more than I trust myself.
Sure.
And when I heard that, sort of my heart sort of sank.
Yeah.
But then I asked a really, really important follow-up question, which is, okay, who do you trust more than you trust me, than me? And she thought about it for a moment and she goes, well, I asked my son and he's the one who suggested that I use the exchange. So if he said that I should go to Wibble Wobble exchange, I would have gone to there. So essentially I trust my friends and family, my community, more than I trust you.
Yeah.
And that was the seed That, you know, if I'm going to take a Sherlock Holmesism, I put in my mind palace and just left it there. Sometime later, I was lucky to meet my co-founders, and one of them was the inventor of the Fedimint protocol. And this is a mechanism to take community custody of your money and also of your data or any other information that is of value that you want to be able to take custody of. And it allows communities to take custody of that, but be able to access it, use it, and add functionality to it to rival the functionality and usage experience of a third-party exchange. So in the gamut, you have first-party custody, which another way of putting it is do-it-yourself custody. It's great if you have your own car and you can fix it and build it yourself. That's always the best, but not many people can do first-party custody, although self-custody on Bitcoin is much less difficult than self-custody and putting your own car, just to be clear. And then on the other extreme, you have third-party custody, and this is stranger custody. You're giving your money to someone who's incentivized to take your money, and maybe, if they're a curly-haired guy in the Bahamas, that may not end well.
Right.
So, and then in the middle now, you have this new concept, which is federated community custody. And it's naturally decentralized, because instead of having third-party custody naturally centralizes, you always see it. You see it with Mt. Gox. Over time, it became the dominant exchange worldwide, doing the vast majority of volume. Then it left. Then you had Poloniex that started to grow. And now more recently, you have things like Binance. It always centralizes. And so a world at scale with billions of people using Bitcoin, where there's 3 or 4 third-party exchanges custodying everybody's money, is a nightmare that will make George Orwell turn in his grave.
If we want the institutions to come to Bitcoin, and hey, maybe we don't, we need better custody solutions and better legal and audit schemes around these solutions, ideally using cryptographic attestations rather than, well, trust. This, of course, is the gap in the market that BlackRock is ostensibly trying to fill here, in a non-paranoid reading. If the bajillions of likely clients could just go to Coinbase or CoinKite, they would. But they can't, so they are waiting for an ETF, real or otherwise. If I really am just paranoid, then this will all amount to a stepping stone on the way to better and better custody practices. Or if my paranoia is spot on, but people wake up and outflank them, we can create and promote these practices before it's too late. And so apart from whining about securities law and BlackRock to no actionable end, I think the real lesson of this piece is the following. The opposite of good third-party custody is not first-party custody. It is no custody at all, hence BlackRock. Or, don't get mad, get even. Obi telling the story above is no coincidence given Fedi potentially provides one such technical solution, or at least a tool with which to build appropriate solutions. Op Vault is likely another on a longer time horizon. Unchained's collaborative custody model is clearly a foundational commercial alternative to BlackRock, hence the likes of what OnRamp and AnchorWatch are bringing to market on the back of Unchained's work will likely be key too. Deciding to trust others at all likewise necessitates viable proof of reserves and proof of liability schemes. There will be many more innovations to this end that I haven't thought of, am not aware of, or that have not yet been invented. Technicalities aside, what we are looking for is a path to third-party custody that enables as wide a base of asset ownership as possible, but prevents what I think BlackRock is up to, namely a black hole out of which sats will never return. Were this a real ETF, there would at least be a legal means of preventing this, and that would certainly be a good start. But technical means are even better. I would even go so far as to say that over the course of writing this post, I have come to believe that non-first-party custody with the technical option of redemption on-chain may be the holy grail of mass adoption. That is, defined as widespread sovereignty over UTXOs, not the price of whitelisted paper Bitcoin. What will not lead to mass adoption is bullshit pseudo-ETFs that pave the way for Bitcoin Uncle Sam's vision. And what will actively harm mass adoption is financially illiterate Bitcoiners cheering on the SEC and simping for BlackRock. When Larry Fink drops a Bitcoin schmoogelplonk and says, "Trust me, bro," don't trust. Verify. Thanks to Stephen Lubka and Nick Carter for edits and contributions. Follow me on Nostr, PubKey, available, and Twitter at AlanF32. Both will be available in the show notes. All right, and that wraps up our read from Alan Farrington. So let's take a quick break for our sponsor and we'll jump back in. So I just wanted to say thank you to Fold. So the Fold card and the gift cards, their setup, and the Sats savings that I have been able to accumulate over 2 years or so using this debit card, which was 22 million and a half, like 22.5 million Sats, which is about $6,000-ish. And I got that from doing nothing else. I just switched my debit card from my old PNC card to the Fold debit card. And they're doing an offer for you guys right now for 100,000 Sats that they will just give you if you just download the app, sign up with a normal account, and then try out the debit card. And there is a free version that you can try out, and they'll just pay you 100,000 Sats. Doesn't mean you're obligated to subscribe to a premium thing, nothing. Just go try it out. But the reason I wanted to thank them is because those Sats are now what I am able to use to work on a Bitcoin-related development project that I've been really wanting to tackle for a long time. And I finally just thought, I have all of these Fold Sats, like, why don't I just dedicate that to this? I could spend it on a vacation, I could spend it on a toy or something like that, but it was practically no cost to me. And I don't know, it just felt great to be able to take what I earned from a Bitcoin company and turn around and put it into Bitcoin development and helping to hopefully be a part of solving problems that I, not a developer, can't actually solve by myself. So not only do they support the show, but the Fold card got me a Bitcoin savings account that I could use to turn around and hopefully make Bitcoin better. And that's just kind of cool. So if you aren't getting Sats back from using fiat, from using a bank card, you really need to check out Fold. Go to bitcoinaudible.com/fold. Links and details to the free 100,000 Sats is right there in the show notes. We're going to have a chat, and I'll probably bring this up with Peter Orange tomorrow, but we're going to have a chat episode with him, and he has had a really good perspective on what's going on with the banking crisis, and I think this is going to be related to a lot of understanding on how this unfolds. And but in going back to Alan's piece in particular, the whole first half is really just about illustrating the critical element of what BlackRock is issuing here, or attempting to have available. That this is a quote-unquote ETF, only in the sense that it is a trust that is exchange traded. But because it is specifically a trust in the form of the 1933's Act rather than the 1940 Act, they have no legal obligation whatsoever to redeem Bitcoin from this trust. And that includes even authorized retailer or authorized participants. But he's right that the real risk here is likely that the massive amount of financial capital that has probably been sitting on the sidelines waiting for some move like this, or for some ETF or something like this in order to be available. And then what ends up being available is not a spot ETF, is not a fully reserved redeemable ETF like many of the attempts at getting one approved over the years by over and over and over again by all of these different institutions. It's not going to be that. It's going to be the one that it's pure paper, where the manager themselves BlackRock actually owns all of the Bitcoin, and all you do is have shares that may or may not have anything to do with the value of Bitcoin, but will be independently priced, and that BlackRock can do whatever they want and make any decision they want regarding it that would affect the value of those shares. And if they control the amount of flows, if people are buying shares and they are having to buy, they are basically using that capital. But by people buying shares, they're giving money to BlackRock in order to buy up Bitcoin to put into the trust, which means that other people joining in on the BlackRock ETF, it's not an ETF, the BlackRock Trust is literally giving BlackRock dollars for BlackRock to own Bitcoin. So this would be the time to accumulate, well, it is always the time to accumulate as much as you possibly can, but this is the time to accumulate as much as you possibly can while the price is still low. If not just for your own future, but to prevent from BlackRock having prevent as much Bitcoin from ending up in the BlackRock coffers as possible. Because this is not unlike, this is kind of the awful, even more awful version of what BlackRock does with all of their asset management and the retirement accounts and everything. Is when you put stuff in your IRA or your 401k that's like managed by BlackRock, and you're owning assets through them, or you're owning it through an index fund, you'll notice in the fine print that that BlackRock actually takes of all of our retirements, they take voting rights. So when you're purchasing these things, you're not owning the shares. You don't own any of the power over the company. What is happening is that all of us being forced into these bullshit retirement accounts and these things that are actually only overly financialized derivatives and market instruments that are there to serve the purpose that money has failed to serve because our money sucks. And does so less good than actually just having a sound money in the first place. And this is one of those things that he talks about, like BlackRock. BlackRock is not interested in Bitcoin's success because, where's that quote? Even this doesn't provide, quote, this doesn't provide much comfort given I would argue BlackRock's entire purpose is to poorly solve a problem that Bitcoin solves well. I thought that was a great point, or a great way to say it. And Alan talks about it in a number of different pieces. But basically, the argument is that the reason you put things in retirement into these giant market indexes and these instruments is because money loses value. So if you just hold the money, what you're trying to, you're just going to lose value over time. Your savings are just going to be depleted and your retirement is going to be worth crap. Because, you know, when you were saving it, it was when you were working a wage for a burger that cost, 25 cents, and now the burger costs $20, and you saved that extra 2 cents every time you cook somebody a burger. If you save in trash money, you don't have much for retirement, simply put. So BlackRock is literally the consequence of the over-financialization of everything. They simply don't exist in a world with legitimate sound money. And the problem that he's talking about, especially if just an ungodly amounts of money, we're sub $1 trillion market right now. If this brings in $9 trillion, $10 trillion of capital, because finally institutions can play along with this, and literally no other ETFs, no spot ETFs, no other plans for anything are approved, or they just drag their ass for 3 years until BlackRock just dominates. BlackRock and Coinbase just dominate and own everything in the United States. Then we are talking about an aggressive centralization of the ownership of Bitcoin. And I think that's why Alan points out, and I really like this perspective, is that second party ownership, the thing that Fedi, the Obi Nwosu talks about, of this second party custody, and the idea of custody with redemption, which is actually what has me super excited about ARK, even though from a scaling perspective and from a liquidity perspective, ARK is still a very difficult concept, largely because of like the funding rounds and the coin joins and this, every 5 seconds there's something sent to the mempool, because there's this explicit limit on like the number of ARKs that can even exist. So it may still be some variation on the model or variation on the concept but literally the holy grail here, and the most important aspect, is the idea of a shared UTXO where each individual has unilateral redemption rights, that it could still technically be some form of a trust from a legal standpoint and a political standpoint and a securities law. It doesn't matter what it is in that context, as long as we have cryptographic redemption possibility. that Bitcoin ends up being the final arbiter of ownership. And this is why something like Unchained, I think, is such a great middle ground, because it's essentially a proof of reserves. Like, this is why when I was looking into loans and stuff a couple of years ago, to get a loan against some Bitcoin to do stuff on the house, is that after, tackling out or laying out what all the relevant interest rates were and what the time ranges and all this stuff and what the costs were going to be, I was like, you're an idiot for even thinking that you would use any of these other institutions, because you can't see your Bitcoin. You have no idea what's there. Like, I've been through, through a number of these rodeos. Like, I'm not stupid. I should have known that shouldn't even be on the table, but I even entertained it because the price differences were all over the place. There seemed to be really great options, quote unquote, and, some costly options. But the simple fact of the matter is there were no options. Unchained was the only option, because Unchained is the only one that I can actually see my Bitcoin. And what do you know? 2 of the 4 things on my list, two of the 4 companies on my list are literally bankrupt. They don't have any Bitcoin. So not only, like, it wasn't even like slightly validated, it was gloriously validated that I would have made a horribly, horribly stupid decision if I had just gone with like what had the best interest rate, which was Celsius. And Alan's right, I think, detailing out in this piece that what we would be looking at is like, this is how all the banks would get on board. And when there was the section or the clip that I took from the Balaji interview with Marty Bent and on RHR, or not RHR, Tales from the Crypt, which, by the way, I'll have the link to the full conversation or the full panel with Obi and the full episode with Balaji. Both of those are actually really, really good. I've listened to both. But he talks about this like repackaging and slicing up and making derivatives and tranches and new securities, like things on top of just stacking this with such a level of complexity as to be unable to even assess what is in any of it. That's essentially what you'd be looking at in the quote unquote legitimate Bitcoin market. Like, this would be the poison of finance, creating incredibly dangerous or incredibly negative economic incentives that would spill into Bitcoin. And it is very possible that in the short, even to the midterm, the market itself, the users and the Bitcoin market as we know it, would lose control over the price and the value of Bitcoin. Despite the fact that this would probably crazily pump the price of Bitcoin at the same time. You're talking about access to the market that would likely end up having a whole lot of people exposed to it without even realizing that money gets capital, because the money is constantly repackaged into this derivative, into this tranche, and this thing, like just on top of each other. You can end up where a whole bunch of people get exposed to it in their retirement without even realizing, because they're exposed to some mutual fund, to some index that owns something that has shares of the BlackRock Bitcoin schmoogle without even knowing it, because it's like having the value of so many different assets and securities and all things throughout the market attached to mortgage rates without even people realizing that they have mortgage risk. I mean, you don't even realize your deposits had mortgage risk. And, that's one of those things that, like, our deposits could have all sorts of risk as this continues to unfold. And I honestly kind of think one of the benefits, or one of the positive potential shifts that could happen in the market here, is that if Bitcoin becomes that valuable that quickly, it's important to remember that the value has to come from somewhere. And it would likely also spur a global rush to get Bitcoin. And this is another really important caveat of Bitcoin, is that friendly jurisdictions that have Hong Kong being kind of the example that Nick Carter mentioned in a tweet. If something like this actually spurs a lot of investment or a lot of adoption and moves within the global market, you could see shifts to those markets just because people are worried about the potential situation in the United States in general, and the United States Treasury bonds, which are right now being they're in the process of being the mortgage bubble 2.0. People don't want to be left holding bags. So the only way that I think that this is good news, and I'm as much as I'm largely indifferent to the idea of an ETF or an official, like, institutionalized trust, which just makes me, I get what it means in the traditional markets, but I think the traditional markets are so piss poor from an incentive and over-financialized and cultural perspective. They have shit culture. They're irresponsible. They're gamblers. It's just a mess. There is nothing about it that is sustainable, and it just needs to die. It has to, or the rest of the economy, it just keeps eating the rest of the economy until it does. It needs to be cut down by, like, at least 60%. It's twice the size as it was, twice its portion of the economy. It's portion of the economy. Finance is just there to sort out ownership of other stuff. Which means that if it's growing as a percent of other industries, meaning that capital is specifically flowing away from productive uses, from building houses, from making clothes, from creating, cleaning water and creating energy, from all of the things that actually make society work, and it's moving into the industry of just moving those things around and shifting ownership. That does not mean that the financial industry is becoming more productive. It means that the economy as a whole is becoming far, far less efficient. That there is that much more waste in sorting out who owns what than actually creating the stuff that we own. So an analogy would be that we have, we're drinking the same water out of the creek every day, right? And the creek isn't even any dirtier or anything. It's just the same. It's just always been the same. And what we have to do is we have to spend, 2% of the amount of money we have on all of the stuff around it in order to clean the water so that we have clean drinking water and we have enough for everybody. If we then realize a few years later that we're spending 4%, 6% of our budget on cleaning the water, because now we have like 6 levels of filters, but the water's not any cleaner, and the original water's not any dirtier, and the water that we're drinking is not any cleaner. What we have done is we now have an apparatus that's wasting two times, 3 times as much energy, wasting that much more resources, time, labor, all of these critical things that we need to actually get the water and consume the water with. Like the actual reason that we need the water. We're just wasting money on all of this extra stuff. We got crappier at the job of figuring out who owns what efficiently. We got crappier at the job of price discovery. We got crappier at the job of risk mitigation. The financial industry becoming a bigger portion of the economy is a terrible sign, and it needs to be chopped back down. And I would say, I would be more inclined to think we should go all the way back to the late 1800s where it's like 2%. I think last I looked at the chart, it's like somewhere around 8%. So not only has the economy grown by orders of magnitude, the financial sector continues to bleed the economy of more and more resources just to keep a bunch of people wealthy who do nothing of value. At least 75% of it is just useless. So the effect of having another huge run or a huge influx of capital into Bitcoin could potentially be the destruction of a lot of the other markets and or the financial piping and the financial instruments that create such a perverse incentive to begin with. That creates such a terrible environment. And when you also have treasury bonds being wiped out at the same time, because that is likely where a lot of the value will come from if we are talking about a sudden and sharp, a couple year rise. If we're talking about another bull run that just really, really screams, because it is quote unquote the official institutions arrive bull run, then there's reason to believe there would be a countervailing force to the exact thing that BlackRock has so greatly benefited from, the poor culture and the over-financialization of everything. But at the same time, if they are leading that influx, they could end up controlling so much of the capital moving in because people are buying it through them like idiots. And this is where, like, people talking like the people who are just excited that this is going to pump their Bitcoin bags. Seriously, shut up. This is not, BlackRock is not a good player. We want them to be the absolute last into the game. And that's irrelevant to whether or not they are actually orange pilled, because they're still setting up a trust. They're still setting up a mechanism that they don't have to redeem anything. Like it's the most fiat of any of the instruments that they could actually set up. They're not even legally obligated to redeem anything to anyone. They own it all. You're just giving them your Bitcoin. Quote, the owner of a passive trust owns the underlying assets. They literally own them directly. Hence, it doesn't matter if the manager is being a dick and won't cooperate with the authorized participants because the owner is legally unaffected. They have no right to value. They have a right to assets. And the manager and trust sitting around doing nothing affect their rights not one bit. But they do not have the right to physical redemption. Only authorized participants do. And even then, only at the discretion of the manager. Even before getting to why this is just really, truly awful in our case, it's worth clarifying that even if this were a real ETF, regular holders would not be able to redeem for Bitcoin. That's just not how this works, even with regular ETFs and regular commodities. End quote. An easy shorthand for this is that centralized and overly financialized Bitcoin instruments are not a positive for Bitcoin. They're a positive for the people who own and operate the instruments. But they are inevitable. And if there is any good practice, this is why you want exchanges to get destroyed for being irresponsible. And there'd be something poetic about if BlackRock, if an ETF, that they're the only ones that get approved, and they shut down Fidelity, they shut down everybody else because Fidelity has like reissued the one that they are, or at least I'm hearing about it now. Maybe it's just like everybody's just repeating it because now it's news because BlackRock is doing it. But that Fidelity is pushing again to get their ETF approved. And Fidelity is a far more trustworthy, and they've been in Bitcoin in this space for a really long time, been in the Bitcoin space for a really long time. They've been mining since like 2013 or something crazy like that. So Fidelity has been on top of this for a long time, and I've been really impressed with what Fidelity is doing. But if for no other reason, it's just having people competing on getting this institutional investment. Even if we're still talking about like a handful of highly centralized companies owning an incredible amount of the asset, then even in that scenario, at least having multiple institutions. But here's the thing: is it's completely dependent on the political environment, on the SEC or them just being approved. And I don't have any faith in anything around the political environment being even slightly a responsible decision, a moral decision, or anything that will actually promote healthy decentralization of markets. But here's the big thing, in my opinion, is that even with BlackRock being like a major player, in the long run, I think if BlackRock mismanages, it's still too easy to move the actual Bitcoin. And they are competing in a global market. It's not just BlackRock in the US financial system. That, mind you, at the exact same time, is on the downhill, is basically in the midst of a collapse of trust and a collapse of global relevancy. So it will be really interesting to see how hard the sell is, or what kind of volatility there is in the submission, the deposits versus the withdrawals when a Bitcoin instrument like this lands. And we are also in the midst of a continuing global banking crisis, and potentially another aggressive bull market in Bitcoin could likely trigger a sell-off of bonds, or at least a weakening of a further weakening of the already weak bond market. And if it kicks off a global race to get into the Bitcoin ecosystem, and more specifically to capture the Bitcoin finance industry, I'm just inclined to think centralizing it, trying to get as much control as it appears BlackRock has now over the fiat financial system, the the pressures just won't play out the same way. You're looking at, to compare the environments, you're looking at instruments that are purely authoritative, that are purely within the U.S. financial system, that can't be withdrawn, that are politically created and politically and legally defined to begin with, and then comparing it to a completely global, completely censorship resistant, something that can be first-party custodied and has the potential of an entire array of unique custody and shared custody solutions and second-party custody solutions, which I think the average user may end up using a lot. And I'm increasingly very, very bullish and excited about things like Fedimint and all of these things, because they have these elements of distributing that trust. And right now, what is happening in the global markets, in both the banking and financial sense, and in the political sense, is that these unsustainable, toxic bigness systems, these essentially unnaturally subsidized giant institutions, are having the pressures of localization, of those incentives being corrected, begin to whittle down their relevance. And not to say that they're not gaining more ground and more value, and that the system itself isn't becoming more centralized, but that's a part of the collapse, because it must collapse toward ever greater and greater centralization. And I just don't think it takes Bitcoin with it. And I think when there is a global arms race or a global market race to own as much Bitcoin as you can, because it's geopolitically important, and it's important for, a major custody institution in China to not be beholden to BlackRock IOUs that are basically worth nothing because nobody can redeem them anyway, then they will rush to get as much in their custody, in their coffers, as they can. And it will just turn out, I think, especially in the realm of declining U.S. significance, that BlackRock isn't as big as they want to be when you look at the really big picture and when you look at the whole world, and especially where money is shifting, where value and productive enterprise is shifting toward, and where potentially this new quote-unquote regime, the new global order, is that kind of rises out of the mess of the 2020 volatility, of the chaos of this splintering world order. And in a situation where there's global competition for liquidity in these markets, you could end up, if BlackRock really does something stupid, where they're not redeeming even to the authorized participants, and they're essentially declaring that their IOUs are garbage, we could just see another FTX, another GBTC, any of these market instruments that don't actually, no matter how long they seem to correlate or are actually valued one-to-one with Bitcoin, that for all those institutions, both political, central bank, business, enterprise, small family, trust, communities, all these institutions that do want to self-custody and just don't trust these giant institutions in the age of the trust is breaking down everywhere. For any of those who want to see their Bitcoin, who know that they actually have redemptive power, who want any sort of assurances or guarantees, or that rather than trusting the company, they do trust their good friend or their son who just happens to be technical and, very knowledgeable on this issue, that force will outweigh the polar opposite of the centralizing force in the financial system. And at the end of the day, when on a long enough timeline, the BlackRock IOU just becomes whatever a BlackRock IOU is worth. And as soon as it divorces, as soon as it's like the Lunaterra thing, as soon as it differs from the market price, from the actual price of Bitcoin, you could simply see it reflect the price of the trust of BlackRock rather than the price of Bitcoin. And subsequently, if they attempt a New York Agreement 2.0 and try to force the market to shift, they'd end up on a market that has, or in a network that has no nodes and is doubly just reflective of the trust of BlackRock. So on a long enough timeline, the BlackRock trust might just be worth however much the market trusts BlackRock. But honestly, in the short run, it's not really, it's great. Okay, Bitcoin price is going to go up. It's probably pretty bullish, but it's not bullish for what Bitcoin means. Probably the only really good signal that I get from this, because I would much, much rather the price move because of a country's adoption, because of an underlying adoption of, Nigerians or Argentinians or people in Yemen, just anybody who is basically undergoing financial or monetary collapse and is looking for an escape. That sort of thing in a bull market or anything, just in a static market, that is extremely exciting to me. And that is the kind of adoption that I would love to see happen in a bull market. Small enterprise, medium enterprise, the large institutions, the corporate poison shithole companies that are literally, that exist totally in the finance, on top of finance space, that they basically can outfinance the inflation of devaluing their previous financing, and they make 3% returns in a 5% inflation environment. Those companies, I just want to die. They should. They're losses. They're nothing but a drain on the actual society. Their processes, the enterprise themselves, they aren't sustainable. That's why they are taking real value losses and only making nominal apparent gains. And BlackRock itself is just a huge festering cancer that is the consequence of a bad money. And sure, there may be good people, that there might not even be conspiracies involved. It doesn't really matter. The system it is a part of is unsustainable. And I think it's perfectly fair to call it a festering cancer, because all of it is unnatural incentives. Even if everybody inside the institution is somehow really, really nice, it's not really relevant to the damage that the institution does and the culture that it is a consequence of. But going back to where I think this is actually good news, or what positive signal I think this is the invasion of the Bitcoin mind virus into traditional finance, into the shift in apparent legitimacy that Bitcoin becomes by a move like this. And overall, this is not something that kills Bitcoin. It's just going to get interesting again. And as Alan puts it, probably very highly regarded again. But it will probably move one step closer to something that actually makes sense. It'll be BlackRock IOUs of Bitcoin rather than blockchain. But I think we are always going to be set up for a fight with institutions again. I think the New York Agreement we should use as an example, and we should learn from, and we should prepare for a bigger fight. What that looks like, we don't know, and maybe the incentives and the consensus will be so strong at that point that it ends up being, it seems politically and socially like orders of magnitude a greater and more dangerous and more frightening fight. But in the end, from a consensus and technicality perspective, from the economic perspective, it actually ends up not being. But it's so hard to say. And I suspect, regardless, just like we continue to see, a lot of these cycles, I think we will continue to see a lot of these battles. The fight for Bitcoin to stay Bitcoin, and for what we know of and understand as Bitcoin 21 million, censorship resistant, all of those key properties that Lop laid out in the previous read. I think we will have another fight to keep those things, to keep those key properties of Bitcoin, and to keep the culture and the values of Bitcoin strong. And the best thing we can do is own as much Bitcoin as we can, self-custody as much as we can, and like Alan said, adopt, implement, and spread the holy grail of second-party custody, of creating pooled transactions, pooled UTXOs, and this is why I think CTV, OpCTV, and OpVault, I think these are really, really great additions that are really important for trust minimized or minimized group ownership that you can do this locally. You can do this directly with someone that you trust and you know, rather than having to rely on institutions and rather than going through the old licensing and bureaucratic and regulatory channels that will likely end up all deeply, deeply centralized as it continues to be, and ever worsening as time goes on, because it's kind of the natural state of how that is evolving. The less sustainable it becomes, the more it has to centralize in order to basket or to spread out that risk among as many people as possible. You have to have more people into the Ponzi scheme in order to keep the Ponzi scheme afloat. And so it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and more centralized until the whole thing implodes. But it will be really interesting to see how and through what process it implodes and is crashing from both a banking perspective and a monetary perspective. And a treasury bonds perspective, arguably the same monetary situation, but at least it's its own little area of this whole thing. But either way, it's interesting, and it's getting interesting again. And this will probably be, I don't know anything about the timeline. I really didn't dig into the specifics of when do decisions have to be made? When does, are we going to say approval or not? And I'll try to get more details before I go over this stuff again. And hopefully tomorrow I will be talking about it with Peter probably. And just because there's a lot going on that front. So yeah, I'll keep an ear out and I'll read and figure out as much as I can on this issue and keep you guys informed if I think I found something really important. It sucks because, a lot of times these aren't just things that I want to talk about, but they do matter. So much of it seems reactionary to me. It's just, as much as I want to dig into and make sense of things, I'm not one to, I don't like to follow the news, for the short time that I'm on Twitter and I'm just arguing or, getting out some frustration over some craziness in the world. I like to leave that. I like to leave that over there, and I don't want to dwell on it. I don't want to dig into it. And this just seems like one of those things in regards to Bitcoin. It's purely a regulatory creation. It's purely a banking financial thing. And it's not even interesting from the context. It's just kind of a general negative that will have short-term price fluff and potentially create a whole nother wave of things starting off. But in all of the meaningful senses of development in Bitcoin, it's not interesting to me. It is a pure old world financial instrument and nothing else. It might as well not be Bitcoin because it's got nothing to do with Bitcoin. It's just like, oh, what's happening in the regulatory licensing sphere? It's like, who cares? This is not a Bitcoin instrument. This is not a Bitcoin technology. This is not the Bitcoin network. This will not grow Bitcoin adoption. Or the growth of this thing is not the growth of Bitcoin adoption. It's purely, going back to what I said, it's the growth of the Bitcoin mind share. That's it. It's of people recognizing Bitcoin as legitimate, but nobody buying this shit is buying Bitcoin. They're giving their money to BlackRock to buy Bitcoin. And I think it's important to recognize that and talk about how BlackRock is great because it's going to pump your bags. Seriously? Anyway, yeah, let's close this one out. That'll do it. We got a lot of things to bring back up with this stuff as details unfold. And like I said, I'll try to keep up on it. So don't forget to subscribe to Bitcoin Audible. A huge thank you to our sponsors, Fold and CoinKite. There'll be links in the show notes to check them out. And also, actually, I'll have a link to a Twitter post so you can see a working version of the Cold Card Q1. I'm so stoked about it. It's all kind of rough case and everything. It's just to kind of get it in operation. But it's a really great tweet, and it's got me stoked about the new device. I've already done my pre-order. I'm not sure if you have, but the link is in the show notes if you want to check it out. And don't forget, before June is up, 100,000 sats for Fold. Sign up with my link. You don't want to miss that opportunity. All right. Thank you to Alan Farrington, as always, for the amazing read. Fingers crossed, Bitcoin is Venice audiobook will be dropping very soon. I'll keep you updated, and I will catch you on the next episode of Bitcoin Audible. And until then, everybody, take it easy, guys. Once wide coerced powers are given to government agencies, such powers cannot be effectively controlled. Friedrich August von Hayek.
Yeah, and then there's like this 2.5 year period of like, I hope we win, maybe we won't.
But that's when all the good work gets done, though. So that's if you have the right perspective, that's arguably more exciting.
Well, it cleans out some of the crap.
Yeah,
and brings out some new ideas. But we had a very interesting conversation yesterday with Rational Root, the big carrot. Do you know him on Twitter?
No.
He's like he's a Bitcoin analyst, but he's analyzes on-chain data. But who was I explaining this earlier?
I can't. You were explaining.
Yeah, he explained the S curve to me. So I've seen the S curve, and I was like, yeah, I know technologies have an S curve, and I'll draw it out for you how he explained it to me earlier. But essentially, the way he explained it to me is that as Bitcoin started to get issued, you started to get this kind of like lockup of illiquid supply. So that's like your illiquid supply hodlers, and then you had this, but you had the total issuance. And up here is your liquid supply. And so that's been growing like that. But we hit this kind of inflection point at the last halving. So we got like 1, 2. So they're our first 3 halvings.
Yeah.
And now what's happening is that it's coming to come back here, but you've got the illiquid supply growing.
Right.
So this liquid supply is, this is your S curve. And what it kind of made me realize is that, almost thinking back to what you're saying, only the strong survive. Like this has been a really tough. These are tough periods to wait out because during this period you've got a fluctuation on the price. You don't really know if this is going to work. It feels like almost like some beautiful design by Satoshi. This kind of 4-year halving cycle that takes us in, to this through a growth phase and this kind of contraction phase. But if he's right here, there's going to be so much growth in Bitcoin. There's going to be a lot of capital available to invest in other companies.
I can give you an interestingly different interpretation of this, by the way, and see what you make of it.
Yeah.
So I can link it back to the comments before too, that when I was in that job, obviously there was some consideration given to, the price of Bitcoin, especially because it's disproportionately relevant to Bitcoin companies, right? You can't disentangle the two for probably fairly obvious reasons. But even outside of that, just intellectual interest, like, it was essentially my job to figure out what the fair value, let's say, was of other kinds of investments. So it's worth, giving it a shot with Bitcoin as well. And I basically concluded that you just can't, and you probably shouldn't either, because, and what I'm about to say, I think, is captured really nicely by that graph. It is priced in a really bizarre way that I'm not sure has ever previously been the case for literally any asset on financial markets, which is that it's priced at the margin. Obviously, that's kind of definitionally true, but the people who are buying and selling at the margin are the ones who only kind of get it, right? The people who really get it never sell. So in order to predict what the price is going to be, you need to at least think, I don't think this is possible at all, but if you're convinced you can do it, what you have to be convinced of is that you can predict the spread of a meme, essentially, amongst people who kind of believe it, but not fully. And once I appreciate, I think that's true. You can disagree. Anyone can disagree with that. But once I appreciated that, however many years ago, I was like, nah, you can't do this. I'm just not going to try anymore.
Well, the way
I think that's what that represents, or it's one. Way of interpreting that graph.
I see it differently. I see what you have here, the illiquid supply of Bitcoiners, and what you have here are in the liquid supply, what being trading are I don't want to say fiat people because that's derogatory. I think it's people who are trying to make fiat out of Bitcoin.
Sure.
Yeah. And what you've got over time, if you've got less of a supply to be traded in that area, you can still probably make great returns. But what they're doing, you've got this growing supply of Bitcoiners who are
Okay, but the thing is
that
the people at the top become the people at the bottom.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
Well, not all of them. It's not deterministic.
Yeah.
But in order for the people at the bottom to grow, I think this is deterministically true that some of the people in the middle have to become them. And so you get, if you really want to like reverse engineer, well, how can you get price out of this? It's what the people in the middle are thinking at that moment.
So are you saying that like my Bitcoin could be worth $1 million because I'm not willing to sell until $1 million?
I guess that, yeah, well, worth it to you, not worth it in absolute terms.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that's related to it. Yeah. But I suspect that even with you, that's probably not entirely true. I think this is the super interesting thing about Bitcoin that this is, I didn't really explain this before. This is the part that I think is genuinely new. Like no asset has had this before. For almost every other, well, actually, no, probably for literally every other financial asset, there's always a price people will be willing to sell at. There's always an opportunity cost of some other asset that they could have instead. For obviously not the entire supply of Bitcoin, maybe not even a majority of it, but for a decent proportion of the supply of Bitcoin, it will never be sold. And that creates a completely new market dynamic, which I think is, if you really tease this out properly, you can try to predict, and maybe on a short-term basis, you can do reasonably well trading in and out of it, but longer term, I would suggest is a bad idea.
So the price is a reflection of how many Bitcoiners we've created.
I think so. Yeah. I think that's as sensible an interpretation as any.
Yeah, because yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So, and then just flipping back, just a short question back to the investment thesis of the firm you work for. The reason they want ultra long term is because a pension fund can be long term and can take those risks.
Not really. It's not even really about that. I mean, when I say most of their clients are pension funds, that's by assets, not by sort of individuals. Like they have retail products as well. It's really more, the answer is not as interesting as that. I think it's every pension fund would be in a similar position where they want exposure to basically as many hopefully uncorrelated returns of different asset classes as possible.
Okay.
And so it's just very like, I mean, this isn't even a controversial one. This is nowhere near as controversial as something like Bitcoin. It's just public equities, very high growth, probably very long-term holding period.
And did you come into Bitcoin as an Austrian, or did you discover Austrian through it? Okay.
Yeah. So I've told this story a couple of times. It's not really all that interesting. It's almost more, it's interesting in terms of not having any elements that are like, I don't say, almost it's interesting because it's uninteresting. It was just a very slow process for me. There was no like aha moment. There's no like big event that, suddenly made me realize the importance of Bitcoin. But Austrianism was important. So I mentioned before, I studied maths and philosophy. I was a student when I came across it. Those are obviously both pretty helpful. Completely coincidentally, was very well read in Austrian economics, so it appealed from that point of view. And probably the final component is the only basically real job I'd had. So I don't count I did all kinds of stuff in uni, like flipping burgers and stuff like that. But the only real job I'd had was a software engineer. So that was also very helpful. And I consider myself incredibly lucky to have been in that position when I did first come across it. I think I always remember this article by Jameson Lopp, which is, I think we referenced, Danny probably knows this better than I do, I think we referenced it at the very start of Bitcoin is Venice. I think it's in the introduction. What's the title of it now? Nobody Understands Bitcoin. And that's okay.
Yeah.
It's really excellent if people haven't read it. I remember that when telling the story because I make sure not to say, because of all these influences, I got it. Like that was, I just immediately appreciated why it was amazing. That's absolutely not the case. But I think it is important that I didn't dismiss it, because I think almost everybody dismisses it at first. And I did not dismiss it. I was open to it. It took a lot longer to get anything.
In the previous years, to get us to the point to have that dividend is now being stolen from me. And so that is stealing either time from me or time from Connor here or time from Scarlett in the future, because that's money that could go to them for them to do things. So it affects me.
It does.
Yeah.
Where I was going though, so I'm not meaning to diminish that situation either, but I was heading to a specific point because I wanted to link it with something I said before, which is, imagine you don't have Bitcoin.
Okay.
Imagine that your perception of the value of your future time is your pension fund. And they turn around to you one day and they're like, yeah, we actually don't have anything because we put it all into WorldCoin. It's a bit extreme. That's not going to happen exactly that way.
This happened to my father.
There you go. Something similar enough to it will happen, like literally will happen to everybody. I'm not meaning to be too alarmist, but some version of this is going to happen to everybody. My
father worked for Monarch Airlines for nearly 40 years and saved into a pension. And prior to him retiring, I won't have the dates. Let's say the decade before he retired and the decade after he retired, that pension had 3 haircuts.
Yeah.
So before he retired, he knew the amount he would get was going to be less than he'd planned for.
Yeah. Yeah.
When he retired, it was less. And since then, there was another haircut. So everything he worked for 40 years, he's told, you work hard, you put money into this, and this is the life you can have afterwards, took 3 haircuts.
Yeah.
They didn't take haircuts because he did something wrong. He took haircuts because other people did things wrong.
Can you go into more detail on that? Who did what wrong?
Well, so the haircuts are either, and I can't tell you what they are, either the misallocation of that fund by the pension fund or poor management of that company. So they had to dip into the pension fund. I don't know if they did. Or the pension fund wasn't able to perform because of government policy, which meant they were chasing an ever higher number. What you know why?
Well, no, I don't know, but I think this is another really interesting example of something that's come up a few times now where I won't speak to that specific situation because I don't want it to seem like I know. But in situations like that, I still think the way you're framing it now is letting what I deem to be the real cause kind of off the hook. Because you can come back to this, right? I'm not meaning to put words in your mouth.
What's the real then?
So I don't think it may be the case that they were literally just raiding the pension fund, right? But I think it's unlikely that there was actual fraud or actual malevolence involved, and maybe some incompetence, but even that I'm not sure. I think the real cause is, once again, how fiat works. I don't think they likely had much of a choice about this. Like, again, in the far more hypothetical example, the people who are putting $100 million into WorldCoin, they don't think that's a good idea. They just have no choice. That, I think, is worth being angrier about than looking for fraud or looking for corruption. If it's there, obviously, you should be angry about that too. But this is why I'm saying that this is going to happen to everybody. It's not just going to happen to the people who happen to, by some horrible coincidence, their pension fund managers are corrupt. It's going to happen to everybody. Sorry, Danny.
What do you mean they don't think it's a good idea?
They're doing it because they're chasing yield.
But they must analyze the risk and think.
They think it's the least bad idea. They think, okay, I can flesh it out a little bit more. I see what you're getting at.
Is this the guy at the casino who's had a bad night and he goes all in black or red? Fuck it. He knows it's a bad idea.
It's a little different than that. It's more like, say I'll come up with something reasonably realistic. He needs money for surgery, I guess. I don't know. That's the first thing that came to mind. Like, why you need loads and loads of money right away. He needs money for surgery, and the only way, he can't earn that. It's just not possible. He doesn't have enough time to earn it. The only way he can possibly get that money is putting it all on, Red 32. Even red isn't enough. It needs to be red 32 specifically. That's pretty close to what I'm talking about. That they have such extreme liabilities caused by inflation that there is no other asset they can invest in that can possibly get them a good enough return. So it's not like they're saying, oh, equities are shit, bonds are shit, everything's shit, WorldCoin is where it's at. They're saying it's completely implausible that putting this in the S&P 500 or whatever.
I see. Right? It's that bonds aren't going to cut it. The S&P is not going to cut it.
Nothing's going to cut it given how dire their financial situation is.
Yeah.
They have to put it in WorldCoin.
So obviously the entire pension market's fucked.
Yes.
Is it to the point where it's going to collapse? Or is it everyone is just going to get a worse and worse deal?
I mean, yeah. Basically, everyone's going to progressively get a worse and worse deal. I think there's a couple. It depends how much money is literally printed to keep it afloat. I think probably what happens is more like not all, but most of the financial assets that the pension plans hold will continue to be monetized to avoid a political disaster. That'll also depend where in the world you're actually talking about and what the political process is. The nominal value of those assets will go up to meet the liabilities, but the process of ensuring that will cause even more inflation that the recipients, the ultimate beneficiaries, the pensioners, will then have to deal with once the pension fund itself is out the picture. That's probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I don't think it's really possible for pension funds to collapse. They don't really have that mechanic.
No, those who rely on those pensions are
just get a worse and worse deal. Yeah.
Yeah, worse deal.
Yeah.
And that worse deal is propped up by intervention, which has diminishing impact.
Yeah. And also everybody else gets worse deal too, because what this process is supposed to do is, well, I mean, ideally they would, they just have sound money and they wouldn't need to do any of this, right? They could actually save with money. But even if you give it the benefit of the doubt, it's supposed to allocate capital well. And so everyone suffers in the end because the ultimate, again, we don't need to go through this in too much detail. We've talked about it already. The consequence is that WorldCoin gets funded and real businesses don't. So no one does well out of this. The only people who do well are, this is something we whine about quite extensively early on in the book, are cantillionaires, basically. The people who are closest to the money spigot, to be a bit kind of rhetorical about it.
So in the book, you say it's not who's close to money. Don't you call the financial markets the money spigot rather than say they're close to it?
Yeah, we probably say something like that. I see what you're getting at.
You need to read your own book.
Yeah, I told you, I admitted right at the start I've not read it.
It's a good book, Danny was saying. So really, finance is simple, or it should be. You take capital from savers, you pass it on to investment projects, you try not to lose it, you try to give back more. You don't get paid a lot for this because it's not that hard.
Yeah.
The end. So that was the interview. We should have just said that. We could have gone down the pub.
That's a whole other slightly edgy thesis I have about all of this, that on a Bitcoin standard, the asset management industry will be, I mean, I just make the number up, obviously, but at 10% of its size, maybe much smaller than that. Most of it exists to solve the problem of inflation, but in attempting to solve it, it makes it worse.
Can I throw in my curveball question at you, or something I wrestle with?
Can I say no?
I guess.
Okay.
We'll kick you the fuck no. So one thing I've tried to wrestle with this is say, okay, look, I agree with everything you said. You're completely and utterly right about this being theft on the individuals, and it's a cancerous system that can't work. But has there been benefits to this? In that, has the money printer led to more money to be available for investment, and therefore has that accelerated?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah,
has this accelerated innovation? And look, there's going to be some people who think big pharma's bad. I get it. Majority of big pharma is bad, but do we have more MRI machines available in hospitals that are able to scan and look for cancers? Do we have innovation in terms of?
I see what you're getting at.
Immunotherapy that wouldn't have happened without this? Have we got have we had all this innovation off the back of it that has lifted us up? Because the other side is that we do have less people in poverty now than a certain period. Do we know for certain that without this system, right, it might have been fairer, but the growth might have been slower, and generally we might have listed people out of poverty slower? Do we know the net impact? And look, it's not that I'm a fan of it and supporting it. I'm just more intrigued to know.
Steel manning it.
Yeah, is it? Like, is there a...
So I should come back to telling you off for using growth. The word growth, you misused it.
Okay.
That's a separate
I apologize. But you understand...
You haven't read chapter 3.
I haven't read chapters 1 to the last. Do you know what? I actually haven't... I'm trying to think the last time I actually read a book. I've listened...
Should I answer while you're thinking about that?
I listen to books.
Oh, yeah.
If they're not
you don't
available,
have an audiobook. That's what you need.
Yeah.
We do soon.
Okay.
I don't know when. I don't want to throw Guy too under the bus, but it's coming.
Hurry up, Guy. Guy Swan, we love you. I don't read books anymore. I don't have the time to read books because I can listen to a book while doing shit.
That's fair. Yeah,
I can listen to a book in a day. I could probably listen to yours in a day, and I'd find jobs to do while I'm listening to it. I don't have the time to sit down and read. I don't have the time to sit and do fuck all. I don't have the time to not do stuff. So audiobook would be very welcome. But you understand the sentiment of the question?
No, of course. And it's a good question. This is an entirely worthwhile steel man, I think. I think the answer is
we can't prove it.
You can't know, but almost certainly not.
Not.
And as in almost certainly things are not better because of this. We haven't made good investment decisions because of this. And the reason...
Is it the Concorde analogy?
Oh, what's Concorde analogy? I don't know that.
That we had massive innovation in air travel all the way up to about Concorde, and then the innovation in air travel slowed down. And why did that happen? Well, you can look at us coming off gold standard, and the way capital was allocated changed a lot around that kind of period in time. And
I don't really know anything about Concorde, unfortunately.
Well, that was the last greatest innovation.
I know what it is, but
in air travel, we went supersonic in, was it the 70s, Concorde?
I think 70s, yeah.
Yeah, and then since then we don't have Concorde anymore. We don't have supersonic. Is it supersonic?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so was
supersonic.
that down to like fuel prices and all sorts of stuff like that?
We haven't had that innovation
crash as well
in Paris.
One crashed in Paris, but and the interesting thing about that, Virgin tried to buy all the remaining planes and they wouldn't sell them. But what I'm saying is the innovation we've had since then has been different.
I mean, that may fit. I just don't want to pretend to know much about aviation. That may fit my answer. The reason it's almost certainly not the case is that it could be, there's maybe two sides to this. So one is that it could be the case entirely by accident. Like there could be a fluke that has sort of made it through. But even to explain that, I don't think it's intellectually coherent to be arguing for this on any grounds other than that you, or at least somebody, it doesn't need to be you specifically, but somebody is smarter than everyone else combined.
Okay.
Because that's the product of I mentioned this before, I forget in what context, but that's the product of a genuinely free market. It's kind of democratic in some way. It aggregates everybody's revealed preferences, not just what they say they want, but what they actually want as determined by their actions. And so for you to suggest, for anybody, I don't mean you, but for anybody to suggest that the product of interfering with, in this particular case, we're talking, I mean, this is true in any market, but we're talking about capital markets, right? Interfering with capital markets because you want to create better outcomes, basically, is the gist of the question. That could only happen if whoever is doing the interfering literally knows more than everybody else combined. And so that's why I think it's extremely unlikely. In fact, it's so overwhelmingly unlikely that I would say it's basically impossible except by fluke.
Is it kind of the broken window fallacy?
I don't think so, but go on. Like, what do you think?
The idea of that
connection
obviously is that if someone breaks a window, does it boost the economy because you then have to hire a glazier to fix the window, but you don't know where the capital would have gone otherwise?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's obviously related in that sense. Yeah, that I think it's very likely implicit in asking that question. I mean, you were kind of doing it as a devil's advocate, I suppose, but if you were putting it forward seriously, I think it would have to be implicit that you're not fully on top of the idea of there being an opportunity cost to that capital, which is where a lot of this comes from, right? Just lack of awareness of opportunity cost, thinking like, oh, I want to fix this problem, and in doing so, there will be no bad consequences whatsoever. We'll just fix it, and then that'll be the end of that.
So you're saying there is a efficient market hypothesis?
Very good.
No. And I know you don't stand for, but you kind of are.
Oh, do you want me to go back to growth, by the way? Because I can tie...
Why is that a swear word?
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, it's not. If you use it properly, it's great. But you can tie in the broken window fallacy, which is what reminded me that I'd said that a few minutes ago. So this is like one of my almost favorite pet peeves of fiatism.
Fiatism.
Yeah, or fiat fuckery that are
we going to be calling this show fiat
yeah, we
fuckery?
probably are, yeah.
We are going to be calling it.
I definitely get a kind of a perverse kick out of pointing this out. Like, it shouldn't make me happy because it's not a sort of a sad topic, but I just got like nerd out on it a bit. That the way the word growth is used, including the way you used it, which is why I got pissy, in almost every discussion of economics or macroeconomics or finance, is subtly wrong in a way that on the face of it maybe doesn't matter that much. It's kind of just semantics, but it's worth exploring because the misunderstanding itself reveals, it sheds a light on fiat fuckery, right? On the other deeper misunderstandings that you have to take fiat seriously. So when most people say growth, what they really mean is, a better word would just be increase. What they're talking about, they'll usually say like GDP growth, for example. I think that's what you meant before when you said it.
No, yeah, I didn't think it through, but I know GDP growth is kind of like gaslighting because it's not fucking real.
2020, he actually saw it, and he was like, "Oh, what is this?" And I was like, "Well, this is, an art sculpture." And I explained it to him. He's like, "I'll take it." I was like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, but I only have," I told him I want a Bitcoin for it. He's like, "Okay, well, I only have half a Bitcoin now. Can I give that to you? And then I'll come back and give you some later." And I was like, "Okay, that's more than fine. Deposit with me. I think we could work with that." And so, yeah, after that, so that was pretty much displayed and sold in less than 24 hours. So that kind of was what started the whole thing. Then the number 2 one was bought by a guy named Charlie, and he's on Twitter at Charlie Holmes, I think. And then the number 3rd one was bought by a guy named Nosy at Nosy, also on Twitter. The 4th one was bought by a guy named at Satoshi's Ark. He bought that on the Scarcity auction. So that was the first one of that, the new design. When I redesigned the 4th one, that was the very first one of that new design. So he got that one. Number 5 was Michael Saylor has number 5. Eric Weiss has number 6. Number 7 is owned by Lewis Hugh, and he's got the mirrored one, and he's also on Twitter. Number 8 is owned by a gentleman in Germany. He's also on Twitter. He's at Protagonist4 now. And then the next one is the guy that doesn't want me to disclose him. And then the number 10th one is owned by Ricardo Salinas.
Fascinating.
Right. Yeah.
So I get 10, but why not 21?
Well, I was actually going to just make one. Like originally when I was going to make it, I had pretty much finished the design work. Like I said, I didn't have any pieces cut, and I was just showing it to Crypto Graffiti, who's another Bitcoin artist. And he was kind of giving me a lot of mentoring in that early stage and a lot of advice. And still now he does. He's a genius guy. And he was like, you shouldn't just do one of these. You should do a series. And I was like, really? I was like, I've never done that. He's like, yeah, you should do a series of 10. I was like, oh, someone will ever buy 10 of these from me? Like, I don't know if I could do that. And he's like, just so like I did the 10 because I just didn't know if that many people would ever want to get one of those. So yeah, maybe there was room to do 21, but once I kind of did the first one and said one of 10, then I just, I figure we stick by that. We'll do the hard cap like Bitcoin, and wow. Other additions I'll play around with, but that just happened because the Crypto Graffiti was kind of just that little one comment, change your whole life.
I already think it's on the Mount Rushmore of Bitcoin art. The other thing I could think of to put up there right now, maybe the block clock is, an awesome,
yeah,
piece of work. I really want to turn to Bitcoin and other tools of self-sovereignty. You put out this fascinating piece in Citadel 21, volume 18 in 2022. July 21st of 2022. Bitcoin and psychedelics. I guess first, before we really get into it, we're going to talk primarily about LSD and what most people call mushrooms. Just to make sure I'm saying this word right, how do you say psilocybin? Is that correct?
I'm not 100% sure how it's pronounced, but yeah, we can go with psilocybin. I will say that.
is there another version you would go with, or
I say psilocybin is how
psilocybin. Okay,
psilocybin is how I usually think about it.
All right, so we'll go with that. So we have some interesting questions to kind of maybe ask rhetorically at first, but do you have the right to modify your own mind? Do you have the right to modify your own computer? What are your rights and what is your own? What are the limits of society and what are the limits of the individual? So why are Bitcoin and psychedelics simultaneously, maybe the most powerful yet least understood technologies? Maybe just to kind of get into it a little bit. How do you see them as tools of sovereignty? Yeah.
Well, it in so many ways, Bitcoin is a tool of sovereignty in the financial sense, but in other ways for many Bitcoiners as well, it changes the way that they think. But psychedelics as well is a tool that people can use by themselves without having to go to any trusted third party or any intermediary, and just learn about themselves. Just get real input from themselves, think about it deeply, and see where they are in the world. How do they truly feel about certain things? Sometimes you don't need a psychedelic to think about these things, but I think that it kind of confronts you with some of these questions, whether you're prepared to ask them or not, which is many times beneficial. But I think both of these are tools that people can use. And I also think they're tools of self-sovereignty because they're tools, like I said, that you can kind of use at home without anybody's permission. In some sense, I guess everybody has different laws in different countries. So, you have to be aware of all that. But in a sense, these things are something that you can kind of spin up on your own. You can spin up your own Bitcoin node. You can kind of grow your own mushrooms or something and take control over these experiences from the very beginning to the end and kind of really incorporate this into your life rather than just something that you encounter peripherally, because a lot of times they take a little deeper investigation. Things like Bitcoin and psychedelics, like if you come across them just peripherally, in most cases, your experience of them will not be reflective of all the nuance that happens inside them. So, when you take time to actually look a little deeper, I think a lot of people will be surprised at the depths that they can find between the two.
Yeah, I mean, you go on to write there, complementary, revolutionary technologies that can be leveraged for profound personal growth. They help us to define self-sovereign boundaries in our lives when it comes to questions about who has dominion over the things we think, the software we use, and the actions we take. They can be used to mold the future of the individual and, by extension, the world. Many are using these tools today to create a better, more productive life. So, I mean, just quickly, are these tools for everyone? I mean, even Jameson Lopp has, famously, tweeted, nobody understands Bitcoin, and that's okay.
Sure. I mean, I would say these tools are probably not for everybody, like, and in a sense, that's not necessarily I think the common line is that people want to say, oh, everybody can use everything. And I think that some people will use Bitcoin. Some people won't use Bitcoin. Same thing with psychedelics. Some people will use them. Some people won't use them. And I don't think that that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing at this time in human history. I think like everybody's kind of finding their own path with these things. And I think psychedelics and Bitcoin are both very personal decisions and they shouldn't be taken lightly. It's something that, if you're going to get into them, you should kind of know what you're doing. Bitcoin, if you're not kind of paying attention, it's easy to slip up and, make mistakes. And these mistakes are very costly. And you can have a similar situation with psychedelics. If you're making mistakes with psychedelics, they can be very costly, whether psychologically or other avenues of your life. So these are systems that have consequences if you join them. So it's something to think about deeply before you do embark upon them. But the same thing is that you can't get the benefits that these tools offer without actually using them. You can read about them, you can kind of like hear other people talk about them on a podcast and things like that. But there's no one that's going to be able to tell you what the experience is like until you actually have that experience. It's like, if you haven't had sex, you can't tell somebody what that feels like, or, hey, what is orange? It's hard to convey even something as simple as that. So I think for each person, it's something they have to discover on their own. Whether they even want to embark on it. The same thing like Bitcoin, it has consequences. There are a lot of benefits. You can become a lot more self-sovereign. You can be your own bank. You can be responsible for yourself, but not everybody is prepared to be responsible. So, and I've learned hard lessons. So I guess the other side of that is, sometimes the hard lessons are the ones that you retain the best, and they help you to guide you to a better future. So I certainly have made plenty wrong turns and many mistakes that kind of had led me to more critical thinking, where you have to say, okay, from a first principles view, how is this path in my life turning out? Is this something I actually want to continue down, or do I want to kind of veer off here and go somewhere else? And many times that's very valuable. I think that's one of the values of psychedelics, is they kind of allow you to get a perspective shift, in the sense that when you look at someone else, it's easy to tell whether they're fucking up, or, oh, you're messing up, man. Can't you see what's going on? But at the same time, it's hard to see when you are fucking up and you're messing up. So the psychedelics kind of give you a perspective shift where you can actually kind of look at your own self and make a barometer of whether you're fucking up or not. And if you are, you can come to terms with that and say, hey, why am I doing this? And then there's whole like rabbit holes that you can go into with that. And I think there's a lot of growth that you can have as a person through going through these personal rabbit holes and investigating yourself and what your place in the world is. And and doing this in a personal way without having intermediators or someone to tell you what your place is in the world. You find it for yourself.
Right. That being said, can we achieve asymmetric returns with psychedelics?
Definitely. I mean, that's almost unquestionable as far as I'm concerned. The thing is the people that pay attention and use them in a more advanced way. Like again, if you have very peripheral experience with these things, either Bitcoin or psychedelics, you're going to tend to use them in a less experienced way. But the more experience you become with them, the better user that you become of these softwares or these technologies or these tools. So as you become better at using them, you become more adept and you become more used to, I guess, working within them, and that familiarity is going to be where you can kind of enter these flow states where for instance, maybe you're working on something or you have a problem or that you're thinking about, and you kind of bring that problem into the experience, so you can kind of look at it holistically, maybe from these different perspectives, the perspective shift that I was saying. And many times you can actually benefit from that. So that's where these asymmetric gains can come from, is that you're kind of just thinking outside of the box or making connections that you wouldn't make otherwise, and you're doing it a lot quicker. So and at least for me, that's how it works. Again, I can't say that everybody kind of experiences this the same way. But in that article that you're referencing, I did give some good examples, some before psychedelics were even illegal. For example, in the early 60s, there wasn't a lot of stigma because, it wasn't illegal, so there was nothing wrong with doing it. So when they had given it to a whole bunch of professionals that kind of had been stumped, the prerequisite for joining the group was that you had to have a problem that you've been working on for weeks. It has to be complicated, and you don't have a solution yet. And so they put these people through the process, and I think it was just basically one LSD session, as far as I know. And from that one LSD session with all these different, they had mathematicians and artists and all kinds of different individuals involved in this study, but they ended up with a whole bunch of concrete results from that study. And that was extremely interesting to me to see that, before we had this stigma, we had this social thing where the government was telling us, this is poisoning us and it's bad for us. It was actually showing that it was helping people solve problems that they couldn't solve before, like demonstrably. Like we actually had scientific proof of this. So it was, it just made me think, like, maybe the sources of information that we are looking for are something that we really need to fully examine. So these are some of the things that I bring up in the article. Just always look at your sources, and don't even trust me. Always go out and verify.
Yeah. Speaking of sources and verify and don't trust, verify, do your own research. So I think we can stipulate no one fully understands how these things work. No one's, at the bottom of the rabbit hole or both of these rabbit holes. But, you talked a little bit about I think the LSD and DMT mandala earlier before that you created. So maybe going a little bit more into that, what is the source code for LSD and psilocybin fully, freely available and understood or able to be researched?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so the source code of both LSD and psilocybin are actually totally open source in a sense. So the patents for LSD that they originally came up with are actually published, and anybody could just look those up online, and you can actually fully see how to start with carbon and end up with, LSD at the end. And so the steps are fully out there to do that. Obviously, there's a lot of watch on some of those things. So it tends to be difficult both in obtaining the precursor chemicals to do that, and then also obtaining the knowledge to do that. But that doesn't, the same thing is there's also similar barriers to entry to something like Bitcoin coding. So the people that are actually coding the Bitcoin development software and actually making that, usually those are somebody that's kind of put in additional time or interest into several areas of their life that have allowed them to actually get to that level of understanding where they're doing those things. Now, psilocybin is kind of the other side of that coin. So LSD, I kind of feel like, in a sense, it's a very specialized thing where you only have a couple of people that are kind of doing that per the amount of people that may be experiencing it. Whereas psilocybin is on the other end of that spectrum. Mushrooms are something that almost any 5-year-old could grow. It's extremely easy to do and proliferate. Anybody can get spores and kind of just put them on earth and grow some mushrooms. It's actually something extremely accessible to most people, and also it's relatively quick, and also even though it's relatively quick, there is some time involved. And also, so that time involved in the process is time that you kind of are connecting to this bringing of potential life, bringing some like a spore, which is potential, into the kinetic, actually, like, the spores kind of germinating and growing into these things, and then it becomes life, and then you kind of like take this life into yourself and it changes you in some way. It's a very, very interesting kind of process to go through. Terrence McKenna used to have a saying, I don't know whether it was true or not, but he said, like, if you're eating mushrooms that you grew, it's kind of like riding first class on the airplane. They treat you a little better or something. It's like you kind of have this connection to them. You've been kind of with them since before they were even potential energy, and you've kind of been with them through all this time. So you kind of, they're a little gentler with you in some sense. So, or there's a connection between you and them. So I think that alone is a very deep thing, to be able to kind of build your own tools. So Bitcoin allows you to build your own tools. Psychedelics allowed you to build your own tools. These are tools that you can use to grow and investigate yourself and kind of become a better person, all around. So I do think that these things are open source and freely available to people that want to look. Unfortunately, we do have some, there are prescriptions against certain molecules in certain places in the world. Everybody's different, and, how they approach that.
Yeah, I will agree. I mean, homegrown, probably anything is better. And if you grow it yourself, you're gonna be more connected the time you put into it. I mean, I definitely have experience growing things. And though I want to ask, like, who created LSD? What is it? Is it natural or synthetic? Do we consider it man-made?
Okay, so this is its own rabbit hole now. Like, the official story is that it's created by a gentleman named Albert Hoffman, and that in 1938 it was synthesized, like, they were basically investigating a series of these lysergic amides through looking for basically it wasn't exactly a migraine thing, but they're looking for circulatory stimulants, and they were not interesting when they initially tested it in 1938, and then in 43, eventually they went back and resynthesized some. I'm highly skeptical of this whole story. I actually have a little bit of this article that touches on it, and a whole Twitter thread on my conspiracy theory about the LSD origins. But where it comes from is kind of unrelated to all this conspiracy. That's not really like relevant to where it comes from. Where it comes from is just, it's a natural. It comes from a fungus called ergo, which is Claviceps papali or Claviceps purpura, and this grows on wheat or cereal grains, something like that. So it basically in essence, you take these fungi that grow on the wheat, and they would put them in a petri dish. They kind of grow it out. They see if they can get some that kind of react in a black light, and if they do, then you can grow that out in a liquid culture. And then once you liquid culture it, then you can, in essence, kind of convert that into ergoamine, and then from there you can basically roll it out into LSD, recrystallize it, and then in essence it just comes from natural sources.
Got it. So do you think psychedelic users are interconnected globally like the Bitcoin network?
I mean, for sure. I mean, in essence, I think psychedelics have probably connected humanity for as long as humans have been here, if not longer. I think we've always probably known about certain plants that will change our consciousness. And it's probably just, you have certain parts of humanity that have known this for a long time and kind of passes information on. And you have a lot of times where this gets forgotten and people have no idea that certain plants or things do things anymore. So I think this kind of information has come and gone over time, but it's something that has been there a long time. At this point, it's absolutely undeniable. Just if you just probably look at the worldwide distribution or like a weekend consumption of LSD, I'm sure globally it's probably a huge amount. At least I would hope so.
Right. So then, is there misinformation or and/or FUD around psychedelics? I remember growing up that I was always told in like early on in high school, like if you do LSD, man, you're going to turn into a glass of orange juice for the rest of your life.
Absolutely. Well, I would say with psychedelics, there's more misinformation than there is good information. in terms of like quantity, you probably have a good about 80% misinformation and 20% good information. And it's probably getting more and more of, we're probably getting a larger amount of good information now than we've ever had. But there's two reasons for this. One, it's purposeful. So there's purposeful misinformation where, maybe a government doesn't want people to use psychedelics for different reasons. Maybe it's not, in line with the company party thinking or whatever it is, or dangerous in other ways, so they don't want that. And then there's like misinformation that's not purposeful, like you were saying, kind of where you run into people and they're kind of spreading myths like, oh, if you do LSD 7 times, you're going to be legally insane, and all these things like that, like, or oh, the chromosome damage was something that actually did come from the government. But there's all these kind of false narratives that surround psychedelics, and they go so far back that many people can't tell what's true and what's not. And there's so many layers of people repeating bad stories over and over again that, again, it becomes very clouded and very hard to discern what information is good and what information is not good. And that's part of the reason why I wrote that article, was because I kind of wanted to act as a link. In fact, like, it's a deeply linked article. So if you're going through the article, there's every paragraph has links to external information, because I'm very much a don't trust, verify type person, and I know other people are as well, and they'll want to go see the source material. So that was one of the reasons why I put that together, was kind of to filter through a lot of what I felt was the good material, and actually present that to people so they could find it in a way without having to sift through volumes of what may be misinformation as well. So I definitely think there's misinformation. It's the same with Bitcoin. There's probably more misinformation about Bitcoin in the public sphere. If you look at, say, for example, like mainstream media articles, most of them don't get the nuance or, say, the depth of what they should be actually saying. In fact, sometimes they get it so wrong that it's embarrassing. And you have the whole New York Times thing where they have to stop the presses, and so you have, I guess, all sides of it.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Do you think Bitcoin and psychedelics are antidotes for wrongthink?
No, unfortunately. It would be great if we had a magic bullet and you could just say, oh, everybody that took LSD was a perfect person, and everybody that used Bitcoin was not a shitcoiner. But it doesn't work like that. And in fact, there is no magic bullet at all. In fact, like, both psychedelics and Bitcoin have avenues of wrongthink that you can go down. And I just gave some examples with the shitcoining. Bitcoin, you can kind of end up in all these places where people will tell you, oh, this is faster than Bitcoin. Bitcoin is boomer tech, it's old, it's slow, it's this and that. And you could easily fall for a lot of this hype that happens out there, and you don't actually understand that these people are not telling you this for your benefit. They're telling you this for their benefit. They're actually, there's actually a very scammy reason that they're doing this. And psychedelics have a very similar dark side, where there's people that will be predatory and prey on people, because of psychedelics or through psychedelics. So it's, it doesn't automatically make you a good person. There's no magic bullet. And you certainly can't trust other people just because they say they're a Bitcoiner, or they say they use psychedelics or something like that. It's not a good litmus test. Although I do find that if you meet people that are Bitcoin only type people, and they legitimately are, I do find that to be a good filter. Those people have already kind of done some kind of acid testing, not in the LSD sense, but the acid testing of their mind to actually arrive at that Bitcoin only position. So it's not just, oh, I'm a Bitcoiner, but when you meet those people, that's like, oh, I'm actually Bitcoin only. They've kind of gone through a little filtering. Now there is the orange washing phenomenon, where people will try to orange wash themselves and pretend to be Bitcoiners. So there's always the wolf in sheep's clothing. So you always have to kind of don't trust, verify, but these little mind filters do help, I suppose.
Sure. I'm thinking about, are psychedelics wholesome and teach good family values?
I think they're absolutely wholesome. There's nothing not good about psychedelics. It's actually, psychedelics are completely neutral. Really, like, the main variable, I think, is us. So what, I say Bitcoin is a constant and LSD is a constant. The main variable is the human. So it's your personal body chemistry, what you went through that day. Are you happy? Are you sad? All these things play into the experience, and all these things are very critical. So I think that you can't take the person out of the tool. In essence, it's basically a matter of figuring out for that person how they can use this tool to best kind of grow themselves and actualize themselves.
Right. So then I think we've talked a little bit about, psychedelics can help us transform ourselves. What about our relationships?
I guess it's unique for everybody. I do think it's extremely good for relationships, in my opinion, because I think it gives people a lot of it gives me personally some empathy, because it kind of helps me think in terms of, what would it be if I was this person, in a different way than maybe if I was not on a psychedelic. I think it gives me a much clearer kind of window into other people, if that makes any sense. So I do think that there's something there that kind of transforms our relationships and the way that we interact with each other, because you can do this in a positive way or a negative way. You could have some people that will analyze this and say, oh, these are the things I'm doing wrong, this is what I could do to better my life. And then you'll have some people that will analyze it and say, oh, these are the ways that I can manipulate this situation to come out better. So and it's kind of where you are in your own personal path. Like, I'm not saying one way is right and one way is wrong. It's just everybody's got to find their own path. And I think these things confront you with it. They at least put it front and center, so it becomes at least a little more apparent.
Right. And what are safe spaces for psychedelic use?
I'm not sure that they really exist today, but I do have a concept that is a very old concept, actually, by Hakeem Bey, of the temporary autonomous zone. This is basically like little areas of non-interference. So, okay, we're going to create a temporary autonomous zone where it's going to be, and temporary autonomous zones are what they are, like, in the sense of being temporary. And you could think of like a Burning Man or something like that. Like, okay, we're going to build this temporary autonomous zone where, in essence, this is a vessel for creativity and change and art and whatever it is, and we're kind of not going to fuck with it too much. Like, the government kind of lets it go down and doesn't mess with it too much. Yes, if things get out of control, they'll do whatever they do, but you create these zones where they're kind of low interference, and these are kind of, in essence, like melting pots where new things can come out of. So I think that this is a very powerful thing, and I do want to see, I think, like, the interaction between computers and psychedelics brings together interesting people, and I do want to see kind of more interactions between the people that are interested in these two things. I do think that that's going to just lead to more and more things that I personally would find interesting. So I do find the combination of these to be very intriguing, and then the other people that are interested in these similar things to also kind of lead to paths that I find interesting as well. So I do kind of hope to see like more of that kind of arise, I guess, in the community, like, as time goes on.
Sure. You also note in the piece that there's interesting evidence that psychedelics increase brain activity and activate new pathways and connections throughout the brain. So, if this is going on in the individual, what do you think the impacts would be on sort of modern civilization?
Right. That was actually pretty amazing to see some of the science with the increased brain activity, because, right, if that's kind of what's happening in an individual level, when you unleash these things in a community, then you have the macroscopic, what as above, so below. So what's happening kind of in our brains will happen in the communities as well. So I definitely think that unleashing these tools is kind of creating new pathways and new connections through the human network, as it were. So, like, there's people today that are connecting because of psychedelics or because of Bitcoin that just, they don't have other commonalities or other interests, but these things kind of bring them together. And when you have these kind of things standing in the center, there's pillars around them that tend to be interesting. So, like, these pillars would be other areas of interest. So economics, mathematics, geometry, chemistry. You tend to find these people are versed within some of these other interesting educational paths that give them these perspectives that are very valuable, because they kind of come from a place that's outside of the mainstream kind of vein. So when you have all these different connections that are creating within this human network, it just leads to additional kind of opportunities for growth, which is the same as what happens in your brain. So when you're connecting new things in your brain, you can grow because you're just having new thoughts. You're just kind of making new connections, and this is basically undeniable now. We have the science to prove it, and that just is what it is.
Right. We kind of gone over a bit about how LSD is more centralized than say mushrooms, and mushrooms are more decentralized. But it's interesting to note part of that pyramid form is because a single gram of LSD contains 10,000 doses. We've also talked a little bit about how LSD and mushrooms are not toxic, but are either of them habit forming?
I mean, I guess for each individual, that would be something that they would have to kind of look at. But I would say they're not habit forming in the traditional sense of something, say, like a cigarette where you're using cigarettes every day or something like that, or multiple times a day. Most people won't do that. There's some people that will say, oh, I love DMT. And it's like, oh, well, when's the last time you did that? 1976, something like that's like, it's certainly not something that they are doing constantly. But it is something that had such a profound effect on their life that, 35 years later, they're still talking about it. But you will certainly have people that will tend to do it more often than others. Also, there's different types of psychedelics. So I tended to like keep a narrow focus in terms of what the article was discussing, and because LSD and psilocybin tend to be very kind of focused in a sense, and I would not consider those to be habit forming. But there are kind of like things on the fringes of that, say like MDMA or something like that, which can tend to be like more habit forming in the sense that people might want to do it a lot more often. And part of the reason is because it's just not as challenging psychologically. Like LSD will really put you through the ringer. You're going to go through like a whole roller coaster of emotions and your whole life, and you have to actually look at yourself in the mirror and this is a good person. Like MDMA is like not that, it's much more gentle, and so there's a lot more willingness, I think, for people to kind of go to those places, whereas the psychedelics, like there's a sense of finality in that, like once you take this, it's like that's it, there's kind of no coming back from it. And you kind of, once you've done that, you kind of have to see where it goes. And I think most people won't kind of do that in a way that's like habit forming, in a sense like, oh, every day I'm gonna do this. And in fact, I think just the pure pharmacology of it wouldn't allow that because of tolerance. I think LSD tolerance is such that if you tried to do it every day, it just actually wouldn't work. So as far as being habit forming in those ways, no, I think it's certainly not.
So to also put things in perspective, how would you compare the safety aspect of LSD and mushrooms to say something like aspirin?
Funny enough, they're magnitudes of order safer. I don't think there's any human recorded deaths from LSD that are known. And that's, people are consuming millions of doses every weekend for decades, so it's a pretty good amount of history that we have in terms of determining whether something's safe or not. Well, for example, I always like to tell people, if you're going to take something, you kind of want to take something that's been around for decades and people have tried it, and whether it's like gonna have like general negative effects or not. And the only way to know that is if it's been used over a long population for a long time. So LSD has been around since the 40s at least, and widely used since the 60s. And then it went through periods of disuse, and then I think in the 90s it went through a pretty big resurgence there. So it's pretty well tested in terms of, is this safe or not? And then when you compare it to something like aspirin, I think 3,000 people per year die from aspirin. So I just compared it to LSD, where you have zero. I think I would imagine, I've never ever heard of a mushroom death or either, like a psilocybin mushroom death. There are deaths from misidentifying mushrooms. So if people like eat mushrooms that they don't know are psilocybin mushrooms and they have misidentified them, they can get poisoned, or certainly you could probably die as well. But from the actual like LSD or psilocybin themselves, they're probably not much safer substances on the planet. And part of this is because of their similarity to just our body neurochemicals. So like your serotonin chemical is extremely similar to both LSD and psilocybin. Just the way that they look molecularly, they're basically like mirrors in a sense, and that's why they fit. They're almost like keys that fit into the same locks in our mind, and that's why they do what they do. But because of that, they're just extremely safe, and our body just knows how to process them because they're very familiar with the structure, and metabolizing it's like no big deal. Like, so it doesn't show up in like urine tests and things like that because your body just metabolizes these things very quickly and safely.
So, can someone trip out from like yoga or meditation?
I don't have a lot of success personally with yoga or meditation, but what my point, I think like my main thing with yoga and meditation is that I just don't like when people say, like, for example, you could get what you get from LSD out of doing other things. Couldn't you get what you get from LSD from doing other things like yoga or meditation? I just completely reject that. Like, there's just no, like, these are different things. And in fact, you want them to be different things. Like, if you're meditating, you kind of want to know that you're, like the act of taking a drug is actually very good because you know that you're kind of defining this part as like, okay, I'm kind of breaking for reality for a while. There's going to be a certain time amount. It's going to go away. And yeah, there's no replicating that through other means. So I think people that will try to tell you that don't know what they're talking about, and I don't think that that's a good argument at all. So that's my thoughts on that.
Right. And from your research and experience, what have you seen with mushrooms and their effect on depression and anxiety?
I don't know too much about mushrooms and depression and anxiety. I do think that there's a lot of studies going on with that, but I'm not too knowledgeable about that to be honest.
Sure. I think Brian Murrescu, he noted that, he's seen effects in, like very quickly, not just positive changes in attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs, but fundamental psychological change in an afternoon. Even a few years after experiments, 75% of volunteers still report that their one and only dose of psilocybin remains one of the most meaningful experiences of their entire lives, if not the most meaningful experience. I think this came out of a study at Roland Griffith's work at Johns Hopkins University.
This wasn't depression. This wasn't depression. So this is actually a Roland Griffith's study. He was seeing if like mushrooms could evoke the same type of mystical experiences that people had reported over the years, like famous mystics from religion and history, and their science in essence just proved that yes, the mystical states that are produced by psychedelics are almost indistinguishable from what are reported from the ancient mystics. And Brian Murrescu's quote that you just gave there was absolutely astonishing when you think about that, where 75% of the people that were in this study, even 3 years later, say that this was a fundamental transformative moment in their life. And this just one experience that's just extremely powerful. It just shows that I think Terence McKenna has a quote that says, going to the grave without having a psychedelic experience is like going to the grave without ever having sex. It's like you're just kind of missing out on this one facet of life, and there's no way to kind of tell you what this is, or you just have to actually experience it for yourself. And it's not for everybody, and it's not without risk, but there's no way to find out if that's for you without actually going in. But the thing is you don't have to just go in willy-nilly. Like you can actually, there are safe ways and there are safe protocols to do this. So if you can obtain, for example, some good mushrooms or some good LSD, you don't have to just go ahead and eat like a full dose out of nowhere, and just that's your first time. You can actually just kind of work your way into it slowly. So there's no rush to it. So if you have a good supply, you can actually just take your time over weeks or months and just kind of take really small amounts until you start to feel it and kind of work your way into it. And I think that these type of gentle kind of exposures to it tend to be a little more welcoming. There is value in just jumping off the deep end. I'm not saying that that's not valuable also, but it's not for everybody. So I'm just saying that there's different ways to go about this, and it's not always that you just have to do one and done type situation. These things you can actually work yourself into, and even if you don't fully go through a full psychedelic experience on some of these trips, you're kind of working your way up to it, getting a familiarity with it, you understanding how it makes your body feel. Also, in a sense, you're doing a little allergy testing, so that, oh, this is good. It's not harmful in a sense. Like I've got something that's good and it makes me feel good. So those things are better to determine at very low doses than very high doses.
Sure. Is this related to why are psychedelics sometimes called entheogens?
Entheogens.
Yeah.
So the reason that they're called entheogens, the word means that it awakens the divine within. So this is very controversial. People have different feelings and thoughts about that word, but to me, it's meaningful in the sense that it gives people access again to that mystical state, whatever you call that. If it's like a sense of religious awe or ecstasy or whatever it is, it kind of gives you access to these ecstatic states that are just not accessible through other means. And I don't know if I lost the thread there.
No, that was great. And so, I want to ask these a little bit rhetorically, but what does it mean to be a free and sovereign individual? What is the government allowed to regulate? What are your rights? What is your property? What are the limits of society and what are the boundaries of the individual? Do you have the right to modify your own mind? Do you have the right to modify your own computer? Bitcoin is a tool of information. LSD is a tool of experience and imagination. Similarly, I mean, like Ross Stevens has a quote that I think is phenomenal. You can stay on the fiat standard in which some people get to produce unlimited new units of money for free, just not you, or opt into the Bitcoin standard in which no one gets to do that, including you. Users of psychedelics go through, well, this is not Ross Stevens, but users of psychedelics go through similar lifestyle changes that profoundly change how they interact with the world. These can manifest in the same way as with Bitcoin, changes in how people eat, work, exercise, consume media, interact with each other, etc. These significant life changes may never have been actualized without directly using one or both of the technologies discussed in this article. Like any tool, these can be misused, abused, and lead users down the wrong path. Talking about combining Bitcoin and psychedelics, maybe a little bit more about your rabbit hole story. What was sort of the intersection there of Bitcoin and psychedelics?
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess this is good because it brings us back kind of a little to the beginning of our conversation because the way that I got into Bitcoin was also through psychedelics and art. So it's all very much tied into the conversation that we're having here. So as I was doing this art, some of the art that I made actually was LSD blotter art. So originally I collected it, but then, as I started becoming an artist and doing art, and then I wanted to make my own blotter art too. So like I started making blotter art and doing other things like that. So at one point I had a guy that had wanted to buy a stack of the blotter art from me, but he was in Brazil and he said, hey, will you take Bitcoin? Because it's just the easiest way to send money internationally for me. And I was like, well, yeah, I'll take Bitcoin, but I don't know how to do that. You have to tell me what to do. And he's like, okay, you need to set up a wallet and you go to blockchain.info and you just set it up. And, and you do this, you copy paste, send it. And I'm just going to send you the Bitcoin. And I had heard of Bitcoin, at this point it was 2015. So I had heard of Bitcoin a long time ago. I was actually on a mushroom forum where people were talking about it quite a lot back in 2010, 2011, when the Silk Road was kind of going on. Once they got busted, it became a lot more publicly known, I think, at that point. But I'd say at this point, I knew what it was, but I just had zero concept of like how to accept it or even that it changed in value in terms of the US dollar. I didn't really understand any of this, but he just wanted to pay me in Bitcoin. I said, no problem, fine. He sent me the Bitcoin, I sent him the art, and then in essence, this guy just basically disappeared back into the internet. He's just like some cypherpunk that popped up anonymously out of the internet and just disappeared back into the internet. I pretty much just never heard from him again. And I had this Bitcoin now in a wallet, and he told me like how to like see what it was worth, but I don't think I understood that you could exchange it or anything like that. I had just no concept of what I had. And in fact, I just basically ended up forgetting about it. And I think like a year later, one of my friends was like, hey, do you know where I can get some Bitcoin? Because I want to get some LSD on the dark net. I was like, oh yeah, I do. I actually have some Bitcoin and I need to pay my rent. And so I think like Bitcoin was like $600 at the time. So the Bitcoin that the guy had sent me for the art had appreciated in value basically like 3 or 4 times at this point. And like I was like, wow, like this is only worth $400 back then. Now it's worth like almost $2,000. And so paid quite a bit of rent at that point. And I think I had like a 0.1 of a Bitcoin that was left over, which was like $10 at that time. And it was in essence change that was I didn't give to him. I just gave him the rest of what I had. And again, I just forgot about it. And the same guy called me a year or 2 later, which was September of 2017. And he said, oh, hey, you remember that $10 of Bitcoin you didn't want to sell me? You should check your account because Bitcoin's worth $4,000 now. And I was like, what? That's not true. But I went home and I looked and my little 0.1 was actually worth $400. And I was like, wow, this is insane. Like my whole art sale was supposed to be $400 and now I have $400 again magically, like, and I already extracted 2,000 in value. Like what the fuck is going on here? So now I'm like paying attention, like the first 2 times, okay, I missed it. Now I'm starting to see like something's going on here. Like how is this work? Like if somebody gives you $1 next year it's not worth $2. It's certainly not worth $10. Like you're not like, so now I'm paying attention. So in September, I kind of like start watching it move from September to December. So this point one goes from $400 to like $2,000. And I was like, man, like this is really crazy. And that's when I started like hearing all the narratives like, oh, Bitcoin is slow and it's boomer tech and it's slow and slow and outdated and all this stuff. And you want these other coins. And so I believed all that stuff. And in essence, like I ended up probably spending that whole point one on like shit coins and doing all kinds of retarded stuff with it. So in essence, all that got lost. But like that's why I say like a system without consequences is, you don't really learn from that. So these both systems, Bitcoin and psychedelics, they have definite consequences. And in essence, you never forget that you sold 3 Bitcoin for $1,800 for rent or whatever. Like, like at one point when that was $70,000 or whatever that was like $210,000 for this art, like absolutely inconceivable, to think about these things. So the lessons are hard. You remember them. You modify your behavior in your life to make sure you don't make these same type of mistakes again. And I think it's very important. So these consequences are real, and I do think that they're valuable. And I think me personally, I've grown through using both and learning the hard way.
Yeah, similar pain and tuition costs. I want to read a bit from your piece. So in December 2017, I made my first Bitcoin art. This change in subject matter was significant for me as I view my art as a method to spread my message to the world. When I get into something, it takes over my whole life. Psychedelics had been my subject for over a decade, so this shift was monumental for me. I quickly got tricked into shitcoining, and for about a year and a half, I believed ridiculous things like Ethereum is the future of art and other equally dubious things. But as I said, when I get into something, I become consumed by it. I investigate it as thoroughly as I can. I began investigating NFTs, learning how they were coded, how they work, and the more I learned, the more disillusioned I became. Through using an array of shitcoins in combination with psychedelics, I quickly saw that I was on the path of broken promises and dead-end tech of this wasteland of shitcoinery. There was a hard line, a threshold, and I crossed it in June of 2019. While working on a hackathon project for the Bitcoin 2019 conference, I went through a psychedelic experience that drew a line in the sand. While working on a really cheesy Super Bowl commercial for Bitcoin, the resolve hit me all at once. I logged onto the exchange and dumped all my shitcoins for Bitcoin, and my art was going to be Bitcoin only from here on out. The following month, I flew out to San Francisco for the Bitcoin 2019 conference. That Friday, during the conference, I heard someone mention Bitcoin's clock and calendar-like nature. I took some LSD that evening and went to a Bitcoin developers meetup a few blocks away from my hotel. After a full day and evening consuming LSD and Bitcoin content, I spent the night sketching out the very first concept designs for the Bitcoin full node sculpture. I spent the next 7 months working tirelessly, avoiding friends, TV, Twitter, and sleeping in an endless quest to create. Here, I quickly combined Bitcoin and psychedelics with the intended desire of creating an art piece that mapped Bitcoin over time, space, mind, and the people making up the network. This process stretched out the entire 7 months, and I used LSD in different ways during this time. I found it especially helpful in 2 distinct endeavors. So I'd love for you to describe these 2 different, distinct endeavors. Start with the first one for holistic, big picture thinking. Maybe how do you frame up your usage and your approach?
Okay, there's actually so much there in terms of the history of where we came from. So I definitely want to touch on that, but you brought up some thoughts also in terms of where I've come from artistically and also just how I like to use it to spread a message. And I do think that actually, the way that I said it there kind of brought a little of the gravity better than the way I described it before, because I do take it very seriously when I'm kind of making art. It's like I feel like, yes, I'm using it to spread a message, and I do feel like that's very important and there's a responsibility there. So I tend to be very focused on delivering that message. And with psychedelics, it was the message that these are wholesome, valuable tools for humanity that are misrepresented and misunderstood, and something that people should look deeper at. And so when I found Bitcoin and I actually kind of decided to do a subject change, in essence. And it really, in many ways, I don't even consider it a subject change, because I feel like Bitcoin is a complementary revolutionary technology, just like psychedelics are. So it's just basically it's a new spin on the path that I was already on, in essence. But it was pretty monumental to me in the sense of saying, like, okay, like now we're going to incorporate something different to what we've been doing for the past, your whole life, in essence, the past 10 years of your life. So it was definitely a huge deal to kind of first incorporate that. But then coming from that time of 2017, there was a lot of like misdirection and me kind of doing self analysis through psychedelics and saying, like, hey, is a lot of this narrative you're being told true? Is some of this stuff accurate? Is what you're being told good? And part of it was like with some of the NFT things, like as an artist, you're actually like creating these things and selling tokens, like, and really, like, there's nothing more shitcoiny than creating your own token and trying to sell it to other people for their Bitcoin or whatever. So like when I had realized this, it was a very, like there was a lot of like self-searching that I had to go through to come to like realization of like, what is all this and where is my place in the world? And so all these things happen, like it kind of breezed through there in the article. But yeah, from 2017 to 2019 was a very deep time. And yes, that like kind of cheesy Super Bowl commercial thing was a turning point for me. I kind of had spent a lot of time and energy making like these really stupid NFT things, like, and like every weekend, like the way that the NFT market is, it kind of like it pays you to keep producing crappy continuous art like over and over again. And like I was basically like fooled into doing that over and over again like for a few months. And then at some point I just was like, look, this is absolutely ridiculous and repugnant behavior. Like, what are you doing with your life? And like, so like, yeah, then I changed, and it was kind of a big deal, because like I'm seeing all these other NFT artists that I was friends with and working with at the time. And like that whole thing kind of started to blow up really big right when I turned said like, this is not right, and I'm gonna do Bitcoin only. So I'm actually like sitting here in my apartment, like not talking to anybody, watching all this NFT shit like go crazy, working on this Bitcoin mandala that nobody's seen, nobody even knows is going on, nobody cares about, nobody fucking cares, and nobody knows what I'm doing. And so months of this, so and like eventually, like finally, I release it, and people are like, the reaction was unbelievable. So like that was kind of proved to me that yes, like you're on the right path and there is some value in what you're doing. And like the market doesn't only want this retarded, stupid thing that you didn't feel good about doing anyways. Like here's something that you could feel good about doing. It spreads a positive message, and there's something wholesome here, and there's something that the world needs. And maybe you have a way to kind of translate it that other people will relate to it. And people have told me that, sometimes like, just seeing a picture of something is relatable in a different way than maybe reading about it. So just, it's the way that I can help, in essence, I guess.
Sure. So maybe we could talk a little bit about
I didn't get to those things, those 2 points that you were going to ask. Okay, so the ways that, in essence, what this led to, the ways that I was using LSD and Bitcoin in combination during this time of kind of creating that LSD mandala was 2 ways. One, I would do kind of a high dose type sessions where I didn't really care about like doing the actual work. I could almost get a little sloppy and just really like get very far out there in my mind, turn the project around, just kind of think about it in different ways. And honestly, like if I got distracted or I went somewhere totally different, that was fine. Sometimes you can't control like how this stuff goes, but sometimes, sometimes magic happens, and you kind of have to open yourself up to it and kind of create the proper setting. So like nobody's going to bother you. You have time to yourself. You have the proper place, the proper amount, all these things is kind of, by setting things up, you kind of allow for this magic to happen. So, when you're in these spaces, sometimes I would do like basic sketches, or even if you just get these ideas, like once you have the vision, it doesn't go away a lot of times. That's one of the advanced uses of psychedelics, I think, is some people will take psychedelics when they're not very experienced with it. They'll have these very epiphany visions and, come to this amazing realization, but then the next morning they kind of forget about it. I find that becoming more familiar with it and being able to kind of leverage the insights that you get from psychedelics is a little more advanced use of it. And so some of these uses of combining are kind of leveraging that as well. So you have these high dose sessions that are more just in essence for like forming ideas on the project and kind of thinking about it holistically, like how do these things fit together? How does it work? And then other times you'll have the other way that I would use it is kind of like in a flow state situation where you're trying to actually do the work. So you're actually like, okay, you have your concept, you kind of know what you're doing. Now you're just kind of in front of your pencil or your computer or whatever you're using and actually just sitting there for hours and doing whatever it is. Sometimes you could just get so lost in it that just time dissolves and everything goes away. And, your wife's like, yo, you haven't eaten in 2 days. And it's like, don't bother me, woman. I'm over here making magic. And, you just kind of have this feeling that things are right and you're on and like, and everything's kind of coming together correctly. And there's kind of ways that you can, like I said, set yourself up for success like this. And I do give some examples in the article about just kind of the ways that I would do the flow state. The flow state sessions would be different than a high dose session. A high dose, maybe you would just take your full amount, whatever you would like for the dose at one point. Whereas if you were doing one of these kind of creative flow state sessions, if you had what you would consider one dose, maybe you would cut that into quarters. And instead of taking it all at once, you just kind of take 1/4 and then just see how it feels. And sometimes like that's enough to get you going and you don't actually need anything more. And sometimes that doesn't do much. And like, you kind of don't really need to have expectations, but kind of every hour you could just keep taking another quarter. And then a lot of times just by doing this really slow kind of over time entrance into the state, it doesn't hit you all at once. So there's not this like overwhelming shift from regular consciousness to, oh my gosh, I'm tripping. In fact, it happens kind of so slow and gently that you kind of just move into it. And by creating these kind of gentle transitions, you also kind of allow for yourself to move into these flow states a little easier because you don't have like the body shocks or the mental shocks or anything. It just kind of all flows and you're kind of setting up, you have all your tools of your trade, whatever you're trying to do, good music, everything kind of plays properly. And, you just never can be attached to things. Like if it works out, cool. If you don't have nothing and nothing productive happens, really, it's not the end of the world. You just have another Sunday and it is what it is. So it's like, I think like not having attachments to it is also important because sometimes you can kind of try to push yourself too far and that's not productive. In a flow state, you just just want to, like I was saying, you just want to have that feeling that things are right and things are moving forward and things are good. And if not, sometimes you can't force it. You can kind of fake it till you make it a little, but if things aren't working, it's no problem to just go off in other directions. And sometimes other directions are where the magic happens, to be quite honest.
Sure. Magic is awesome. You have a saying, create high, edit sober. And I want to read a little bit more from your piece. Many professionals have been and continue to be too scared of professional or social repercussions due to their use of psychedelics. Luckily, not everyone is silent on this matter. Dennis Weir, a computer programmer, shared this story. Here is a way I used LSD-25 for a complex programming project in 1975. I was working in New York developing a compiler for an application language called Marlin. At one point in the project, I could not get an overall viewpoint of the operation of the entire system. It really was too much for my brain to keep all the subtle aspects and processing nuances clear so I could get a processing and design overview. After struggling with this problem for a few weeks, I decided to use a little acid to see if it would enable a breakthrough. I used only 75 micrograms because I was not interested in tripping, as I had a specific, limited, and definite purpose for the use of LSD. While stimulated by the LSD, I was able to get the entire system wholly in my mind at the same time. I spent some time mentally visualizing various aspects of the compiler, the language, and the processing which would take place. I did discover 3 or 4 design inconsistencies while being stimulated by the effect of the LSD, and I made notes for later checking. Once all the changes were made, I was able to successfully complete the programming of this huge system. The design changes I made reduced future program modification errors and contributed to the elegance of the design. The system was a commercial success for my employer and was used for many years by them. Although the use of LSD was an important component of the success of the system, no one knew of its use except for me.
That to me is just such an amazing story on so many levels because it's a perfect description of some of the things that I was trying to say earlier, how, he was able to use it to just see the system holistically in a different perspective. And he was able to make material changes that were good for his employer but the really dynamic, he just kind of disclosed this. He just disclosed this like 20 years later on the internet, and like no one knew. And because of the social stigma, we will never know how many revelatory changes have happened in the world because of LSD, because a lot of people just won't tell you that it has anything to do with maybe something important or something, something that they thought of. Sometimes they may not even realize, but sometimes it's very, very, very plain. And I found a lot of programming examples where there was different programmers that were using psychedelics. I even found one that used it in that same exact way that I was saying, where you kind of take a quarter every hour in that very gentle way. He was basically gave a description where he said, oh, if you just take a sliver of a tab and you can end up coding and really end up in some creative spaces. And I think he also even was saying how sometimes you can just end up in a totally different place than you started, but sometimes that's kind of where you need to be anyways, project wise. Like you didn't think you needed to go here, but that's where it ends up.
Right. And there's more examples you cited, like Bill Atkinson and with HyperCard and Apple, and how that's sort of meta using tools of self-sovereignty to create additional tools of self-sovereignty.
That's super cool. How he basically used LSD and then he created something that Apple shipped to millions of households all over the planet. And like what this tool did is it let your regular person become like a desktop publisher. So it was the first kind of computer art and computer publishing tools that people had access to. So HyperCard was a huge deal. So he's creating this tool that allows people to become their own publisher, their own artist, and they never had this ability before in a sense. And so he's giving them this tool of self-sovereignty. He created this tool of self-sovereignty by using two other tools of self-sovereignty, computers and psychedelics together. So his combination of the two led to an entirely new creation that other people were able to benefit from. And just, so this goes back to that kind of like what you were saying before with the way when we have our brain is changing and making these new connections and new pathways, what happens when you unleash this on the world. So I think HyperCard's story is another amazing example of how this happens.
Right. I want to read a little more from your piece. You believe we are all capable of creating masterpieces. A car mechanic can be so good that he is considered an artist. The same applies to a chef, a lawyer, or a teacher. All these crafts can be honed to a level of mastery. Find your passion, follow it, and create your masterpieces. Using these tools of self-sovereignty, Fractal believes we can grow as individuals and cultivate the opportunity to impact the world around us in more profound ways. Kind of turning a little bit towards origin stories. I mean, it is kind of, there are some maybe parallels between maybe Albert Hoffman and Satoshi. You noted how, we always kind of get what actually happened.
I was thinking before we jump into the similarities between the segue that you just gave there, where we were talking about how first we were talking about how HyperCard allowed other people to benefit from tools of self-sovereignty that were built with tools of self-sovereignty. What I was trying to convey there for everybody else is that no matter who you are and what you can do, you probably do something good enough that you can create a masterpiece at it, whatever it is. I don't know what that is. You probably know your thing. But if you kind of lean into that, in essence, like kind of I did with the art, and then kind of also point that at Bitcoin, you may find that you're able to leverage these things in ways that will lead to new things like HyperCard that do change the world. So every single one of us, everybody that's listening, we all have the ability to create a masterpiece. Yours kind enough to say that about my art pieces, but I just think everybody can make art. We all just work in a different medium. We're all artists. We all just work in different mediums. And there is a big reason to go out and create. And the reason that you want to go out and create is because in essence, this is very fulfilling. This could change your life. You just kind of want to follow your passion. What drives you in life? If you follow that, you never know where it will take you. So I figure it can't take you wrong, because it will just take you to avenues that you're already interested in. And if for some reason you find you're no longer interested in that, you just change your avenue.
Right on. I love what you said there. I'm turning a little bit to origin stories. Was Albert Hoffman CIA? Was Satoshi CIA? You kind of frame things up with what actually happened, what we're told happened, and complete fabrications and misinformation about what happened. So, maybe more towards LSD and Hoffman. What do you see going on there with maybe the CIA?
Oh, well, with Hoffman and the CIA, there's some conjecture that Sandoz was a longtime CIA kind of asset. So that there was a definitely a relationship between the CIA and Sandoz, but more concretely, there was an episode in France in a city called Port
Saint Esprit? I lost you.
Essence, where people kind of went crazy, and they attributed it to St. Anthony's fire, which is like an ergotism. And it's basically like I was saying before, LSD comes from a fungus called ergo. So they were saying that this was an ergo poisoning, but what people actually think happened is it was a covert LSD dosing that the CIA kind of perpetrated in this French city. And there's actually a whole book about this. Hank Amparelli has a book that kind of gets deep into the Pont Saint Esprit incident, and it's super interesting. So whether or not like Albert Hoffman was directly a CIA asset or not is certainly up for debate, but there's definitely these interesting connections that people have drawn, and without question, the U.S. government had put in orders for LSD from Sandoz, so there were certainly like connections there between the U.S. government and whether the CIA or not, I don't know. And the same can be said with Satoshi. So we have things like the NSA creating the SHA-256 algorithm, so people are suspicious right off the bat. And I think when Satoshi left was actually because Gavin Andreessen said he wanted to go do a presentation in front of the CIA about Bitcoin. They wanted to talk to him about Bitcoin, and I was like, we never heard from Satoshi again. So like there's certainly these weird origin stories that number one, like kind of like I was saying, we have the official story, like what we're told. Then there's probably what actually happened, and then there's also misinformation about what happened. So these are extremely mysterious origin stories, but the fact is that these technologies, so Bitcoin and psychedelic LSD, like they exist today. So like what we have to figure out is like, how are these things important to me as an individual? So like, where can I benefit from these technologies? Since we already know they exist, it's kind of like not beneficial, I think, to like wonder about like who Satoshi is, in essence, like, oh, who is the Satoshi? Do I have to know? There's not a lot of benefit to actually knowing that, but actually the benefit becomes like knowing how can you use Satoshi's invention to better your life. Like,
right. Yeah, I mean, I think Terence McKenna popularized the stoned ape theory, where unthinking monkeys evolved into humans by consuming psychedelic mushrooms on the African plains. Don't know if that's accurate. The CIA seems to be everywhere here, from Bitcoin to LSD. I mean, MK Ultra. There's been rumors and conspiracy theories about the CIA and the Grateful Dead and the whole scene in San Francisco, which kind of brings us to the early, computer revolution. And we talked about it a little bit earlier in the show, but LSD used to be legal in California until 1966. You noted one of those studies where, in this one that I have in front of me, 27 men participated in a study which included, engineers, physicists, mathematicians, architects, furniture designer, and a commercial artist. The subjects were instructed to select one or more problems that required a creative solution, and then subjects had to work for weeks or months without being able to find a satisfactory solution before the program. And what came out of that was astonishing: a mathematical theorem for NOR gate circuits, a conceptual model of a photon, a linear electron accelerator beam steering device. This all sounds like Austin Powers. A new design for the vibratory microtome, a technical improvement of the magnetic tape recorder. Different things there.
Yeah, they have like concrete results, and it's super interesting to think that you had like a good overlap of at least 10 or maybe 12, 15 years where computer science and psychedelic science were not controversial at all to combine. So you could have had people doing both, and in fact, there's a lot of evidence that there was people doing both, straight all the way through the 60s. Like pre-illegalization, there was actually a group called the International Foundation for Advanced Study that basically dosed 350 very reputable, scientists and engineers in the computer science industry in San Francisco. And some of these people were very influential in computers. In fact, one of them, Doug Engelbart, even invented the mouse later on. So like something that you probably have on your desk right fucking now, like this, these people were, expanding their mind and figuring out how some of this works through psychedelics. And it's very interesting to think that not only was it happening at the same time, but it was happening in the same geographic location. So you have this little pinpoint that happens in history that focuses right around the San Francisco Bay Area, and you have this kind of mix of both cryptography, computing, and psychedelics that happen both at the public and military levels. So there's like levels to what's going on, but it's all happening in the same exact place and time. So all these ideas are kind of commingling, coexisting, and entering existence together, and there's no way to unentangle them. And I think the internet itself is probably a very direct result of psychedelics and computers being combined.
Wow. Yeah, I want to read more from your piece. LSD was used at many of the top computer companies of the 50s and 60s for everything from systems design to the design of computer circuitry. Several of the early computer design engineers relied on LSD in designing circuit chips, especially in the years before they could be designed on computers, because you had to be able to visualize a staggering complexity in 3 dimensions, hold it all in your head, and they found that LSD could help. Timothy Leary, Harvard professor and well-known psychedelic evangelist, became an outspoken proponent of the power of personal computing as a tool for personal growth. He saw the personal computer as a technology that could open the mind in many of the same ways as LSD. Quote, "The PC is the LSD of the 1990s," end quote, Timothy Leary. LSD was everywhere in 60s Silicon Valley. Computer scientists, programmers, and designers from all major companies were involved. This story from Wired magazine goes into the connections between psychedelics, the internet, and the Grateful Dead. Even though this story is from 25 years before Bitcoin's birth, the following paragraph below sounds very Bitcoin-like. One part of that transaction's magic is the achievement of sharing useful content through the network over decades in time. But another, even more astonishing fact is the resilience of the data, that it held from machine to machine with some kind of life force of its own. Something inside of it made it self-replicating and alive, something begging to be copied and shared and listening to a song. And listen
That's just like Bitcoin poetry to me, When I saw that quote, it was like I couldn't believe it was 25 years before Bitcoin that people had a system that had data resilience that they were using like this. And it's amazing to see how kind of Grateful Dead songs were one of the impetus for data to start moving across the internet. So it's kind of like there's just, and this is before the internet. This is just like networked computers that happened to be networked in the 70s.
Right. And more from your piece, we can see that the beginnings of the computer and psychedelic revolutions both trace their roots back to this focused nexus of location and time. These rivers seem to flow into the same oceans and arise from the same sources. There are overlapping ripples between the seemingly separate subcultures brewing in the early compute and psychedelic communities. Many thinkers, authors, scientists, and researchers of the time came in close contact through social circumstances or through their occupations. The path from building tools of control for corporations to building tools for people to resist control came about over decades. So, I mean, there's just this huge nexus here of all this stuff going on. So then how does cryptography fall in line with these other revolutions that are happening, and who is Whit Diffie?
Yeah, Whit Diffie, if you ever heard of exchanging your public and private key with somebody, pretty much Whitfield Diffie and Martin Hellman are the two that you can thank for that. And in essence, these two heroes kind of wrestled public key cryptography out from the jaws of the military industrial complex. There was already cryptography that was happening, but most of that crypto was extremely military sensitive, and it was not publicly accessible information. And these two guys were some of the first that really started to go out and try to pull together as much of this information that they could on cryptography systems. And not only did they figure out, kind of a little of what was already going on, but they created their own, version, which now people are still using today. The public private key exchange is called I think it's called a Diffie-Hellman key exchange, actually. So it's these two guys that we can really thank for doing that. And these are the guys that pretty much brought privacy to humanity. And I think these are very interesting people to look at. And I did spend a little bit of the article kind of getting into some of their philosophies. And really, they are kind of an outcropping of what first came earlier with that 1950s, 1960s. So first we had the military industrial complex funding some really big computing projects, and also probably also funding a lot of psychedelic research as well, to be honest. So that the 50s and 60s. Now, this time where we're talking about with Hellman and Diffie is more mid 70s. So we've already had computing and things like that. So now they're able to use some of these technologies that were built. But again, we're in the same exact San Francisco Bay Area. So we have this nexus that's going on. But this work that they did was very unliked by the government, and in fact they pretty much almost made it illegal to write code that was cryptographic in nature, and they pretty much considered it a munition. And there was something called the encryption wars of the 80s and 90s, and the original cypherpunks that probably birthed the whole Satoshi movement were pretty much radicalized through what happened during this time, where they were pretty much saying code was the same as a weapon. And so you had cypherpunks saying, no, not only is code not a weapon, but code is the way to protect ourselves. Code is the shield, not the weapon.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, reading more from your piece, I mean, cryptography was a closely guarded secret of government intelligence agencies until Whit Diffie and Martin Hellman wrestled the secret knowledge free and gave it to the everyday man. This insolence was not without consequences. The government tried to ban encryption by labeling it as a munition of war and making it illegal to write and publish cryptographic code. Using cryptography would be the same as being a weapons dealer. This led to the encryption wars of the 80s and 90s. Here again, we find ourselves in this pinpoint nexus of time and place. The hero of our story joins the battle, changing the course of human history forever. In 1965, after leaving MIT, Whit Diffie got a job through his knowledge of psychedelics, and in 1969 traveled to, you guessed it, the San Francisco Bay Area. In 1975, he published his work on public-private key cryptography that underpins the entire Bitcoin system. And thinking about how the 60s counterculture of San Francisco shaped the entire PC industry, quote, Diffie's job interview at the Mitre Corporation was with a distinguished mathematician and software designer named Roland Silver, who became his mentor. It was an unusual interview by military contractor standards. It took place at Silver's home, and almost the entire conversation concerned psychedelic drugs, how to prepare them, where to acquire them, etc. Diffie passed with flying colors. Diffie was also a major proponent of personal liberty and self-sovereignty. When he learned that government intelligence agencies were hiding knowledge of cryptographic mathematics, he is quoted as saying, "Cryptography is vital to human privacy. Maybe passionate researchers in the public sector should attempt to liberate the subject. If we put our minds to it, we could rediscover a lot of that material." These are some interesting dudes. So how does Ralph Merkle tie in with these guys?
Yeah, so that's interesting. And I even forgot that psychedelic connection with Diffie too. That was hard to find, but that was a great little piece in there, is the fact that he got his the way that he came into San Francisco was through psychedelics. So again, we have this connection between psychedelics, cryptography, Bitcoin, computing. I just find this to be fascinating how they're interconnected so deeply. Now, Ralph Merkle shows up on the scene, I want to say, in the later 70s. So in the earlier 70s or mid 70s, we have the public key cryptography paper from Hellman and Diffie. I think Merkle reads that paper and then kind of links up with them, and they begin doing additional work. I think RSA also sprung out of this, which is another type of cryptography. So we have Merkle trees, and we also have the RSA cryptography that all kind of springs directly out of this initial Diffie-Hellman connection. And all these people are pretty interconnected all through the 80s. So there's a lot of computer conferences and some super interesting transcripts that still exist where you see like kind of representatives from all three of the camps all presenting at some of the conferences, and there's some really interesting historical stuff that still does exist from that time, which I suggest people look into if they are interested.
Yeah, I mean, so much going on here. We got the motto "Cypherpunks write code," and we'd be remiss if we didn't tie in someone going through a terribly tragic, legendary hero's journey at the moment. The story about Silk Road and how that ties into all of this.
Yeah, that's probably one of the connections to Bitcoin that is not as obvious, but yeah. So Ross Ulbricht was probably one of the first people that saw the revolutionary nature of Bitcoin and how it could be used as a tool of self-sovereignty. And he created the Silk Road website, which was in essence just a libertarian platform that allowed people to buy and sell whatever they wanted, without laws there. And the currency that they used was Bitcoin. But before Silk Road really was anything, it didn't even have its first product, So as Ross was kind of dreaming this up and thinking about it, he had to come up with his first product. And what a lot of people don't know is that the very first product on Silk Road was psychedelic mushrooms. And they're psychedelic mushrooms that Ross actually grew himself so that he could put them on the Silk Road and they can actually be the first things that were sold. So there's this extremely deep connection between Bitcoin and psychedelics that pretty much goes back to the beginning, because when you look at what transactions there are for Bitcoin, everybody knows about the pizza. So there's the pizza that was sold for the 10,000 Bitcoin, and there may be a couple other things. I know some people are selling some paper cups and some paper towels and things like that on Bitcoin Talk. But pretty much one of the first things that was ever transacted for Bitcoin was psychedelic mushrooms. So again, we see these connections that are intertwined in an unentangleable manner.
Right. And to also of note, you mentioned that the first place Ross advertised the Silk Road was on a psychedelic mushroom online forum called the Shroomery under the username Altoid. You can still read his one and only post, and you put the link here. That's another interesting thing, is that the place that he advertised the Silk Road, so one of the first advertisements for the Silk Road ever, it's kind of like one of those historical things. People go on tours, like, hey, we're going to take a tourist tour through Miami or whatever. So you can actually take a tourist tour through the internet and see today Altoid's post on the Shroomery still advertising the Silk Road. And I do think that that's an interesting piece of Bitcoin history for people to go check out. So you guys got to check out that link. And it's kind of one of those forgotten pieces, but it's still out there for anybody to visit today. Right. I want to read a little more from your work. So a Bitcoin node is a source of truth, a complete history from the now, all the way back to the Genesis. By running your own node, you empower yourself to obtain your own direct source of truth, unmediated by banks, politicians, or priests. For Bitcoin, this allows users to know with certainty that their own transactions are valid and real. No need to melt down a gold bar to verify using expensive equipment and time. If the Bitcoin arrives in my wallet, I know it's 100% real. It's not counterfeit. It's not debased. It is pure, unadulterated Bitcoin. With psychedelics, you can similarly grow, synthesize, and/or extract your own, removing the need for middlemen or concerns over purity, weight, and misidentification. Psychedelics allow you to, as Sama Katharo coined it, connect to your own inner node. The software running the wetware of the most complex and densely ramified processing machine known to man, your mind. You can use them to distill your own source of inner truth. You can explore the vast mindscapes within your head without any need for a psychiatrist or other trusted third party to interfere or project their frame of reference onto you. Psychedelics give you the keys to your own inner palace. And while running a full-scale psychedelic laboratory is outside the abilities and desires of most of the population, almost all adults can take control of their psychedelic path and grow their own mushrooms, cacti, and cannabis. Of course, there's various legal ramifications in various jurisdictions, and each user has to decide accordingly. So what are maybe some of the known, or I'll name some of the known psychedelics. You got LSD, MDMA, mushrooms, DMT. You mentioned cacti here, cannabis. What are research chemicals?
So research chemicals are actually an interesting phenomenon. They're kind of a lesser known branch of psychedelics, and most of these stem from a researcher named Alexander Shulgin, who he's passed on now, but in the 80s he published some books, two books actually, that kind of covered a spectrum of different psychedelic analogs. So these are things that were kind of based on the molecular structure of either LSD or mescaline, and these are two relatively different branches, tryptamines and phenethylamines. So those two branches, he kind of created a cookbook almost for each one of those, and there's about 152 different variations. And within that cookbook, he would kind of test them out all himself with a little group of his friends, so maybe like 10 or so different people. They would test them out and they would start low and kind of go high. And so these books were not only a cookbook, but they would also be like an experience. They say, hey, this is what this one does, and this is how it feels. And because he created all these interesting weird variations of psychedelics, other people started to realize that, hey, like you could in essence just start modifying different molecules, and it will actually create different feelings in the way that you experience the world. So there's a whole branch of research chemicals that kind of spun off of Shulgin's initial research, and some of these things are not well researched and not well understood, and some of them are more dangerous than others. So not every psychedelic is as safe as we were talking about before, in the sense that you have like a very low profile of deaths, like a zero with their LSDs and your psilocybins. There are some psychedelics, something called like NBOME. There was a 25I series of NBOMEs, and these things were actually killing people at doses that were just kind of like 1 or 2. And these were extremely dangerous because they were almost like a counterfeit LSD. It was like a substance that was potent enough that you could fit it on an LSD blotter, and people were misrepresenting it and selling it as LSD. So people didn't know that they weren't taking LSD and they were actually taking one of these research chemicals, and that didn't have the same profile. So these are some of the dangers inherent in having a system where you have something that's illegal, in quotes, I'm saying, because now you have the government saying like this, perfectly safe thing is illegal. So people go to try to find other weird things. And in fact, it's actually much more dangerous and now killing people. So there's weird ramifications that are a consequence of nonsensical regulation.
Yep, I can see that. And Eric Kayson's been on the show twice. We examined truth and law and all different frameworks of authority. He's also just a very deep and intense philosopher. He said, and you quoted him, coming to a deep understanding of Bitcoin is very much like a deep psychedelic trip, because everything seems to transform around this ideal in a way that's very unexpected and quite radical, because now you are seeing things in a way that is quite different from the way you originally thought you were seeing them. And, with, there's this concept of finality that we have to think about here. There is no point of return with both psychedelics and Bitcoin. You go on to write, once you send a Bitcoin transaction, there's no taking it back. Once you click send and it is confirmed by the network, no action you take can stop that Bitcoin from moving once. When you place a hit of LSD on your tongue or eat a few grams of mushrooms, you are committed to the experience for the next several hours. There is no control Z, do-overs, or take-backs. There is no way out but through. So now, you're at the precipice, and, I'm going to ask a bunch of rhetorical questions here, that one might think about on Bitcoin or psychedelics, which leads to these questions. So what is time? What is money? What is real? What is language? What is work? What is energy? Is using energy good or bad? Where do I fit in among my peers? Why do these two different technologies bring us to the same fundamental questions about reality? And what is it to be human? Why do they inspire us to ask the big questions? The concept of time is deeply enmeshed in Bitcoin and psychedelics on multiple levels. Bitcoin has reimagined timekeeping, and the implications of this are yet to be understood. The human experience of time is variable. We interpret time through a lens of other perceptions. For instance, if you're having fun, time may seem to go fast, while when you're desperately waiting for something, it can feel like every second is an eternity. So what is time like on psychedelics?
Time on psychedelics is very similar to time on Bitcoin in the sense that it's not really related to clock time. So the time that we're used to, it kind of ticks by moment, but the way we experience it is actually different. Now, psychedelics kind of hyper extend that. So I tend to think that it actually makes time go slower in the sense where you feel like you have that same sense where time is really taking a long time to move from 1 minute to the next, rather than the opposite where when your time is having fun and it's kind of moving very quickly. I find that it does the opposite, which to me the value of that is that it makes your life longer. Like if you think about it, if time is moving slower and you're fitting more experience into the same amount of time, like you're actually like making your life richer and like increasing the amount of life that you have.
Right. I hear what you're saying there. So, I want to get a little bit more into integration, and I want to know what your thoughts are on just maybe alcohol in general, and then integrating alcohol into these sort of implementations, because regardless of maybe how you feel about alcohol or how it might go and the pros and cons of that, I think a lot of people, especially maybe either younger or even just recreationally, might be integrating alcohol into these experiences.
Oh, this is a great question. I I do use alcohol in the sense that I have wine sometimes. I also drink whiskey. But with psychedelics, I don't usually combine those two. I tend to much more commonly combine cannabis with, well, pretty much that. I tend to use cannabis throughout the day, but alcohol, alcohol affects me in a different way in the sense that alcohol kind of slows my mind down and I use it extremely selectively. Like if I know I'm not going to be reading anything for the evening, or if I know I'm not going to be doing anything for the evening, then I'll know I can kind of have some alcohol. But if I like want to do stuff, then I might go to the LSD side of things, like where I like, okay, I know I'm going to get shit done. So like they're totally different and I don't really find them compatible, but I do find it interesting that you bring up that a lot of other people probably do. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You just have to understand that what you're doing is you're modulating the experience in some way, whether you use cannabis, like I kind of said that I do, or alcohol or any other substance. Like you're going to just be modulating the experience. And that's not necessarily bad or good. It may be actually fine for your personal body chemistry. And maybe that's like totally okay for you. But alcohol tends to be just very strong for me. So I don't do too well with it. So I don't have it super often, but I'm not really against it necessarily. It's just not one of, like, for me, it just takes me in the opposite way of how I usually want to feel, but sometimes it's just very appropriate. So I
Right.
guess both.
Right on. And, maybe about inexperience versus experience use, maybe how does that interplay into this? And maybe thinking about sort of maybe wanting to retain your insights or, action plans from the experience.
Right. That's probably one of the most important things is, if you're going to go into one of these experiences, like how are you going to kind of integrate this later on? And there's really no two ways about it, where I was saying experience use and inexperience use. You kind of can't get to the experience level until you've been in experience for a little bit. So I think sometimes you have to work your way through it to find the way that you can personally leverage it best. But for me, certainly it's extremely easy now because like I don't have that experience where, oh, I have this great epiphany and I totally lost it. Like, no, I'm pretty great at like noting when I have an okay idea and at least trying to sketch it out or try to save it, or if nothing else, then I'm okay with losing it. But I definitely think that integrating it is probably the main important thing from the psychedelic experience, because you can go and have the experience and that's valid in and of itself, that you just kind of go outside of your normal experience for a while. But I think the real value to you is kind of not just in that moment or in that say few hours that you're on the psychedelic, but actually like how does that transform the rest of your life kind of going forward from there. And the way to kind of find out that best is, I think, through just kind of repeated use. And there's just no way around that. It's just that you kind of have to use these things over and over again. And just like Bitcoin, it's like kind of you you learn it each time you use it, and by using it more, you get a little better and more comfortable at it. The first time it's really scary. Like if you send a Bitcoin transaction, you don't know, like, I send this to the right address, and I actually sent a whole Bitcoin to the wrong address once in 2015, like back in those days and stuff. So like, yeah, did I send this to the right place? And like, you're very unsure about this, and like, you don't know what you're doing. And the only way to become comfortable is just to kind of like get yourself through that and just do it a couple times in a way that you're comfortable with, and then you gain this adeptness through doing that. But I definitely think that would be the goal for anybody using psychedelics, would be just to figure out how they could leverage it. And I mean, certainly, I think there's just no way around that. Like, probably as you're just first starting to discover psychedelics, you will have those epiphany moments that you'll lose the next day. You'll kind of figure out the whole meaning of life and everything at night, and then the next morning you'll just scratch your head and try to figure out what that was. But I definitely think, like, over time you begin to kind of figure a way that you can actually access that, and then really kind of use that to transform yourself and your experience with the world, and also sometimes maybe translate it in a way that it's valuable to others and they can see it as well.
Right. And you go on to write, benefits, discoveries, and inventions can manifest in a spark of inspiration, only to be forgotten and lost forever just moments later. Some users experience changes after a psychedelic experience, but they are short-lived. They'll gain insight and make changes. But like many New Year's resolutions, these quickly fade into entropy. The changes last a few weeks, maybe a month, but soon users find themselves falling back into the routine of daily life, and bad habits that were identified and addressed come back. The return of the mundane and the imposition of the world on our habits can be a powerful force. Psychedelics and the insights from Bitcoin's first principles thinking can be powerful, but need to be reinforced. This reinforcement can take the form of direct action, deep study, or force of will. But I believe that returning to the source of the experience is also essential. For Bitcoin, this means listening to podcasts, learning, coding, building, and sharing. For psychedelics, this means you need to revisit the psychedelic experience periodically. There is no magic bullet. You would not expect a single dose of aspirin to give a lifetime of pain relief, and psychedelics are the same. They work for a while, but they should be administered as needed. Maybe kind of like DCA. And so in kind of this regard, I think a little bit about confidence building, because you mentioned earlier in the show that, going through a psychedelic experience, especially a tougher one, maybe more honest, exploration of yourself could be difficult, and going through that can lead to confidence. Do some people experience a death rebirth experience? Is that life affirming?
I definitely think that it's pretty well documented that some people will have a death and rebirth experience on psychedelics. I don't think it's super common that people have that, but it's definitely something that happens over and over for people. And most of the cases that are documented, those are always like a positive story in the end, usually very transformative. But like any psychedelic, I think is in some way a little bit of the hero's journey. It's a little bit of you kind of going into the unknown. You're kind of taking a risk and you're going on this adventure that you don't know where it's going to take you. And once you're committed, you're going on this adventure and you go through it, and it's emotional, and it takes you through the ringer, and it brings you to all these places. And in essence, I think like each person goes through this, and when you come out the other side, whether it was difficult or whether it was good, it builds a little sense of confidence, like, hey, I went through this, I was able to do it, it was no problem, and I'm even stronger because of that. And I think that confidence building is something that mentally there's no other way to build that confidence except for going through that experience. And I think Bitcoin is very similar in the way that you can have these experiences. And actually, I lost my thread there, but
no worries. So what is harm reduction?
Oh, well, harm reduction is like the psychedelic version of Bitcoin only, I think, in a sense. Like, harm reduction is usually it's people that are in the psychedelic scene, and they kind of are there to make it as safe as possible for other people. So there's a whole harm reduction movement in essence, and these people will set up tents at raves and they will test people's drugs and see if they're actually legitimately ecstasy or maybe some other weird thing or LSD or whatever it is. They'll just test and say yes, you have something real or no. And this is like save people's lives, because some people have maybe some kind of substance that literally is like poison or something, or fentanyl, or who knows what it was, and they could just overdose and die. So harm reduction is these people that are taking their own time, they're going out to these places, they're putting in their work, and they're actually doing good to just help other people so that they don't harm themselves. And in Bitcoin, we have this same kind of immune system where it's like the anti-shitcoiners, like people that are just literally, it's no benefit to them to tell you don't buy shitcoins. Like it doesn't help us at all to tell you don't buy shitcoins. It helps you, you know? So it's like, I find harm reduction to be kind of the psychedelic version of that. So those are kind of very, to me, I think those people are all good. You know, it's good to have people in the scene that are actually out there kind of just be, you know, it's in essence, it's kind of taking care of your own, you know, the people that are like, we don't need regulators. We take care of our own. I think it's that kind of that ethos.
Yeah. And your article mentions that you made harm reduction blotter art to help combat this deceptive technique. And it notes that 25I-NBOME is often falsely sold as LSD, but this substance is highly toxic and has killed multiple users, unlike LSD, which has never killed anyone. Kind of, you know, yeah, it's kind of be careful who you deal with. And, you know, maybe if you can cultivate or grow your own or whatever you need to do to kind of eliminate middlemen. At one point, you wrote the most important takeaway from, you know, kind of this part of the talk, or if not the whole conversation, is keep your focus on Bitcoin in the world of cryptocurrency and LSD and psilocybin in the world of psychedelics.
I think the thing I want to bring up with the harm reduction blotter art that I did there, because this is an important distinction. The blotter art was made because the research chemicals are research chemicals. So you have people that are legitimately interested in just testing some weird psychedelics and they just want to find out what it is. And there's actually nothing wrong with that. I don't fault those people at all. What I do fault is people that would take those research chemicals and then sell them and misrepresent them as LSD to unsuspecting people. So the reason I made this blotter art was because this NBOME substance was potent enough to put on blotter, and people were putting it on classic LSD blotter sheets and getting it confused, because if you have a sheet that's got a couple thousand hits on it, even if the person is super honest that made it, if it's getting kind of distributed around, somebody may tell somebody else it's LSD or something like that. It's gonna the information is hard to find. So I actually put the paper has it on every single hit, so like it can't be misidentified. Like it actually says what it is. So if somebody gets a hold of this blotter, in essence, they won't be fooled. There's nothing wrong with doing NBOME if you want to do it and like that's like your thing, but you should never be like given that when in essence you were told it's something else. So that's kind of the harm reduction ethos, is just that. So that was when I made that blotter art. It was with that in mind, that people could do what they want, but it shouldn't be misrepresented. So here's kind of a carrier that you can use to do this right for people that do it right. And you still see that blotter art today. I looked it up not too long ago, and I like, you know, it's like I open sourced it so people didn't have copied it and reprinted it, and you know it's still out there, which I do find like helpful and useful. It's like I haven't even thought of it in a decade, but you know, it's still out there doing its thing.
Awesome. I want to read a little bit more to round out your piece here.
Yeah.
With Bitcoin, we transmute the fiat structures of the world into a digital cryptographic treasure that can teleport anywhere on the planet. This is performed like a magic spell by using specific words in the correct order. If you run the code, it works. By using the right words in the right sequence, we can make material changes in the world. These aren't just changes in our minds. These are changes others can see, feel, and independently verify. The right computer code can lift a drawbridge or change all the city's traffic lights in perfect timing to ensure drivers can safely transit roads. Bitcoiners are magicians and wizards using computer code rather than spell books. Psychedelic chemists are wizards, casting their spells in the language of atoms. Like letters forming words in code or a magic spell, atoms are arranged to form molecules. Psychedelics transmute fiat thinking and living into new perspectives and mystical experiences. Mushrooms are like nature's alchemist, transforming dead and decaying matter, literal trash, and into psychedelic mushrooms, one of nature's most elegant manifestations. Bitcoin can also transmute waste into treasure. Stranded energy, once a burden, is transformed into a digital gold mine through Bitcoin. Bitcoin can even transform our landfills into valuable Bitcoin mines, turning trash into treasure. The alchemic dream is coming true in ways our ancestors could never have imagined. It's really a fascinating topic here. I hear you. What about AI?
I hated myself enough.
What has been your impressions so far? And is this a tool of self-sovereignty in any way?
Oh, I think AI is actually a very interesting tool. I think the incarnations that we have right now are very interesting because we're starting to see a whole bunch of advances. And I think AI is a tool that's very similar to LSD in the sense that they're very imprecise by nature. So how I was saying before that you can kind of set yourself up with a, very proper set and setting, and you can dose yourself in a certain way to hope for, kind of set yourself up for best results, but you kind of never know what's going to happen. It's like an imprecise thing, and, it could go anywhere, and you just have to be cool with that. But like AI is very similar. You have to understand that it does these amazing things, and it can give you amazing insights and it can show you perspectives that you just didn't have, and it can really key off on things that are interesting, connections that you didn't make before. But you have to understand that it lies, and it's also, and not purposely, but it's just wrong a lot, and it's just super imprecise. Like, you can't trust it is the thing. So it's like a really cool search engine that you can use, and either for visual or for text. Like, I find it super cool to use for both. Now, whether they're tools of self-sovereignty or not is totally up for debate, because right now you have the OpenAI, which is kind of using the GPT-4 and the Chat GPT, which are very powerful, and a lot of people, I've used them and stuff. But the problem with those is that you're kind of tied into the WorldCoin model, which is super dystopian, and like, you're kind of feeding data into this monster, and it's not self-sovereign at all. But there are people that are there are people that are building disconnected versions that you do kind of run in a self-hosted manner. And certainly with the visual tools, you have things like Stable Diffusion. I think that's open source. And I think there's some AI tools that are also open source, and I think those are probably the best ones. And as far as being tools of self-sovereignty, I would imagine they are, but it's probably a tricky fine line that we just have to be very aware of and very careful with. I've been having a lot of fun with it because it's really interesting in terms of being able to generate interesting ideas on a path that you're already on. So you can I've been having fun with a recent update to Midjourney, where it has a feature called Describe, and you could give it an image and it will just tell you what it thinks it is. And it gives you some buttons you can click, and it will say, okay, it gives you 4 choices of how it would describe your picture. And then you can click those 4 buttons, and it'll give you pictures that kind of should be what your picture is. But it never is what your picture is, because it's AI and it's super weird and imprecise. But I've been feeding it pictures of my own art, and then having it give me pictures of like weird AI versions of my own art. And it's been super helpful because it gives me really interesting shape ideas that I might not have had, but maybe I would have had if I was a different version of me. So I do find that there's really interesting ways to use these tools, and we just have to be conscious about what kind of data that we're releasing and what kind of data we're feeding into the machine when we are using these tools. But I do find that they're extremely interesting to leverage. I think the least interesting way to use like the AI tools like ChatGPT and stuff is to try to make them say something controversial or something like, oh, what do you think about something controversial? Like, that's really almost a waste of your time. Like why do you want to like have a controversial chat with an AI? Like, I think it's much better to try to make it do something, like almost make it your employee in a sense. Like, what's something that you would want to do that you don't really, or something that you need to do that you don't want to do, and you can kind of offload some of that to it, and it actually will do it for you. And it does it pretty all right-ish, in the sense that you can kind of like, you just understand that it's pretty crappy and you just have to go back and clean it up a little. And there's some potential there. So I think it's just like anything else. It's a tool, it can be improperly used, it can be properly used. And you just have to kind of measure where you are personally in it. But some we all have to kind of contend with now, just like Bitcoin and LSD. This is technology that exists. How do you fit it into your life?
Right. Integration, evolution, and learning. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Learning is fun, though. I've enjoyed this conversation immensely, Fractal. This has been so dope. My final question to you, before we roll out, is if you could orange pill any artist in the world, dead or alive, who would you orange pill?
Oh, wow. That's a crazy question. Man, orange pill any artist? I don't know. Man, well, I mean, honestly, like there's a lot of great artists that it would be interesting to orange pill, but there's some old clockmakers from the 1500s that to me would actually be really interesting to orange pill, in the sense that these people were kind of some of the pioneers in making the original planetary models that are called orreries and things of this nature. I think those people would be very, very intrigued to learn about like the natures and the patterns inside Bitcoin. And I'd like to kind of see what these like old school clockwork guys would kind of come up with that, because I think we'd be a cool conversation for the evening.
That's awesome. Fair enough. So I'll leave it to you for any parting words, and to let people know where they can find you, and your awesome work.
Oh, right on. Cool. Thanks, man. Twitter. So you can find me on Twitter at Fractal Encrypt. I also have a website, timechainartifacts.com. But mostly I'm on Twitter if you want. If you reach out, I'm always happy to chat about stuff.
Yeah, and I think I'll definitely have to have you back to talk about the time chain codex.
Yes, there's definitely more to chat about. I really appreciate this. This was so much fun to actually get into the article and go through a lot of this, because it was super enjoyable. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Yo, that's a wrap on today's episode of the Bitcoin Matrix podcast. We hope you found it informative and engaging. I'd like to take a moment to thank our listeners for tuning in and supporting us. I couldn't do it without you. If you're interested in supporting the show, there are a few ways you can do so. You can leave us a review on your preferred podcast platform, which helps us reach a wider audience. You can also stream the show on the Fountain app and boost it for sats. And finally, we're always looking for sponsors who align with our values and mission. If you're interested in partnering with us, please reach out to me directly at cedricyoungelman@gmail.com. Thanks again for listening, and we'll see you next time on the Bitcoin Matrix podcast.
Maximalist, maybe toxic at times. BTC Rad.io. Block time 733,500.
Reach between 100,000 and a million in next cycle, and possibly higher after that, so that is quite bullish.
Hello there, how are you all doing? Are you having a nice week? It's a beautiful sunny week here in Bedford, absolutely loving it. It's nice to be back home. No travels until next month, but we are heading out to Nashville for the Lightning Conference at Bitcoin Park. We're also going to get a couple of days in Austin before I then head out to Argentina to make a film. Can't wait to get back out there. But anyway, welcome to the What Bitcoin Did podcast, which is brought to you by Iris Energy, the largest NASDAQ-listed Bitcoin miner using 100% renewable energy. I'm your host, Peter McCormack, and today I've got the big orange carrot back on the show. I've got Rational Root. Now, I first spoke to Root in the UK back in August last year, where he laid out his case that Bitcoin was close to the bottom. Now, this was a really popular show, and so far he's been right. So while we were out in Miami, we knew he was out there. We asked him to come back on the show and answer the question everyone has been asking: when moon, motherfucker? So it was a great show. Love talking to Root. He comes with slides, comes with receipts, comes with his awesome spiral chart. Go and check it out. Make sure you check out the YouTube version as well, so you can see all the charts that go with the show. Okay, if you've got any questions about this or anything else, then hit me up on my email. It's hello@whatbitcoindid.com. Hello, you big carrot. How are you?
Pretty good. Good to see you.
It's good to see you, man. So last time I saw you, you came to Bedford, which was very cool, and you kind of called the bottom.
More or less, right?
More or less. How close were you?
I mean, I think we were past the June lows then, right? Like we had this huge capitulation event in June, and I don't exactly know when we recorded, but it was soon after, right? Like
I think it was in August.
It was in August,
and the low was maybe a month later.
Yeah,
but it was. I mean, we were pretty much there.
No, the low, the final low we've had has been in November, right? So
is that right?
Yeah.
Was it really August?
Yeah, I think so.
Gosh, such a long time since then.
It was good weather in Bedford.
It was good weather in Bedford. I'm bringing the trophies with me now.
Congratulations! Yeah.
Thank you. So, but you called the bottom. Look, we used to make shows about the Bitcoin numbers, about the charts. We used to do it with Willie, and we stopped doing it because we didn't want the show to be about that. But I don't mind making it with you because I think it's more about the data and what it's telling you. And so I found that last show we made, I found it very, very interesting just because of the way you look at the data. It was really popular as well. Had a lot of great feedback. So thank you for coming back on. At the same time, I think today you're going to tell us about When Moon, right?
Well, I thought to do a bit of a follow-up of the last show. So I kept most of the charts from the last show in there. And I just thought, let's go through them again and see what they tell us now. Obviously, so we had the June low back in August. Then that was in. I think if I remember correctly, I said like that it was likely to have another low, potentially new bottom, like later that year, and that happened in November. So that was kind of on point with the whole cycle analysis. And I think if we look at the charts, we will you will be quite amazed. I think I'm also gonna discuss some more bearish scenario, but in general, I do think it will be a quite bullish session again. So, well,
awesome. Well, so it sounds like you're a cycle maximalist, a bit like Rizzo. Pete Rizzo said that to me. He said, "Don't give me any theories. Don't give me any of that nonsense." He said, "I'm a cycle maximalist. It will always play out the same."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So, for anyone listening, we've got another presentation here from the Carrot, and we will explain it as best possible so those listening can understand what we're talking about. But also, it would probably be worth going to check out the video on YouTube if you really want to see the charts, because we'll edit them in, right, Danny?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So where do you want to start, man?
Yeah, we're going to start again with a spiral chart.
Love this one. I think this is my favorite chart. Do you want me to hit it in?
Yeah.
So if you haven't seen this chart, how would you explain it? You'll do a bit. Than me.
Well, if you say that the halving is the catalyst of each bull market, which kind of traditionally it has been in Bitcoin, due to the supply shock a little bit caused by the halving. Obviously, that's kind of that effect is diminishing, but it still has been the catalyst for each bull market. So if we take the spiral and we count in block time in this case, each halving is 210,000 blocks. So a full rotation in the spiral chart is 210,000 blocks, which is a little less than 4 years. And so if you do that, if you plot all the data points, then there are some some interesting observations that you can make. The all-time highs and the bottoms, they kind of fall at a similar point in time if you do that. And besides the fact that the beautiful thing about the spiral chart is that without any model, it's possible to see Bitcoin's price spinning outwards, so you don't need any model to see where Bitcoin's price is going. So if we keep on following the same pattern, Bitcoin should reach between 100,000 and a million in next cycle, and the orange part of the chart is actually the supply that's available for trade, whereas the illiquid supply, the blue part of the chart, is actually coins that hardly move, and so instead of instead of looking at the age of coins, what we do with illiquid and liquid supply is looking at the spending behavior of coins. So if someone spends less than 25% of their holdings, it's considered illiquid supply. Whereas if someone spends more than 25% of his holdings, he's considered a liquid person or a liquid entity, because he might sell Bitcoin at any moment in time, basically. And so this is very interesting because especially the orange part of this chart, so the liquid part, so the supply that's actually available for trade, you could see that if you think of price as a function of supply and demand, the orange part is actually the supply part of the function, and so it's obviously a proxy. It's an approximation. It's not a perfect indicator, but it gives it does a decent job, in my opinion, about what is the actual supply available for trade.
Yeah, and the interesting part of this is that the circulating supply, the liquid supply, is every 4 years it's reducing.
Yeah,
so that's going to start going horizontal-ish.
Yeah, so the circulating supply after every halving, the steepness of that curve will basically halve because the issuance halves every halving, and so that flattens out. We're already at 19 million, and we will only go to 21 million in the next 100 years. So, but the illiquid supply seems to be growing. And so where the idea of the HODL model is that the third halving kind of was an inflection point, because as you can see in this chart, the supply issuance outpaced illiquid supply growth until the third halving. But after the third halving, suddenly illiquid supply is growing faster, at a faster rate than new supply is entering Bitcoin in circulation, and that's kind of fascinating, because that means that Bitcoin is getting more scarce.
Yeah.
And that has only been happening for a relatively short amount of time. And we started out with a relatively high amount of, actually around that third halving is the highest amount of available supply, which so a very abundant Bitcoin, let's say. So, and we had the kind of disappointing, perhaps, bull market after that. But so if you think that, we had a lot of supply during that bull market, it makes sense that we didn't get to like extreme high prices. Whereas next halving, it looks quite a bit more bullish.
Definitely. Wow. That's a cool chart.
So here's the HODL model then. So what does the HODL model do? So it tries to kind of predict the growth rate of illiquid supply, and because we can map a bit, Bitcoin's supply issuance schedule is known into the future, and so we can map the HODL model, or we can try to predict like what is liquid supply going to do, and the HODL model is a very conservative model in this case. And you can see also that illiquid supply is kind of like quite a bit above the model value there, and in the bottom chart we look at the same thing, but we look at it in percentage terms. So how much supply how much supply is illiquid of the total supply in percentage terms, and so we can see that we start at 100%, because in the beginning of Bitcoin, nearly all supply was illiquid, and then kind of supply starts moving more and gets spent more, and then so it dropped. But at that third halving, we made a low there. So the HODL model makes a low, and illiquid supply made a low there, and we have been rising since. So that means that again the available supply for trade is shrinking. So Bitcoin is getting more scarce since that third halving, and this was the model that I also showed last time. And what I didn't show was this was the conservative HODL model. I also had an optimistic HODL model, which is the HODL model S.
Oh, wow. That's the S curve.
That's the S curve. Yeah. the HODL Model S, which is a model that I actually have never shared yet.
Hold on, where are we here?
2030, that.
2030.
Yeah.
Do we want everything like Bitcoin to become very illiquid though, or do we want people spending it?
I mean, if you think of Bitcoin as a store of value, mainly, it makes sense that most of the supply is just stored, right? But there will be always a small part of the supply that's liquid, and that will be used for trade. But if you think, of all the money in the world, like most value is also stored, either in real estate or bonds or like in all kinds of things, right? It's just sitting there. Whereas the money that's spent on an actual day-to-day basis is a lot less, you know, like so. So the HODL Model S, I've never shared. It's actually the first time that I show this model. The reason I didn't share it last time also was because it was kind of like too optimistic, you know, and you know, coming from a stock to flow model that was kind of like, had a bit of like a negative impact on, I didn't want to, you know, it's better to have a conservative model and be wrong to the upside than to have an optimistic model and be wrong to the downside. But even now with the HODL Model S, we're actually still trading. Like the illiquid supply is still above the model value, even with the optimistic model that I had, you know, like, so.
So by the end of the next cycle, that really could get crazy.
Yeah, if we keep track with this model, I don't know. I mean, we will have hyper Bitcoinization within 2 cycles. I can also not believe it myself. That's why I didn't share this chart last time, and why you know. Like, but I think now we've been past a bit like the whole stock to flow model, and it's fine. And especially since we're still trading above it now, I feel like okay, it's good to share this.
This show is brought to you by Ledger. Now, Ledger is the world's leader in Bitcoin security, and it's the best way for you to own and secure your private keys. If you are still holding Bitcoin on an exchange or with a custodian, it might be time for you to take your Bitcoin security a little more seriously, because remember, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. Now, Ledger hardware wallets paired with the Ledger Live app are the easiest and safest way for you to start managing your private keys. You can send and sign your Bitcoin transactions with full transparency in the Ledger Live app, and honestly, it couldn't be easier. I've been a Ledger customer since 2017, and I'm still using the same Nano S I bought back then. Now, if you want to find out more or purchase a hardware wallet from Ledger, then please head over to shop.ledger.com, which is shop.ledger.com. Next up today, we have Iris Energy. Now, Iris is the largest NASDAQ-listed Bitcoin miner using 100% renewable energy. Their strategy is to target markets with low-cost, excess renewable energy, and they build their own highly efficient Bitcoin data centers. They are led by a seasoned management team with a track record of success across renewables, infrastructure, and digital assets. And Danny and I met them recently in Canada and were super impressed with Iris Energy and their values, which align with us, so they're a great fit for what Bitcoin did in you, the listeners. Now, we are going to be working with Iris Energy on everything from the podcast to films to live events, and they're even sponsoring my football team, Real Bedford. So we're really happy to be working with such a forward-thinking and sustainable Bitcoin mining company. Now, if you want to find out more, please head over to irisenergy.co, which is irisenergy.co. Also, today we have Ledden. From savings accounts to personal loans and even mortgages, Ledden's financial services enable Bitcoiners to experience the benefits of their holdings today without selling their Bitcoin. Ledden has a robust risk management strategy and always prioritizes safeguarding clients' assets with no DeFi yield farming. And Ledden only supports Bitcoin and USDC, 2 of the highest quality and most liquid assets in the industry. They are also dedicated to transparency and are the first digital asset lending company to complete a proof of reserves attestation, which they re-verify every 6 months. With multilingual support on standby 24/7, Ledden is there to support all your needs. And not only is Ledden a sponsor, I am also a customer of theirs. Now, if you want to find out more, please head over to ledden.io, which is LEDN.io. This is where it'll get really real with all other football clubs, where they'll be like, oh, this is why he did it.
Won't you be in the Premier League in 8 years?
No.
Championship, maybe?
No. I mean, I'm thinking, I'm looking about the middle of the next cycle. What's that? 2, 3, 4 years. I think it's by the time we hit the league, our treasury will start accelerating in price, and then we can probably build that 50,000 seat stadium in
In Bedford.
In Bedford.
Yeah. I mean, if this model is going to continue keeping up, you can hire some really good players.
Oh, this excites the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
But it's funny because, when you first see prices go up, you get really excited because you think about personal net wealth. But I'm beyond that now. All I think about is this football club. How do I get this football club up the leagues? And money is a function of this, like available funds to invest in players, the team, your facilities. I look at this and think, oh, we can do this.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe you can get to.
Did you come to a game? I can't remember.
I went to see the field.
Oh,
but
yeah.
there wasn't a game.
There
No.
wasn't a game one. We're going to get you over for a game at some point. This is the coolest chart in here. Mm-hmm. What does it make you think?
I don't know. I think I like the idea of spend and replace, and then you don't have as much liquid supply.
But you can still spend it. It doesn't matter what they.
But then it's liquid. Then at that point, if it's moving regularly, then it's become part of the liquid supply, presumably.
Yeah, but the value you've got is so much more that you don't need to spend that much of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if the dollar value increases, obviously you need to spend less Bitcoin.
Yeah,
like so.
But I'd hope more and more people start spending and replacing as more and more people accept Bitcoin. So I guess that then increases the. I understand the point, but
but also more and more people will use it as a store of value. You know, like so that's and
both can be true, right?
Both can be true at the same time.
Both more can be spending, and
because if you're spending and replacing, it doesn't remove the store of value aspect of it, but you also are actually using this.
And if we're recruiting more Bitcoiners at an increasing rate, we can all be spending more.
Yeah. By the way, in this model, so here the third halving serves as this inflection point where Bitcoin becomes more scarce. But what I don't show here, but I do think there will be a second inflection point, because here kind of all of Bitcoin supply will be liquid by 2035 or something.
Supply shocks.
But that obviously won't happen. There will always be liquid supply.
You would just need to zoom in more. That's the point. Is that there will always be a gap.
Yeah, there will always be a gap, but it will. But I think that gap will stabilize at some point.
Yeah.
It's the sooner the closer we get to hyper Bitcoinization. So there will be a second inflection point where because here the available supply will kind of shrink to zero, but that's obviously not going to happen. So there will be some second inflection point where and that likely will be more close to hyper Bitcoinization, where we'll stabilize in terms of liquid supply.
Love this chart.
Can I just ask one more question on that? Because I can't quite figure this out in my head. If we move to a world where everyone's getting paid in Bitcoin and spending Bitcoin, everything becomes much more liquid, presumably, because coins are moving hands. Even though there's not a US dollar trade or a great a pound trade, the Bitcoin is swapping hands more.
Yeah, I think that's why I think there will be a second inflection, but it might be Satoshis, that are kind of swapped. So it depends on Bitcoin's price. So the higher Bitcoin's price gets in US dollar terms, the less Bitcoin needs to be moved, but
the more of the global economy that goes to being paid in Bitcoin, then I think that could probably outstrip the sort of the shrinking. So
if price does a 10x and you start moving, if price does 10x or so, then also the supply that you trade would be 10 times less, in dollars terms. So,
but at the moment,
Bitcoin can grow a lot. In terms, if the user base grows times 10, but the price also goes times 10, and
I don't know
you
if
have the same amount of kind of liquid supply trading.
But I don't know if it's just the growth of the user base, because the vast majority of the user base, 99.9%, I would guess, are not getting paid in Bitcoin. And so if the way that people interact with Bitcoin changes, I guess that could change that ratio as well. Because if everyone who, if say that 0.1% of people get paid in Bitcoin now becomes 10%, then that can, the 10x in price can get outstripped by that. Yeah,
I also think, by the time that nearly the whole world gets paid in Bitcoin, we're not going to measure in USD terms anymore. It's not going to be a value. But we can still look on chain, how much supply is going to be used for like how much supply is going to be liquid and how much illiquid. That percentage we can still see. And I think, and I cannot predict that now. I mean, but I do think, yeah, there will be a second inflection point
where it starts going the other way,
where we again maybe start increasing or at least stabilize in terms of available supply for trade. So this is it's again zoomed in on that orange part, which is the available supply for trade. But here we look at it at percentage terms. So how much percent of the supply is available for trade? And we can see that, in the first halving, we had around 20% of the supply was available for trade. And, we had these huge price increases that came with that. Then we had, in the second halving, we had 25% of the supply available for trade. And we still had we did 20x or so in 2017. And then the third halving, so that was actually the inflection point, we had the highest amount of available supply for trade, which you can see like quite clearly in this chart. And since then we have been going down.
So we've just lived through what should be the hardest cycle.
Actually, I do think so. Yeah. If you look at Bitcoin scarcity, that is the case. Like obviously it also depends on all events and how much demand there is, and so there's other factors at play. But in terms of Bitcoin scarcity, the highest amount of available supply was available around that third halving. So
and so then it kind of makes sense that we didn't really have a 10x cycle that a lot of people expected. They expected it based on previous cycles, but they weren't looking at this data. And for us to have such a huge, jump from, we kind of did what the bottom was 3K, we topped at 60, so that's really a 20x actually. But I think, there's some people thought we were going to go to 100, 150, 200, maybe even 300, because they were basing it based on the growth of a previous cycle. But with a massive increase in the supply available for trade, that made it a lot harder.
I usually measure from the previous all-time high. So in that sense, the all-time high, the previous all-time high was like 20K, and so this cycle we only got to 69K. So it was like a 3 point something x. Whereas in the 2017 we had the 20x. We went from 1200,
nearly about 18,
to something like that. If next cycle, and it looks like it, that we're going to have a supply that's available supply for trade that's going to be more similar to the 2017 cycle.
So another 18x.
So
hold on, that would be on 60K. No, come on, that'd be a million.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
Shit, what was my bet with Hodl? What was? Root says we definitely hit $1 million next cycle.
He promises.
Yeah, he promised us. What was my bet with American Hodl?
I think it was it $1 million by 2027?
I think it was. He could win that.
You might lose, yeah.
I fucking hope you lose that bet.
Oh, I hope I lose that bet. I've never wanted to lose a bet more than that one.
Yeah.
Colin, do you understand why we want me to lose that bet?
Yeah. Yeah, so it is truly amazing. I think this is really the most underrated data. I think that's kind of even that adds to the fact that it can happen like more likely, because no one is expecting it. Everyone is expecting diminishing returns, next cycle, just because everyone is focused on this locked growth space. Also, all history of Bitcoin has been diminishing returns. If you look at price, you will only think diminishing returns. But if you think of price as a function of supply and demand, now the supply is really getting more scarce. And it seems to be, I made a conservative model, which I shared 8 months ago. I actually made the optimistic model before the conservative model, but I found it too optimistic to share. So I tried to make a more conservative model, which I shared 8 months ago. But now I feel like since we're still trading above it, I also have to share the optimistic model. But even the optimistic model is not optimistic enough, apparently. So it's at that fast pace it's going, and the optimistic model is kind of like by 2030, which I also cannot believe. So I don't know, but the data is the data. Obviously, also demand is a function, but we showed that with the short-term holder supply, which I think is a pretty good function for demand. So you have these peaks coming in. So, but if the supply is is kind of scarce around the next halving, and we get one of those spikes again in hype, like in short-term hold, a lot of new young coins coming in, which I do expect at some point. Price could go quite insane.
What do you think we top out in the next? What's your strike price?
Yeah, I don't want to make any price predictions.
I know you don't. I don't. Why don't we all should we all write one down and come back to it? We don't have to tell them.
I just said 1.2 million, right? I promised. No, it's no. I have.
Holy shit! If we went to 1.2 million,
Premier League, here you come.
Premier League, here we come.
There is some caveats here. I mean, I do think since the increase in market cap, it does become a little more difficult for the price to move. So even if we have if you have a scarcer supply, I mean, it could still be harder to have the same amount of increases we did early on. But for me, like I think 100K next cycle is like the bare minimum. Based on the spiral, based on just available supply for trade, it seems very unlikely that we'll not surpass that.
Yeah, and I wonder if we did get up to those crazy numbers, then we would see more liquid supply come in, because there's people who have just gone from, I don't mean this to come across like a dick, but say you've got enough Bitcoin, you're worth 100,000, you're suddenly a millionaire. It's like, fuck, well, I'm going to sell half of this. I can buy a house. So like people who just have such massive gains.
We always see during bull markets that long-term holders are selling, and taking profits. And I do think since we didn't reach prices, higher than 100K last cycle, that a lot of long-term holders are still sitting on their Bitcoin, kind of that they would have liked to maybe take more profit in the last cycle, and so maybe also more tempted to sell a bit of that if prices start reaching those levels. But
no one ever takes profit. That's one thing everyone always expects it to go much higher than it does, and no one ever takes profit.
Yeah. So here, so you can see these the conservative model and the optimistic model of the supply, and so you can see that available supply is still trading below, is still below the optimistic model here, and so that's it's just kind of amazing. So here, I still showed this demand curve. So imagine getting another spike of demand with like less supply in the next cycle. I do think 2017 price increases, maybe less because we have an increased market cap, but I wouldn't be surprised if we surpass the last cycle's increase, in price. And so I said I don't really like to make price predictions like in the future, because I also think on-chain is not like very good at predicting like the future, like it's more, I think on-chain is more valuable in telling like what's currently happening. Like give me a block and I tell you what's happening. Like so that we can. So I made this on-chain value map, which is actually built a bit also on Willy Woo's work. So the bottom indicator here is actually one of a bit adjusted, but it's one of the indicators that Willy Woo did, which is coin value days destroyed. So it looks at how many coins, how many days a coin builds up, and how many of those days are destroyed once there is a transaction of that coin. And so it's kind of useful to make a bottom indicator. But the top indicator of this chart, I think, is very promising, and that is actually based on the average money invested in Bitcoin plus the available supply for trade. And it's a very simple indicator actually, and it gives this near perfectly, like we touch this top line of this value map near perfectly with each cycle. And so since Bitcoin is getting more scarce, also that line has kind of flattened out. So you can see in the last in the current cycle, you see that line kind of just stays relatively high. It's even higher than it was at the peak in April, and that is because available supply is shrinking. So that line kind of, is good. And considering it will. So if more people start buying Bitcoin, so if new hype is coming in, then this red line will start to move up because there's more Bitcoin's average purchase price will move up. So there's more money flowing into Bitcoin, which kind of it measures, and it also measures the available supply for trade. And so based on that, I think it's going to be one of the better top indicators for next cycle. But I cannot predict into the future because I don't know how much money is going to be invested into Bitcoin over the next cycle. And I also don't know what tradable supply will be in the future. But we can look at the current moment. So as soon as this model, if Bitcoin's price starts kind of hitting this red line or it gets close to it, I think it will be kind of become a top signal.
You know what I'm going to say, Danny?
I don't. Go on.
We need some more Bitcoin. We need more Bitcoin. We don't have enough Bitcoin.
No one has enough Bitcoin.
Saylor's going to be the richest person in the galaxy.
Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, it's. I also need more Bitcoin.
We all need more Bitcoin. It's amazing. I love your charts. I think it's brilliant. I think it's very cool. It's super interesting. There's a lot of look. I understand they're just models, and models can be broken.
Yeah.
But it's super interesting. The bit that just really interests me is the available supply starting to drop. That inflection point is super interesting.
Yeah.
And you have that against growing demand.
And almost no one is talking about that, which is, people say, Bitcoin is scarce, but here's actually the data showing Bitcoin is getting more scarce. And kind of not many people are paying attention to this.
And so when your thing, bitcoinstrategyplatform.com, I'm definitely advertising that right now. I can get live versions of these charts.
Yeah.
I am on. We need to subscribe to that. Ruth, that's amazing. Anything else you want to talk about?
No, I kind of wanted to do the follow-up of the last charts, and we went through them. So unless you still want to discuss some football or...
No, I tell you what I want to do is I want to come back and have a chat with you in about... I think we need to do this in about a year.
Yeah, just before the halving.
Yeah.
Before or after?
Yeah. Around the halving would be a very interesting moment.
What about halving day? Yeah. Why don't we do halving day together?
Yeah.
Do we know when that is? When it's estimated?
About April.
Yeah, it's the end of April.
You know what that is? It's end of the you know what that's end of the football season.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
Halving 2024. All right, Root, amazing. Do you want to reshow your platform? Tell people where to go.
Yeah, you can go to bitcoinstrategyplatform.com and sign up. You get free newsletters, and if you become a paid subscriber, you get access to the platform with all these charts.
How much is it?
It's $21 a month, but currently there's a limited 30% discount. So it's
why are you discount? You do not. I would switch that discount off now. After people hear this, they're going to be on it. You've gone for $21 to be like a Bitcoiner. You could charge way more for this.
I could, yeah. It's extremely valuable info, I think.
Yeah. All right, we're going to sign up. Root, love you, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
All right, pretty bullish, right? Okay, if you haven't seen this spiral chart from Root, definitely go and check out the YouTube version. Go and see that. It's pretty mad how this always lines up. Now, we might not be in a bull market right now, but I got a feeling things are going to get pretty good soon. It's looking good, man. And also, every bull market, we seem to have something that drives the price. And we had the news yesterday that BlackRock is launching an ETF. Well, is it an ETF? Functionally, it may look like one. Technically, it might not be one. But if Larry is out there telling people that Bitcoin is a place to put your money, it could be pretty interesting. I know there's some people out there will be pro this, some will be against this, especially as everything that's happened with Grayscale. But anyway, let's wait and see. Okay, any questions about this or anything else, then hit me up on my email. It's hello@whatbitcoindid.com.
Understandably very passionate about it. So passionate, in fact, that he dropped 11 F-bombs in 31 seconds out of concern for its future. And he's Canadian. Why is such a stalwart Bitcoin proponent so concerned? Because two guys in cheap wizard costumes did a cringy Fortnite dance? Surely, the stakes must be higher. According to some, there is a battle underway for the future and soul of Bitcoin. The best in Bitcoin made audible. I am Guy Swan, and this is Bitcoin Audible. What is up, guys? Welcome back to Bitcoin Audible. I am Guy Swan, the guy who has read more about Bitcoin than anybody else you know. And we've got a really fun read today. This one actually just dropped yesterday by Roy Scheinfeld, which I've read. I read his stuff all the time if you haven't been keeping up. Roy Scheinfeld is the CEO, founder of Breeze and Breeze Technology and the Breeze Wallet, which has always been a favorite of mine. And they have, he's always had such a great perspective and has done such a good job of kind of pioneering the way to think about Lightning and running the Lightning infrastructure and where it is likely going to be placed in the future and in, monetary and financial reality as we go into the future. Also, they coined the term LSP, Lightning Service Provider, which became not only the dominant infrastructure model, a business model for Lightning, but also the common term. That's how people, literally people set up LSPs, which is really cool. That foresight of being able to tell ahead of time where it seemed obvious Lightning was going. I just always valued his writing and opinions, and I think they're doing really awesome stuff over there. So that's a shill for Roy. I'll have a link in the show notes if you want to read the blog. Check out the wallet, check out the SDK. I'll have some links to previous things that we've covered. The stuff that they're doing with the Breeze SDK is really, really exciting, and their partnership with Greenlight. But this particular article, I did not know if I wanted to get back into this. I kind of felt like I said my piece on the whole ordinals inscriptions mess, and I still kind of stand by my conclusion that it's kind of just a wait to price itself out situation. But he had a couple of really good points in this one, and I read it, and it's fun. And I made a bit of a stink about it the other day. I was trying to make the argument about why it's not censorship. It's not a censorship issue to be talking about whether or not you should be able to stick JPEGs into a Bitcoin transaction. And I wanted to reiterate that, but also reiterate that despite my annoyance with it, it still just is not that big of a deal. But I don't want to get ahead of it too much. I really like the way Roy lays it out. So we're going to hand it over to him. Real quick, let's hit our sponsor, and then we will jump into this article. A quick thank you to Fold, and do not forget that they have a wonderful opportunity right now, 100,000 sats for signing up and depositing $20 and spending $20 with the Fold debit card. You get 100,000 sats, which right now is literally 25 to $30. So they're paying you for your first purchase in Bitcoin. This is good until the end of June. So use my link, bitcoinaudible.com/fold, to check it out. And then when you get those sats, you need to keep it on the safest, most secure, most cypherpunk hardware wallet and or cypherpunk calculator, the Cold Card, or one of the many, many devices. I actually just had set up a wallet just a little while ago on the phone, and I still just love that I yank my tap signer right out of my wallet, and I just scan, and I've signed the key, and I got a new wallet. It's just cool. The NFC on the Cold Card tap signer, you have to just use it to understand. And you get 9% off with code Bitcoin Audible, and it's right there in the show notes. With that, let's get into today's article. And it's titled, Bitcoin is Unbreakable. Much Ado About Ordinals, Inscriptions, and BRC20 by Roy Scheinfeld. The more wonderful something is, the more passion it will arouse. Bitcoin is among the greatest wonders of the late modern world, so Greg Foss is understandably very passionate about it. So passionate, in fact, that he dropped 11 F-bombs in 31 seconds out of concern for its future. And he's Canadian. Why is such a stalwart Bitcoin proponent so concerned? Because two guys in cheap wizard costumes did a cringy Fortnite dance? Surely the stakes must be higher. According to some, there is a battle underway for the future and soul of Bitcoin. According to others, we've just gained a fun, nerdy, and innocuous way to play with Bitcoin that makes it even funner and nerdier, though no less revolutionary. Ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC20 are the bones of contention. Ordinals allow individual sats to be identified. Inscriptions allow objects like text, images, and data files to be written onto them. And BRC20 allows second-order tokens to be minted directly onto them, like an Ethereum Lite. In effect, they introduce storage as a new use case for the Bitcoin blockchain, in addition to its existing and principal use as a ledger for currency transactions. These features are affecting block sizes, transaction fees, and validation times, so they're not inconsequential. The bone of contention is what they mean for Bitcoin's future. Are they pathological, like a tumor? Do they offer a competitive advantage, like chlorophyll and claws? Or are they just harmless and benign, like male nipples or that little dangly thing at the top of your throat? Ordinal ABCs. Scratch that. 1, 2, 3s. Of the recent developments in Bitcoin, ordinals came first. Casey Rodimer, the guy who, quote, invented ordinals this time around, sought to devise, quote, stable identifiers that may be used by Bitcoin applications. In other words, he wanted to index sats by giving each one a serial number that would survive across time and UTXOs. Of course, giving each sat a unique identifier means that they are no longer perfectly fungible because they are no longer strictly identical when applying the ordinal convention. Just like the LCC system for books in research libraries or URLs for web pages, ordinals make each sat unique and retrievable. Identifiability affects fungibility without eliminating it. Inscriptions are the second controversial development in the world of Bitcoin. The Ordinal Theory Handbook gives a marvelously succinct definition of inscriptions, helpfully relating them to ordinals. Quote, inscriptions inscribe sats with arbitrary content, creating Bitcoin-native digital artifacts, more commonly known as NFTs. These inscribed sats can then be transferred using Bitcoin transactions, sent to Bitcoin addresses, and held in Bitcoin UTXOs. These transactions, addresses, and UTXOs are normal Bitcoin transactions, addresses, and UTXOs in all respects, with the exception that in order to send individual sats, transactions must control the order and value of inputs and outputs according to ordinal theory. Of course, Bitcoiners are far too sophisticated to get suckered into all of that Bored Ape nonsense. If we were to copyright cartoons on our blockchain, we'd do wizards instead of apes. I mean, apes? Come on. Whatever. Think of inscriptions like blockchain tattoos. Some people are going to love them, others are going to disdain them. The world and the witness data of a transaction is big enough for both. The third recent development in Bitcoin is the BRC20 protocol, which lets people mint and distribute tokens according to predefined parameters. These tokens are written as inscriptions onto sats marked with ordinals, which brings us full circle. These three features allow users to create digital artifacts and NFTs and to use the Bitcoin blockchain to distribute and trade them. So, how's it going? Not surprisingly, some people are attracted to particular numbers like 1, 7, or 69, 420. So some sats are coveted because ordinals have made them, quote, rare. Although if you think about it, each ordinal number is unique, so each one is exactly as rare as the others. There's also a market for BRC20 tokens, many of which are just second-order Bitcoin. For example, the $OG token and the pizza token both have a supply of 21 million, just like Bitcoin, and have market caps of around $10 million. The upshot is that 1. Sats are now uniquely identifiable according to a new convention. 2. People can add data to sats. And 3. Token minting algorithms are a kind of inscription data, so people can mint tokens on the Bitcoin blockchain. It's important to note that while ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC20 are recent developments in how Bitcoin works and how we use it, they're not really innovations because they're not really new. Something like ordinals were proposed under the name BitDNS back in 2010. Using op return to store strings of data in UTXOs goes back nearly a decade. And minting second-order, quote, tokens on an underlying blockchain is basically the idea behind Ethereum, which isn't really new. Hat tip to Giacomo Zucco, who took a deep dive in the presentation he gave in Prague. Plus ça change. What this means for Bitcoin. Transaction fees. Ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC20 tokens are, of course, controversial. Though some love them, as the transaction fees of recent months attest, others are bemused or annoyed. Even the guy who invented BRC20 has said, quote, "These will be worthless. Please do not waste money mass minting." Okay, but worthless isn't a synonym for evil. Some people think tattoos and Big Macs are worthless. Other people love them. So what's the big deal? Opposition to Bitcoin's new features stems from the suppositions that 1. Ordinals and inscriptions make Bitcoin less like money, and 2. They make transactions more expensive. Let's deal with the last point first. Thanks in part to ordinals, the number of transactions in the mempool has increased by about 2 orders of magnitude, and the data in the backlog has increased about 150x. The effects are ambivalent. On the one hand, more data per transaction increases the storage and computing burdens for node operators, for which they receive no compensation. Not great. On the other hand, more data to compute means higher fees for miners. In fact, the average on-chain transaction fee reached $30.91 a few weeks ago. High on-chain transaction fees are not evil. In fact, high fees are a good thing. They incentivize miners, which attracts miners and spurs them to invest, which keeps the hash rate high and makes Bitcoin more secure. That's about as evil as a St. Bernard carrying a cask of brandy. When you encounter such evil, scratch its belly. Moreover, high on-chain fees merely reinforce the different use cases of on-chain Bitcoin and Lightning. On-chain payments have arguably never been well suited to quick microtransactions because they treat small and large transactions pretty much the same. By contrast, Lightning fees are proportional to the transaction amount. If you're paying 2x or 3x or 10x the price of your beer or pizza in transaction fees for an on-chain payment, when you could be paying 1,000th on Lightning, you're doing it wrong. If on-chain fees are inhibiting you from paying with Bitcoin, then you should probably take advantage of Lightning's proportional fees. If Lightning's fees are inhibiting you from paying with Bitcoin, then you should probably take advantage of the one-size-fits-all on-chain fees. What this means for Bitcoin. Moneyness. As for whether Bitcoin is still money in a world of ordinals, there are a couple of ways to answer that question. First, we could comb through various definitions of what money is, come up with the ultimate list of criteria, and use it to evaluate the Bitcoin white paper and all subsequent protocols. Aristotle would be proud, but the answer would be unnecessarily theoretical and abstract. Alternatively, we could actually observe what people are doing out there in the world. However sensible this new use case is, people like inscriptions and are willing to pay for them. Whom are they paying? Miners. How are they paying? Transaction fees. What are miners doing with the transaction fees? Reinvesting some to cover the costs of mining more Bitcoin. Where does that Bitcoin go? From the miners out into the world where it circulates. And there we have it. Payment and circulation. People pay miners, miners pay people, they're using Bitcoin, ergo Bitcoin is money. We've found the essence of currency without a dictionary. Sorry, Aristotle. In other words, Bitcoin is still money, but the Bitcoin blockchain can also be used for storage. Note the Boolean operator, money and storage, not money or storage. Indeed, adding new, sensible use cases might be a prerequisite for any currency from this point forward. The question is merely, what counts as, quote, sensible? But time and the market will tell. Good, bad, or benign? So let us return to the original question. Are ordinals, inscriptions, and BRC20 good or bad for Bitcoin? Or are they just a new feature of the world that we will adapt to without much consequence? Well, these functions weren't at the top of my personal list of priorities. I can't say that Taproot wizards or ordinal tokens are really making the world a better place. But I don't fear these developments either. They raise fees, and higher fees have beneficial side effects for the blockchain. What's good for Bitcoin is good for the world, whether it's intentional or not. And they reinforce the case for Lightning as a low-fee means to use Bitcoin as money for smallish, everyday purchases and transfers. Generally, what's good for Lightning is good for Bitcoin, which is good for the world. Wizard gifts and subsidiary tokens can't really do much harm, so I'm just going to stay cool, stack sats, and continue making Lightning as good as it can be. And that concludes the piece by Roy Scheinfeld, Bitcoin is Unbreakable, Much Ado About Ordinals, Inscriptions, and BRC20. Let's take a minute and hit our sponsor, and then we will jump back in. Do you have Bitcoin on a risky centralized exchange? Don't leave your Bitcoin to rot in IOUs or empty promises from centralized third parties. Keep your Bitcoin fresh with the coldest of cold storage, the Cold Card. When you know you own your keys and you've got your Bitcoin behind the Cold Card, they can be stored indefinitely without ever losing that fresh, sovereign taste. That incredible flavor. 50% sovereignty, 50% cypherpunk, and 100% f***ing your central bank. Exit your money from the system. Own your Bitcoin. Hold your keys. And break open a cypherpunk calculator. Bitcoin only. Air-gapped by default. Accessible by microSD, USB, wireless NFC, or as a virtual disk. It has fast and easy backup and recovery, a Duress pin, and a BrickMe pin. Unlimited memory, so there's no transaction too big for your Cold Card to sign. You can sign the largest multi-sig imaginable, or even sign your bullshit inscriptions. All this while keeping your keys ice cold. Enjoy the fresh taste of freedom and open up a Cold Card today. 9% off with code Bitcoin Audible. Limited 1 discount per order. Not available on Mars. Ships from Canada, which is pretty cool, eh? So I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring this topic up again. But like I said at the beginning, I thought this was a really great article when I read it yesterday. And I thought it really kind of put things into perspective and also hit one of the most important points that, like, even particularly because I have had a couple of different interviews and a couple of different like Twitter posts and things where I have specifically come out against, or I've made a bit of a big deal out of it when my conclusion, I still believe my conclusion in the pooping in the park episode. It's easy to just get wrapped up in what I consider the negatives and make it seem like I think it's more important than it actually is. And Roy also does a good job of making it clear that the fees aren't the problem, which I hope I properly articulated in my more direct episodes about this topic previously. And you know, I mean, that was the whole point of the analogy of pooping in the park. I think it's also not so simple that I still would push back a little bit in Roy's perspective on the fact that it is money and storage, and that I genuinely think the Bitcoin the money, and Bitcoin the monetary base is more important, or is objectively at a lower level than the idea of storage as a utility. And that if the storage utility compromises or has any negative effect on the monetary purpose or the monetary robustness and security and validation costs of the base network, then, and if obviously there is a clear and simple way to mitigate it or remove it, then that should be thought of as an important engineering goal, as a proper reaction to the issue. And a tweet that I made recently, where I was trying to articulate this point, was I was saying that, you know, like, TCP/IP isn't made so that you can cram a whole bunch of arbitrary data, like an image, into a connection handshake. Like, the whole point of TCP/IP is to be able to transmit after establishing a connection. You send it in packets, right? And the header of the packet is very strictly defined and limited so that it can properly and efficiently transmit packets. Now imagine if I could put like some tiny little piece of code in it that would send computers into a loop trying to see what's going on in the data. And I could send a malicious packet that had in the TCP/IP header, like in the handshake or the connection details, wherever it is in the TCP/IP protocol, I could insert some information that just caused a computer to just crash or to just have to do some infinite computation that endlessly came back to zero and started over because I have put this into the TCP/IP protocol. It's important that that sort of information is invalid, that this is not a way to use TCP/IP so that TCP/IP can transmit data, because that's its purpose. And the same thing with a signature, like ECDSA, you're making a signature, whatever. It's not made so that you can stick in a bunch of arbitrary information. The signature is just the signature. It's just what's necessary to serve its purpose and to confirm the existence of the key. And what I hoped to make clear, what I was trying to explain in that tweet, was the framing or the analogy that this isn't about censorship, because the information doesn't have to have anything to do with Bitcoin as money. It literally is using Bitcoin transactions as a storage device, which a monetary transaction is not, in the same way that a TCP/IP handshake is not a program. It's not a way to distribute apps. It is not something that you want other computers having to do arbitrary computation on in order to establish a handshake. You just want it, or to establish a connection, you just want it to do the absolute bare minimum, extremely strict set of rules to quickly and efficiently establish a connection so that you can get on with all of the things you want to do on the internet. If these protocols, if these signatures, if all of these different systems were not designed to strictly only do the thing that they do, well, then the system itself, the protocol, gets bogged down, becomes clunky for the purpose that it's actually meant for, because somebody found some trick or workarounds or I still think it's almost fair to call it an exploit of putting something completely arbitrary into the information that bogs down the purpose of establishing a connection or checking a signature, etc., etc. But what is funny, and I think is really important to continue reiterating, is that the idea of high fees is really what kind of pissed a lot of people off. Is that, fees went $10, $20, $30, and people were pissed that it was costing a fortune to send Bitcoin around, and then to find it's literally because people are sticking stupid images and NFT, just straight garbage into the chain, and of course, just paying enormous fees and bloating the entire mempool and everything, literally using the blockchain, literally using the Bitcoin time chain as a storage drive instead of a monetary network. I can see why. I mean, it's annoying. It's annoying. But the fees inevitably have to get there. So it's not really anything. I would just much rather it be that it's being used as money when the fees got there, because then we know it's a relative use case or it's actual demand for the utility, for the purpose of Bitcoin, by which this data is being processed. But I think the most sober and simple way to put it was a quote from this article. It says, "The effects are ambivalent. On the one hand, more data per transaction increases the storage and computing burdens for node operators, for which they receive no compensation. Not great." End quote. That's it. That's it. That's the negative. It's not got anything to do with fees. It's not even that ordinals affect the fungibility, because if you don't care about ordinals, it doesn't. It literally, you could just as easily say this address is cool because it's got a word at the beginning of it. Like you can generate a hash at the beginning with a word at the beginning of it, and you can say it's more valuable, and people could literally want it more than an address that has nothing interesting in it. It's just a bunch of random hash, right? But that is not a fundamental effect of fungibility. And Bitcoin has no recognition of any of this. This is part of the reason why I specifically call it garbage. And that if you are using Bitcoin as a canonical history, as a time stamping server, then what you should be doing is stamping a hash of whatever it is that you're trying to validate or to confirm its existence prior to anything else, which is exactly why Taproot Assets, I think, is the ultimate solution to this. And I hope that just in the long run, it literally just prices itself out, because who the hell is really who's gonna pay $30 to get some pizza token when you can do you can have the same dumb, just vapid tokens of whatever the hell you want on something like Taproot Assets, and it costs 100,000th of a penny because somebody's issuing 100,000 transactions in a single Taproot hash. I mean, the comparable efficiency of getting the exact same meaningless token it's not, you really just can't compare it. It's just silly. So again, it likely prices itself out. And despite my annoyance with it and the fact that I do think of it as shoving garbage into the time chain, it is not an existential crisis. And this is why, like, a number of people have said, oh, we could do a soft fork for this, and I just don't even think that should be on the table. If we're talking about any sort of a fork, forks are dangerous. Forks are difficult. Getting consensus on forks is a whopping pain in the ass. Trying to do that over this issue is giving it way, way more credit than it deserves. But there is reason to be annoyed, in my opinion. There is reason to consider the negative effects on nodes, however small it may be, and I think it's entirely fair to always paint it in a negative social light. I think it's roughly on the order of someone being a leech. Just, they never do anything positive, they're not good stewards of the resources that other people make available to them, and they tend to waste it on frivolous or stupid things. I think that's fair, and that's still my stance on it. But I will say there was one tiny element of excitement. So when those fees got that high, I definitely ran downstairs and I cut on my miners, because those were some really great blocks. I do not regret that. And so as a miner, I totally understand the other side of the coin. So we'll close this one out with by just repeating the conclusion of Roy Scheinfeld here. It says, but I don't fear these developments either. They raise fees, and higher fees have beneficial side effects for the blockchain. What's good for Bitcoin is good for the world, whether it's intentional or not. And they reinforce the case for Lightning as a low-fee means to use Bitcoin as money for smallish, everyday purchases and transfers. Generally, what's good for Lightning is good for Bitcoin, which is good for the world. Wizard gifts and subsidiary tokens can't really do much harm, so I'm just going to stay cool, stack sats, and continue making Lightning as good as it can be. Amen. That's a great way. It's a great way to conclude it. Shout out to Roy and Breeze and everything that they're doing. I'm still waiting with bated breath for their new green light, their redo of the Breeze wallet, so I can make that one of my main wallets again. Now, just so you know, nothing happened to the Breeze wallet. The Breeze wallet still works fine, but I know they're moving to their own SDK and with the green light node, the Blockstream green light node as the back end, but where you're still holding your keys, and it's just really exciting. And I want to see that setup or that design in action and how clean and fast it is in comparison to the way Breeze behaves as a full-on neutrino-like client that does its own routing, et cetera, et cetera. Because Breeze has been a main wallet of mine for a long time, and I've mostly switched over to Phoenix because I just wanted to clear it all out. So I had a fresh run as soon as the thing dropped. So now I'm kind of like missing it. It's been like 2 months since I've used Breeze. So Roy, get it done, man. Get it done. Impatience, I push on to you. But anyway, stay humble and stack sats, everybody. Take a deep breath. It's not that big a deal. I'm annoyed. I get it. But it's not that big a deal. So with that, thank you for listening. Thank you for checking out Fold. And if you want 100,000 sats, I don't know why you wouldn't want 100,000 sats, but if you want it, you should go to my link, bitcoinaudible.com/fold, and definitely check that out. And then if you get 100,000 sats, anytime you get sats, when you stack it, you're going to put that shit on your cold card, because that's how you own your keys. You have your Bitcoin safe. Please, as a listener of the show, please own your keys. This is my only request of you. And you can get 9% off with code BitcoinAudible at bitcoinaudible.com/coldcard. Both the links will be available in the show notes. And I love you all. And I will catch you on the next episode of Bitcoin Audible. And until then, everybody, take it easy, guys. It is unwise to be too sure of one's own wisdom. It is healthy to be reminded that the strongest might weaken and the wisest might err. Mahatma Gandhi.
Maybe toxic at times. BTC Rad.io. Block time 733,506.
Hi, you're listening to Stefan Livera Podcast, a show about Bitcoin and Austrian economics brought to you by Swan.com. So for episode 487, we have a debate on Bitcoin mining, energy, and the impact of it with digiconomist Alex, and debating him is Ben Gagnon, Chief Mining Officer of Bitfarms, who joined me on the show recently and rejoins for this debate. It's more of a casual style, as that was what was agreed. So we talk about Bitcoin mining models, when do they break down, Bitcoin mining machine efficiency assumptions, the media referring to scary numbers in the bull cycle and then forgetting about it later on, as well as these transaction per second metrics, which can be very misleading. Now, before we begin, Plan B Forum Lugano is coming October 20th and 21st. I had a great time there last year, and I'll be there again this year, and I'm looking forward to seeing you there if you're interested in showing up. Lugano is a city in Switzerland taking on Bitcoin adoption. They have hundreds of places you can spend Satoshis over the Lightning Network. There are cafes, restaurants, bars, clothes stores, barbershops, hairdressers, watch stores, and more. So it's really real-world adoption. This forum or conference will host awesome speakers like Nick Szabo, Adam Back, Paolo Arduino, Prince Philip, Giacomo Zucco, Mike Peterson from Bitcoin Beach, and many more. There's going to be a main stage, a Lightning and peer-to-peer stage, as well as masterclasses where Bitcoiners can learn skills relating to self-custody, multi-signature, or setting up your Lightning or Bitcoin node. So check your calendars, look up flights and hotels, and go to planb.lugano.ch for Plan B Forum on October 20th and 21st. Now, when it comes to sending Bitcoin on-chain transactions, I like to check mempool.space so that I can target my fee appropriately. Bitcoin is a multi-layer ecosystem, and mempool.space is a comprehensive Bitcoin explorer covering this ecosystem. You can see the mempool, the blockchain, as well as second-layer networks like the Lightning Network. And with mempool.space, you don't have to trust a third party. It's free and open-source software. You can host it yourself with full-node distributions like Umbrel and Raspberry Blitz and others. Mempool.space have also announced a transaction accelerator product, which is coming soon, so keep an eye out for that. And otherwise, go and check it out over at mempool.space. And now, on to the debate. Alex and Ben, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Glad to be here.
Same for me.
So we're going to have a, let's say, a casual debate. There's been a lot of back and forth about Bitcoin mining. What are the actual impacts of Bitcoin mining? What are the costs and what are the benefits of Bitcoin mining? And so I guess we can probably set some of the context. Alex, aka Digiconomist, you're a data scientist and you've been putting out some statistics on what you believe Bitcoin energy consumption is and what those impacts are. Ben is the Chief Mining Officer at Bitfarms, has some disagreements around methodology and perhaps other questions around the impacts of that. So I think it's probably best to start with Ben, if you want to start with any of your concerns around Alex's modeling, and then we can. Take it further from there.
Yeah, sure. And thank you, Alex, for agreeing to come out here and talk with Stefan and I. Very happy to be here and go over this issue. I've been following you for several years and have been pulling your data and have it integrated into my model for about the last 3.5 years. Basically, we as a network are consuming a very, very trivial amount of energy. I think it's very clear when you look at all the different metrics and the different indexes for electricity consumption, like on a global basis, we're a fraction of a percent. And there's no disagreement. 21,000 Bitcoins with just hydropower here at Bitfarms. Like we're a company that has powered almost every single Bitcoin that we've mined with hydropower for almost the entire existence of our operation. I wouldn't say that's something that necessarily, every investor is very focused on. But the reality is like we as a company, we focus on profit, and we focus on these other areas where we can get better deals. And we primarily invest in areas where the energy is overlooked, it's underutilized, and it's often being wasted. That's what helps us to reduce our costs.
Okay, so there's a lot to respond to, and let me first of all say that watt per terahash is not an assumption of my model, and also not of Cambridge. They make a watt per terahash average, which they then apply to the network to do their calculations, but it's not like they assume any direction on that. I mean, it will go down over time in the Cambridge model. In my model, if you calculate it, you can calculate it from the energy consumption it puts out, but the thing is, the watt per terahash, it includes energy consumption from all sources. So, it includes that maybe people are going to go crazy in some kind of bull market where they even start cooling their machines with air conditioning or start heavily overclocking their machines. I mean, there's no assumption on that in my model. There is an assumption on, let's say, the time it takes to get to that long run equilibrium point that I mentioned before. And I think that is an important one, because if that one is very short, what you're going to see is that the Bitcoin price goes up and immediately the estimated energy consumption goes up. And the thing is, if you compare my model to Cambridge, I'm actually the only one that accounts for a manufacturing lag. If you look at the Cambridge model in a bull market, their model always goes up right away the moment the price starts going up, because they don't have anything to account for that. They don't account for manufacturing. I do account for manufacturing, but my lag is set at 1 year, and that is a fixed amount of time based on calculations made in 2018. So it is totally possible that doesn't apply more recently. That is the assumption of my model, that the manufacturing lag is going to be 1 year, and yeah, you can be totally right. It can maybe, especially when there's a chip shortage, it may be longer. But then again, when the market starts going down, maybe it's shorter because you don't need to produce that much energy. Anymore. There is simply not enough new information to really make a new calculation on that. And by the way, the 60% is also supported by a by now pretty old survey by Cambridge. Several years ago, they did this survey among miners, and then they found that close to 60% of their costs were going to hardware. But again, this number might be outdated. Also, the 5 cents per kilowatt hour, which is a crucial assumption in both my model and that of Cambridge, is coming from the same survey. I think it's 2018, 2019, that number. We've had an energy crisis recently. We have no clue how this number has developed. We know that there are some miners in the US that pay less than that. We know, for example, Riot Platforms is paying just 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Recently saw a nuclear miner in Pennsylvania doing just 2 cents per kilowatt hour. So there are miners paying less, but we don't really know how the average is developing over time. And these are known unknowns. We know that these are assumptions, and these assumptions can be wrong. The thing is, we don't have anything better to go on than the information that we're currently applying in these models. Just means that, at least back at the start of 2022, when Cambridge put out the last update to this data, a third of mining around the globe was happening illegally. So you can't just go to them and ask like, hey, what's your energy consumption? They actually want to stay under the radar, and you can't really do a proper survey. That's problematic. But what I could do back in 2020, when at that time all these major hardware manufacturers wanted to go and do an IPO. Bitmain was one of them, still the largest manufacturer, I think, out there today, that also wanted to do it. And they put out a lot of information regarding the machines they produced in the prior years. If you have that information, you can kind of do a adjusted minimum calculation, whereas you still calculate a minimum energy consumption estimate for the network, except you correct it for the amount of machines that have been produced according to the IPO filings. And at least following that approach, I established that over 2020, both my own model and the Cambridge model were showing too low results for different reasons. The Cambridge model was severely overestimating the share of newer machines and underestimating the share of older devices, especially S9s. And my own model was simply too pessimistic on the time lag and the amount of time it takes to get new machines up and running. So, and now we're looking at a watt per terahash where we can already establish, okay, if you look at the start of that number, it's probably way too low. That is a bit of an issue, because you kind of expect when you look at the number to go down over time, but in this case, and starting point is already too low. And then, of course, you have this weird situation in 2021 where China kicks out these miners, and then the energy consumption, the watt per terahash estimate just goes through the roof because my model breaks down during that specific event. There's no competitive markets, at least for a short while. So in terms of verification, what can we do? I do agree that it can help you as a sort of sensibility check, but at the same time, given these constraints, it's also very difficult to put any hard conclusions along with that about whether these models are right or wrong. And I think it's just not a very solid way of doing verifications.
Okay, but I mean, let's take that. I mean, then why are these models are being used to sort of drive fear in the media amongst people who don't understand this? And if you yourself are saying, well, certain aspects of the models can't easily be verified because, yes, some of the miners would prefer to hide that information or it's competitive information, then are you okay with these numbers being used to basically attack the industry?
Well, the thing is, and one of the things that I often tell people who are interested in this is just look at the lower bound. There's no discussion about the lower bound. And if you take that number, you have plenty to go on for your policy discussions. If you look at Cambridge today, they're saying, okay, the Bitcoin network is consuming 140 terawatt hours of electrical energy per year. The lower bound is 70. Well, that factor 2 isn't really going to make all the difference from the policy perspective. The factor 2 is way too low because ultimately what policymakers are concerned about is, they look at Bitcoin and they're looking at the existing financial system and they see that, okay, Bitcoin is consuming somewhere in this range of electrical energy consumption. At the same time, the amount of electrical energy consumption related to the current financial system is estimated to be in the same range as this number. There was a very recent paper in the Journal of Cleaner Production that actually put the total energy consumption for the financial industry, so that means branches, ATMs, everything related to banknotes and cashless payments, at 128 terawatt hours of electrical energy consumption a year. And their concern is going to be like, okay, whether Bitcoin is going to be consuming 70 or 140 terawatt hours, ultimately Bitcoin is using all that energy while the network is only processing 100 million transactions a year, while the regular financial system does 2.1 trillion cashless payments plus an unspecified amount of cash transactions. And that's where the disproportionateness starts to come in, and the factor 2 doesn't fix that.
Back to the show in a moment. The lead sponsor of Stefan Livera podcast is Swan Bitcoin. Over at swan.com, you can sign up for safe and easy Bitcoin buys with recurring purchase plans and one-time buys. Now, many people know Swan as an auto stacking application or website or service, but also Swan Private exists. Swan Private is a trusted partner on your Bitcoin journey. This is a service especially for high net worth investors or those people who need support for retirement, trust, or corporate accounts. With Swan Private, you have a dedicated Bitcoin expert, you have access to exclusive events, and you also receive original Bitcoin and investment research. So if you are a high net worth investor or you have friends and family who might fit that category where they need some additional guidance, send them over to swanprivate.com. Over at swanprivate.com, you can get a trusted partner on your Bitcoin journey and get additional guidance that you need to help you navigate your Bitcoin journey. And last but not least, CoinKite.com, the creators of my favorite Bitcoin hardware wallet or hardware signing device, the Cold Card. The Mark IV is the latest edition. It's got 2 secure elements. It's super secure. You can use it easily when you are directly plugging it to the computer. If you are a beginner, or if you're intermediate or advanced, you can use it in air gap mode, where you get a micro SD card and ferry the information back and forth between your computer and the software wallet, such as Spectre Desktop or Sparrow or Electrum, that way. And it also has NFC support, so you can use it with software such as Nunchuck, but you can, of course, disable that NFC support if you don't want that. It's a very reliable performer. There's a range of different configurations you can use the Cold Card in. You can use it in single signature. You can have seed XOR. You can use BIP85. You can use it as part of a multi-sig. You can have passphrases, BrickMe pins, all of these different features. And you can learn more over at coinkite.com and get a discount on your Cold Cards with the code Livera. And now back to the show. Okay, fine. But even on that point, I think it also depends on what you think are the consequences of the monetary standard that we're operating under, right? And so this is where I would say, and Ben may have his own views on this as well, but the way I see it is you would compare a fiat money standard versus a gold standard versus a Bitcoin standard. And there are certain consequences of living on a fiat standard, and those are not just the banking industry. You know, you could say, well, what about the military? What about other aspects? What about other aspects of society that are impacted by us living on a fiat standard? So at least that's how I would answer that question. I'm curious how, Ben, you think about it.
Yeah, I think about it a little bit more differently, especially when it comes to transactions. Like, as a miner, I think my primary role is providing security to the network, and secondary is processing transactions. It's more important that nobody gets their Bitcoin stolen out of their wallet than somebody gets like the most rapid transaction speed that they can possibly have. And when we look at how Bitcoin works as an actual payment medium, you know, Bitcoin transactions are comparable to SWIFT, and Lightning transactions are comparable to MasterCard. You know, nobody is out there doing 100 million transactions every day, you know, on the SWIFT network for cans of Coke, right? There are different payment mediums and different payment settlement networks for different kinds of transactions with different purposes and different values associated with those transactions that give different degrees of certainty, and are also associated with different processing times. So, you know, that's the more comparable. And when we're talking about, you know, just transactions on layer 1, that ignores all the transactions that are happening on Lightning Network and that growing ecosystem, which is really where the payments are supposed to be being done, especially for smaller goods and services. And the second thing is that, sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
So not just the Lightning network transactions, but
oh, right. You're ignoring everything that's happening on the exchanges, right? Which is probably the vast majority of actual Bitcoin moving between people's balances is actually just happening on the exchanges. People just trading every day. Like that's the vast majority of transactions, is the buy and sell on the exchanges. And it's all being, you know, ignored. So, I mean, personally, I don't really think about it in terms of the transaction piece. I don't think it's a very good metric to look at things. I think it skews the way that people see things, and it's not really accurate with regards to what's actually happening on the ground and how people are using Bitcoin and how people have been using Bitcoin for years. But going back to your point there, I'm very glad we can agree. We found some agreement here. Your model breaks down in bull markets, and that's one of my big challenges with this, is because nobody really cares, to be honest with you.
When there is no competition, that's when it breaks down. Not necessarily in all bull market.
Okay, so we found some agreement there. The situation is that, like, look, Bitcoin goes down to 16K. Nobody talks about Bitcoin's electricity consumption. Bitcoin's at 67K in a bull market. Everybody's talking about Bitcoin electricity consumption. And so your model is designed to inflate and overestimate at the time when people have the most attention for this statistic, right? When it comes back to reality, nobody cares. When it's at those inflated stages, that's when everybody's paying attention. That's when everybody's writing the articles. And that's when everybody's citing the main estimate. Nobody is citing your lower level estimate. I've yet to see a single newspaper article that cites your lower bound. Not one. And, you know, it's all on your main bound estimate. Every single article, every single policy paper, everything is on main bound estimate. And that's the one that has the vast majority of the problems. And so, you know, there is no certainty. There will never be a certainty. Hey, today, this is exactly the amount of electricity that the network is consuming. Hey, this is the breakdown of the machines. Like, this is something that's changing every second of the day, because there's a lot of volatility, both in, you know, different site situations, company situations, mining economics. There's a lot of volatility. No one will know for sure. What we can do is, like any good scientist, is we can rule out what is obviously false, right? We can't prove that this is necessarily true, but we can prove something to be false. And that's what these metrics do. These metrics prove something to be false. You know, what can we do to improve that? I think there's lots of different ways to change that, to improve that, to make it actually reflect what a company like Bitfarms is doing on the ground from an operational perspective. I mean, my model is all based on what we do as a company, because, you know, it's designed to help us inform our decisions. Are we being competitive enough? Do we need to improve our efficiency? What are other people's, you know, cost position? Like, we are trying to compete on a relative basis. We're of the firm belief that, you know, if we're in the lower quartile or lower third of low cost producers, we're effectively hedged against, you know, lower mining market economics, at least relative to our peers. And so, you know, these sorts of things we can verify what doesn't work. And the watt per terahash is a great way for verifying that something doesn't work. When it comes to you know, other estimates too, like there are other estimates that we have here. I'm not even going to get into the carbon estimates, because that is a really wonky math that I don't think anybody has figured out in any industry. There's a lot of different definitions for how to measure that, how to track that. And then when you look at, you know, especially if you don't have that specificity on the data set, you don't know where the electrons are going anywhere. I mean, you look at like our operations in Quebec, it's all powered by hydro. But if you look at us as Canada, you might be including a bunch of nat gas into our mix. Right? If you look at the United States as a whole, you might be looking at a bunch of nat gas and coal and other things in the mix. But if you look at where miners are specifically locating behind the meter at nuclear power plants, behind the meter at solar panels, behind the meter at wind farms, like, you're going to have a very different view of that. But like you said, we don't have a whole lot of that data outside of the public companies who are making press releases and are being audited to make sure that information is accurate. But the public companies, I think, are starting to change the space, because there are now a significant amount of the hash rate. It's a meaningful sample size. You know, it's well over 20% of the network hash rate is owned and operated by public companies at this point. This is a meaningful sample size that is verifiable information, and it's audited information. And I think that probably is going to be a good basis for things rolling forward. Certainly, there's, you know, things that have been proven wrong, you know, need to be adjusted. And if, you know, we agree that, you know, the model breaks down in certain economic conditions, then maybe the conversation should be, why is it breaking down on those certain economic conditions, and what can be done to the model so that it doesn't break down in those economic scenarios?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, when it comes to the question, which model should you like more, a little bit of a fun fact is that my model gets cited mostly by crypto media during bull markets, because my numbers are always in bull markets lagging the Cambridge index, and because of the embedded lag, which is not in the Cambridge model. So if you look at the headlines earlier this year, you will see headlines by Barron's and others saying, oh, Bitcoin is consuming a record amount of energy consumption. That's not coming from me. That's coming from Cambridge. And if you put the numbers next to each other and next to the price, you will see that price goes up, the Cambridge model is going to be the first one. So if you're concerned about what are people going to be looking at in bull markets, well, the Cambridge model is probably going to be the one you like the least. But the Cambridge model has the advantage that they don't really look, they don't do the energy consumption per transaction that a lot of people in the Bitcoin world and crypto world hate. But you do need some kind of metric to capture that, Bitcoin isn't as large as the current financial industry. So if we estimate it to consume as much power as the rest of the financial industry with everything that's going on, cash and digital payments and all the offices that are out there, then we need some additional metric to show that, this is, proportionate or not, and that you need some kind of relative measure because Bitcoin is still growing. And the regular financial industry is growing as well. But
yeah, but Alex, I think to be fair here, this is something where I've seen you commonly say this, even in your tweets, where you commonly cite this 3 to 7 TPS transactions per second. But we all know that's not comparable, as Ben was saying, as many Bitcoin people are saying. We know, as an example, as I'm sure you know, every 10 minutes on average, there's a Bitcoin block. Those blocks have on average about 4,000 transactions each. 3,000 or 4,000, maybe 5,000 at the max. So it's not like even if Bitcoin had greater adoption that it would go much above that, because that's basically the theoretical maximum of, to be clear, on-chain transactions per block. Now we know that per on-chain transaction, there can be multiple payouts. So for example, if an exchange is doing one on-chain transaction but paying out to 100 customers, is that one transaction or is it really 50 or 100? And then don't forget, that's again not counting Lightning. That's not counting all these transactions that rarely ever hit the chain. So how can you defend this 3 to 7 TPS number when you are, in my view, unfairly conflating or comparing that with SWIFT or with, Visa, MasterCard?
Well, you mentioned the Lightning Network as a payment layer, but the thing is, the most recent estimate that I saw for the Lightning Network was that it was processing one transaction a second. Now, that estimate is a little bit outdated, but it was coming from some crypto research institution, and if you're interested, I can send you the link after this conversation. But that doesn't add a whole lot on top of the handful of transactions that the Bitcoin network is doing.
It adds a lot more in theory, because what happens is a lot of people will extrapolate, right? They'll say, oh, look, 3 to 7 TPS per second. Oh, let me just scale that to the entire existing modern day payment system and just naively, quote unquote, naively scale it, when Lightning could do a lot more than 1 TPS per second. And I think it's quite clear that it is doing a lot more than 1 TPS per second. If you think about a lot of these payments that are happening on, for example, podcasting value for value, Nostra zapping, and all of these little things that are just not able to be so easily measured, right?
Well, sure, but there hasn't been any new number out there that says, okay, there's this many transactions happening on Lightning, so we can add them. And even if we did have a number, it's not going to be. And we're not going to be talking thousands. In order to bridge the gap with the regular financial system, you need, in order to have a comparable energy consumption per transaction, you need thousands of more transactions per second, not just a few more. If you have 1 or 2 more per second, yeah, okay, that's great, but that doesn't matter. The Lightning Network could do a whole lot more. I think is a different discussion, and we can probably have a separate podcast about that, because in the end, in order to use the Lightning Network, well, you still need to go through the main chain, and if you don't do that, then you're going to be dependent on these intermediaries again, and then that's kind of what we try to avoid with Bitcoin. I mean, the whole thing about Bitcoin is that it's decentralized peer-to-peer money. That's the whole core of the system. And actually, I always say, and people are surprised to hear that very concept is the very thing that I personally always did find interesting. I wouldn't be active around cryptocurrencies if I didn't at some point found that a very interesting idea. It's just that in practice, we're seeing that a lot of people aren't using Bitcoin in that way. They're leaving their money at exchanges. And if you try to facilitate better peer-to-peer interactions, you're limited by a main chain that is just doing a handful of transactions per second, and you still need to go to that main chain in order to get to the second layer. It's still very debatable what is the real added capacity of the Lightning Network if you account for all those limitations. That's something that has to be seen over time. I mean, the efficiency is not a fixed value. It's something that can go up and down over time. We've seen people ever since 2015 state that the energy consumption per Bitcoin transaction on average is X amount. In 2015, they specifically said, okay, it's as much as a US household for a period of 1.5 days. Now, if you were to look at the same metric today, you're going to conclude, oh, no, that's 2 months. Or it went back a little bit. Now it's just 1 month. But energy efficiency is a value that evolves. One of the key problems that Bitcoin has is that energy consumption is closely related to the price. The higher the price goes, the more mining activities will typically be going on, because miners will simply have more resources to deploy, while at least the on-chain capacity is fixed. So the payment capacity is not keeping up with the growth of the energy consumption. And that is a trend that needs to be completely reversed. What you want to have going forward is that there is no more growth in energy consumption, and a lot more capacity for transactions. And then the energy efficiency can improve. The fastest way to get the energy efficiency down would simply be to drop mining altogether, but that's also a very sensitive discussion.
Look, I mean, obviously, I think that it just really ignores a lot of the security model of Bitcoin. It ignores the reason, it ignores a lot of things about how Bitcoin works. It would be like saying, oh, don't fly somewhere on a plane, just ride your bicycle there. Well, no, it's misunderstanding. Anyway, Ben, do you want to have a response?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're already running a little bit out of time. So, and again, this is something that we can devote an entire podcast to if you start to debate proof of work versus proof of stake. Because yes, there's no question about Ethereum on proof of stake since last year consuming a lot less energy, but their landscape changed in more ways than one. They don't just consume less energy; they also changed their security model, as you call it. The only thing we know is that they managed to run uninterrupted since they made the switch, but that's no guarantee for the future. I just want to make one last note in the context of the conversation we've been having, and that is that when we also need to put these estimates in a broader context. What we can do for cryptocurrencies is unrivaled. There is no other industry where every single day you can just take a little piece of paper and you start very simply making a very easy calculation. What is probably the likely energy consumption of the network? Especially the lower bound, that's a certainty that you can just calculate every single day. And then with a little bit of assumptions, you can calculate a more likely number. But you can do it every single day, and you don't need a lot of inputs to do it. There is no other industry out there where we have the same capability. So if you're talking, for example, about data centers in general, the estimates that are there, they have a much bigger range. They will range from 100 terawatt hour all the way to 1,000 terawatt hours per year. And that's because it's much harder. The quality of data available is much less. And there is still room for improvement what we're doing in Bitcoin. I'm not saying that what we're doing in Bitcoin is perfect, and I think that maybe we can have some agreement there. But compared to whatever we are doing for every other industry out there, it's unrivaled transparency. We can do these calculations on a daily basis. We can't do it for anything else.
I absolutely.
Okay, Ben, any last comments?
Yeah, I absolutely agree that it is unrivaled transparency in the Bitcoin space, which is why everybody can go out there and verify these numbers. It's incredibly frustrating to me that nobody does. News journalists are not going to go out there and verify any of this math. They're really just looking for numbers to cite that confirm their headline and the story that they're trying to write. I mean, this is something that I've seen dozens of times speaking to mainstream journalists. Literally do not care. They'll say at the end of the interview, hey, that's really interesting, but that's not the story we're trying to write. And they move on, and they'll go on and they'll cite something like Digiconomist or possibly Cambridge, as you pointed out, can get some citations too. I don't like the transaction fee methodology because it's not really what I think we're doing here as miners. I think we're providing security first and foremost. I think transactions come secondary. And when we look at electricity consumption. I also disagree that electricity consumption for the network should go down over time. I fundamentally disagree on that point. I think energy consumption should continue to go up. When we look at the electricity consumption for the industry as a whole, like I said, we're a fraction of 1%. The exact number, nobody's entirely sure, but we're talking about somewhere in the range, probably 20 to 50 basis points, right, in terms of world electricity supply that's going to Bitcoin mining. When we look at what are the sources of electricity, how it's generated, how it's distributed and transmitted, who are the biggest consumers, where does that electricity go? The number one source of electricity consumption worldwide is waste. And the reality is that I, as a miner, am not looking to go to a place like Manhattan and set up a Bitcoin mine, downtown. The energy is too competitive. I'm not going to get a price that's going to make it profitable for me. So we go to these remote areas where nobody's invested, or people invested decades ago, and it's been sitting vacant for years. In Quebec, we have 6 of our 7 sites are in former industrial plants that have sat vacant for years, or in some cases decades. Right? This is hydroelectric infrastructure that was built to power heavy industry, which is gone, left, moved on. And the snow still falls, the rain still falls, the water still flows through the dam, the power still being generated, but the demand is gone, the distribution doesn't exist. And, you have to transport that thousands of kilometers or miles away to get to a market that would actually consume it. You'd have to agree with the different states, the different countries, the different regulators. You'd have to line up the capital to build the transmission lines. You have to, these are processes that take a long time. In the situation of Quebec, some of these deals have been going on for over 10 years, and they still have not transmitted a single watt of power. And so we have a situation in Quebec where there's I can't remember the latest number, but the last time I checked, it was 40 terawatt hours a year was being spilled over the dam. That's equivalent to 4.5 gigawatts of power continuously every single second of the day. And this is power that could be generated, but there's no local demand. There's no local transportation to bring it to a market. And so they're spilling it over the side of the dam. That's enough to power about a third to 40% of the Bitcoin network. And this is just a source of waste. What happens if we go in there with Hydro-Quebec and start monetizing all this waste electricity? Well, Hydro-Quebec is going to have greater profitability. They're going to reinvest that into the province of Quebec in terms of social programs, roads, highways, schools, hospitals, whatever kind of social infrastructure they find, or further renewable energy infrastructure. Right now they've got a plan to continue growing their renewable energy generation capacity by 2040, and they're sitting on massive excess capacity right now that they're not monetizing. They're wondering, how are we going to pay for it in 2040? Well, geez, we as an industry could continue to grow. We could grow 100-fold and just be consuming marginal cost electricity that nobody else wants, wasted electricity that would otherwise be on the line. And so, in that point, and this is where I think the industry is going, the idea that, everybody's going to be operating at 6 cents or 5 cents, in 2030, I think is absurd. Everybody is moving towards marginal cost sources of energy, otherwise overlooked, underutilized sources of energy that would otherwise be wasted, because if that energy had any other demand, its cost is going to be too high, period. You have to go with energy sources that have literally no other application, and therefore the cost is going to be incredibly low. And in this case, Bitcoin mining is solving a problem that the electrical industry never thought they could solve, which was, how do you monetize and make use of the gap between electricity supply and electricity demand? Because you always have to have electricity supply exceeding electricity demand. If it ever drops below electricity demand, that's when you have a brownout or a blackout, right? And so you always have to have this excess capacity on the line, because you don't know when somebody's going to turn on a light switch, turn on a washing machine. You don't know when people are going to power up this industrial cooking oven or whatever they're using their power for. So you have to have that excess capacity on the line. And what Bitcoin miners are proving again and again is that that's the energy that we're looking for. And if we're looking for those sources of energy, we are very much incentivizing the creation of more energy generation capacity, especially on the renewable side. It's something that you see throughout most of the publicly traded miners. A lot of this is going to new renewable projects because the economic incentives on renewable projects are incredibly screwed up. If you look at where the miners are going in Texas, in the United States, they're all going to one load zone in ERCOT. It's called West Texas. And why are they going to West Texas? Well, they're going to West Texas because they've built up all these they've built up all these solar panels and wind farms in West Texas with no demand and no transmission capabilities. And so why are they building them there? Because the subsidies and the natural resources and the cheap land and the regulatory footprint of building in West Texas is relatively competitive. And so they're putting massive investment in renewable infrastructure, billions of dollars of investment in renewable infrastructure into an area where there's no demand for that energy infrastructure at all. And it's only been financed because of the subsidies. And now Bitcoin miners are coming in here and we're saying, okay, well, let's actually try and improve the economics of this project because there's a big gap here between electricity supply that's being generated by this plant and electricity demand that's on the line. There's no reason why we should be building, continuously gigawatts more projects in West Texas without distribution and transmission and local demand. But that's where the projects are going. And I think the free market works better. Like Bitcoin is not powered by subsidies. Bitcoin is powered by private capital trying to allocate capital efficiently. And we're going to places where that energy is wasted. It's the renewable energy sector, which is funded by subsidies and is growing out in a way that doesn't make sense. I mean, there are numerous areas in the United States that are run entirely on carbon. Like Puerto Rico is my favorite example. It's an island that's run entirely on diesel. It's a very meaningful population, around 3.5 million. And why are people not installing solar in Puerto Rico? Why are they just installing it in Texas where you're getting negative energy prices? Puerto Rico, they charge 32 cents a kilowatt hour. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Bitcoin miners are not in Puerto Rico consuming diesel. We're sitting there on these tail ends of the distribution curve, absorbing the inefficiencies in the market. And by absorbing those inefficiencies in the market, we're actually making a stronger market. We're making a more resilient market. And we're improving the economic incentive to drive a transition to renewables. And I think we see this everywhere. We see this in Paraguay with the Itaipu Dam. We're seeing this in West Texas. We see it in Quebec. And there are certainly examples of funding non-renewable generation as well. But mostly this is going towards renewable because you don't want that underlying volatility of the fossil fuel price. The marginal cost to generate a kilowatt hour from hydroelectric power plant is zero. The things are even built. The capital costs are already there. The marginal cost to generate one extra kilowatt hour, zero. The marginal cost to generate one extra kilowatt hour on a nat gas turbine or a coal power plant is not zero. And this is where the entire economics are going. They're going long run, marginal cost, entirely overlooked sources of energy, in which case consuming larger amounts of electricity is a good thing. And it also means too, Alex, that the economic lifespan of those machines is going to get pushed out longer and longer and longer, because the lower we can reduce that cost of energy, the longer you can generate profit with that miner. And so, I don't want to open up a whole can of worms here, but the miner lifespan is like 5 to 7 years, predictably, in terms of a useful lifespan, and that's only going to get longer and longer and longer as people move to marginal sources of electricity. So this is a very, very powerful market. It's a very powerful economic incentive, and what I don't like is I don't like a bunch of misleading figures and KPIs that are prohibiting that progress. Because this is the best thing that's happened to the energy industry probably since we invented nuclear power.
Okay, so that would be what is known in debating as a gish gallop, where you just spew a lot of arguments all together and you leave your opponent with way overwhelmed to be able to respond to everything, making it seem as if some of those arguments actually have merit. But I will try to respond to some of them. And one of them is that, in Quebec, here talked about miners using excessive amount of renewable, fixing efficiencies in the market. Quebec actually imposed a hard quota on the amount of energy that miners are allowed to use, simply because, this is where you enter the complicated world of of grid management. And what they are dealing with is that, okay, they have an access for a big part of the year, but then at the same time, during the summer months, winter months, they also have peak demand. So they need to serve demand peaks during certain times of the year, and they need to keep their access available during for serving those periods. And the thing with Bitcoin miners is that, well, they typically like to consume power on a 24/7 basis. I mean, even in China before, where a lot of these miners
were just one quick point on that. One, I mean, Hydro-Quebec has excess capacity basically all year round. And two, every single miner in Quebec operates on a curtailment program with Hydro-Quebec. And so during those coldest hours of the year, where that power is in, shorter supply, we all turn off. Every single one of the Bitcoin miners in Quebec turns off almost simultaneously and restores that power to the grid. And so, really, that's not even a shortage of supply. It's more a accounting deal where a lot of different municipal utilities are working with the provincial utility, and they're trying to manage their peak load with the provincial utility. This is more about managing the accounting and the economics of it, as opposed to a shortage of supply. And then there's one more quick point on that. The moratorium that's in place, the 300 megawatts, that came into place because there was 18 gigawatts worth of power applications that went into Quebec in 2017 and 2018. 18 gigawatts. At the time, the industry was consuming 4.5 gigawatts, right? And so, this was absurd, the amount of applications that went in there. And of course, it created a huge amount of fear. But, if they took any time to look at the numbers and say, hey, the network industry is consuming 4.5 gigawatts. We've received applications from a bunch of unknown Chinese people for 18 gigawatts. These aren't real.
Yeah, okay, and that was actually when I was in contact with one of your colleagues to help show that total amount of request was completely unrealistic. But, I think that now this amount is really capped, and we really need to look at, okay, how does this look for the whole network? And if you look at, for example, the US, New York Times recently did it in a separate analysis. They looked at, okay, what's going on in the United States with the miners using energy over there. They did a marginal analysis or a consequential analysis. And what that does is it looks at, okay, what is the real carbon impact of adding more power demand on a grid? Are more renewables being used, or is it more fossil fuels? At least in that analysis that they did, they found that on most US grids, renewables are getting prioritized, and the additional power demand coming from crypto miners is mostly being served from fossil fuels. And they actually concluded that the amount of fossil fuels going into the network over there was going to be reaching around 90%, which is very much higher than what we conclude, or what I in Cambridge previously concluded, because we tend to look at grid averages. And we look at the grid and we take a grid average to do our carbon emission calculation. And taking a grid average is not accounting for all these complicated dynamics. So in some cases it may work out better, but at least the general trend seems to be that it works out worse. Now, if you happen to be one of the ones that are exclusively using hydropower throughout the year, then that's great. A lot of the network that doesn't apply. But then you have other things to consider. You mentioned lifespan of devices. There's electronic waste, increasing lifespan of device as well. You could say that's a good thing, because then you have less electronic waste. At the same time, it means that you keep inefficient machines operating for longer, so then you also end up with higher energy consumption. And about working together to improve the amount of renewable generation on the grid. Well, renewable energy projects are typically long-term projects, and ironically, I was on a stage with Bitfarms in 2019 at a consensus conference, and we were talking about it, and I think I literally said at the time that Bitcoin miners make terrible partners to build out your energy infrastructure, for the very simple reason that Bitcoin miners are very dependent on an extremely volatile asset. So if the asset happens to go south tomorrow, then your business partner is going to be gone. And it's not just me making that note. It's actually been repeated, I think, last year by Fitch Ratings, who also warned utility companies to be very careful about interacting with the mining industry as a whole, because there is a financial risk involved for them if their business partner suddenly disappears overnight. That's a non-zero risk if you're dealing with Bitcoin. I mean, what I do in my models, what I can do is I can predict somewhat how the energy consumption is going to evolve given a certain Bitcoin price, but I don't attempt to predict the price, and I don't think anyone can predict the Bitcoin price. So this is if you're in a utility company, you're going to be involving yourself with Bitcoin miners, you're taking on that risk as well. You're exposing yourself to a highly volatile asset, which might not be a good idea. But that's also a completely separate discussion. And by the way, by now, I reserved an hour for this this talk, and we already passed that by 20 minutes. So I don't know if we need to follow up on this on a separate podcast, but I kind of need to leave.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll finish it there. Thank you both for joining. Thank you, Alex, for being gracious with your time and accepting the criticisms from those of us in the Bitcoin industry. And thank you, Ben, for your time as well. We'll leave it there, and we might just have to carry on our disagreements on Twitter or on another podcast some other time. So thank you both.
If there is high demand, I'm always willing to join again.
Happy to do a second one.
Thanks, guys. And I will put the links in the show notes for listeners. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So I hope you enjoyed that, and let me know what you think, whether there should be another follow-up debate episode, and of course, make sure to share this one out there so people can hear different views on Bitcoin mining energy. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the Citadels.
To the brands I work with, and will only ever work with those which I would use myself. River and CoinKite are two such stellar Bitcoin-only brands. If you already know about how they can help you to grow and secure your Bitcoin wealth respectively, skip ahead 70 seconds. If not, keep listening. CoinKite, first and foremost, makes products that help you take secure self-custody of your Bitcoin. Their flagship product, the Coldcard hardware wallet, has been a favorite of many Bitcoiners for many years. Reservations are also now open for the Coldcard Q1, which takes all the awesome features of the MK4 and adds a full QWERTY keyboard, QR code scanner, large LCD screen, battery power, and a ton more. If you've been waiting to get your Bitcoin off exchanges or are looking to migrate to a multisig solution, CoinKite has you covered. Beyond that, there's a ton of other goodies available at their store for using, gifting, and generally adorning your home or office with more awesome Bitcoin stuff. My personal favorite being the Block Clock series. Check it all out at coinkite.com. River is the place to build your Bitcoin wealth in the US. You can take the emotion out of Bitcoin accumulation by setting up a regular dollar cost average purchase with zero fees. You can buy lump sums, and you can even buy your own mining rigs and have them take care of all the hassles as you watch the sat stream in. For the developers and entrepreneurs out there, be sure to check out River's Lightning service, which allows for Lightning payments to be built into applications without having to run any Lightning infrastructure yourself. River has a brilliant, principled, and committed team which has truly built a best-in-class solution for growing and managing your Bitcoin wealth. Learn more about them at river.com today.
Let's do it!
Michael, thank you for joining me today. I have been familiarizing myself with a bunch of your work over the last few weeks, and there's a lot of it, so I don't know if we'll have time to discuss everything today, but I appreciate you making the time, and I'm looking forward to this discussion.
Thank you for having me.
Perhaps before we get going on, some of the many topics we can explore, maybe a brief introduction by you to, people who may not know who you are.
Sure. So my name is Michael Millerman. I run millermanschool.com, an online school of political philosophy, usually for adults or professionals who are looking to reconnect with an interest in philosophy, who want to go deeper into understanding politics. I graduated from the University of Toronto with a PhD in political science, where I studied, the topics that I now write about and teach. In particular, a question that's always interested me is the relationship between how we think about politics and how we think about metaphysics, ontology, first philosophy, and sort of more abstract topics like that. That's pretty much it. I mean, I've been in the academic mindset for most of my life, going through the degree program, but because I translated a controversial Russian political theorist named Alexander Dugin, who's regarded as, he had been called Putin's brain in 2014. There was some controversy and scandal surrounding that. which is why I left academia and went on my own independent entrepreneurial path as an online instructor.
Oh, really? I knew you had written that book, and I knew that to some degree he was controversial. I don't know too much about Dugan. I've seen some of your interviews with him, and he seems like a fairly sensible person to me. I didn't realize that there was a bunch of controversy around your writing about him.
Yeah, there is. It's complicated because depending on where you start with him or what you read first and sort of which road you pursue, it can seem sensible, it can seem senseless, or it can seem harmful, dangerous, and crazy. And so different people take different paths as they go through his work. But because I was one of the first people to bring him into English through my translations, and because he was a really hot topic in 2014 and again now because of the hostilities between Russia and Ukraine, and for other reasons, maybe I think having to do with the ideological atmosphere of university campuses today, all of that just became too much to handle at some point, and it affected my academic prospects, even though it wasn't the only thing I was working on, and it had nothing to do with the quality of my work. But yeah, he's definitely considered a controversial figure. He's been called the most dangerous philosopher in the world, and there's a lot of scandal around him.
You know, I'm sure this isn't lost on you as someone who thinks deeply about these things, but isn't it funny that the very institutions that are looking out at perhaps people like Dugan and saying, wow, those ideas are dangerous and they lead to, dangerous things. And they look back on the past and look at examples of dangerous things like authoritarian governments and censorship of various kinds and, exiling political opponents and all that stuff that we associate with authoritarianism and tyranny generally. That's the very mechanism they're using to respond to ideas that are counter to their ideologies or perhaps make them uncomfortable. I mean, we live in such an upside down world where, everything seems to be the inverse. A lot of people call it clown world, but it's you're being censored and deplatformed by people for ostensibly covering someone who is a threat to such behaviors theoretically, and they're actually acting them out in practice. What do you make of that kind of inversion of logic, sense, how things are working today?
It was amazing to experience firsthand because I did have kind of a starry-eyed view of academia as, especially some of the professors I had difficulties with publicly present themselves as all in on the serious study of alternatives, but then they caved like a spineless sort of creatures when faced with an actual alternative. So It is kind of complicated because on one hand, let me give credit where it's due in the following way. University instructors, especially in political science, I would say, they may feel like they have some sort of ethical or moral responsibility, not just to present students with all the relevant information, but in some sense to shape them, to guide them. In other words, they see themselves in a quasi-activist or sometimes straightforwardly activistic role as civic educators. There's a long history to that. It's reflected in Plato's Republic, the basic concern with civic education. And so there's some legitimacy to it. But on the other hand, they do act like in total oblivion of the contradictions of their own actions. So they have a sense of a moral superiority and a kind of civic obligation, but they don't see when they start to have a mirror image, or like you said, an inverse sort of dark mirror reflection of the very forces that they pretend to be against. And that's where it gets, I think, on one hand, it can be funny depending on how you look at it, because it's like people who are saying one thing and doing the exact opposite or behaving in exactly the way that they tell you not to. But it's pretty dangerous and disconcerting too. I'll tell you, I think maybe the classic example for me that wasn't affecting me personally, but that I saw when I was a teaching assistant at the University of Toronto. So keep in mind, those listeners who don't know, University of Toronto is a good Canadian school. It's pretty much the best school in Canada, let's say, and it's really educating in principle tomorrow's leaders in some capacity. So I was TAing a political science class, and I had asked a kind of controversial question, but I set it up to make it interesting, okay, as much as I possibly could. And nobody answered the question at first. So I was like, guys, I did my best to make this fascinating. I tried really hard to set it up in an interesting way. I'm teaching another class after yours. Can you guys just tell me, why didn't this connect? Why hasn't anybody said anything? One person put up her hand and she said, the question's actually truly interesting. This had to do with, can you identify, there's the gender identity question, but then what if I identify as 5 years old What if I identify as Chinese and so on? So she said, the question's actually very interesting. And I had an opinion on it. But the reason I didn't raise my hand is because I don't want there to be like the social blowback of voicing a controversial opinion. And then I said to the class, keep in mind, this is tomorrow's leaders, okay? At Canada's best university in a political science class.
In
I
what
asked
year?
the class, it was probably first year. So they're on their way through
No, I
political
mean, what year,
science
like-
training. Oh, this was 2000, probably 2017 or 18. Okay. Because I've been out of university since then. So then I asked a follow-up question. I said, who else feels this way? Like you wanted to answer, you wanted to discuss, but for fear of social ostracism and blowback, you didn't put up your hand. Everybody raised their hand. Everybody. That means every student in the class wanted to discuss the question, had something to say about it, and didn't speak because they were scared of the consequences. So you cannot have that environment at a university campus, in a political science department, training tomorrow's leaders at the top university. That's just catastrophic. So that tells you something, you know, it's not just Michael Millerman worked on Alexander Dugin. That's one thing. A class full of first-year students deathly scared to talk about something because they know they'll lose their heads for it. That's totally unacceptable. That's where things are now. In fact, they're probably even worse now.
Oh, yeah. You know, there's two interesting points about that. One is that if everyone actually did put up their hand for the very same reason, then it's almost like it's more of a spirit of the censorship rather, you know, an irrational fear, let's say, because if everyone wanted to engage in it, and presumably they were afraid of the direct, immediate ostracization from people that were in the class, not like hearing about it later, that was largely an illusion because there wouldn't have been that much pushback in the class in the moment. Maybe afterwards there might have been. I think it's a combination. On one hand, they may be worried about what the other people there will say, but I do also think it's an ingrained habit of self-censorship now, you know, because it's not just that you're worried what your classmate will say. You're worried that your professor will mark you for the wrong, not for bad work, but for politically incorrect opinion and so on. So I think it's the more deeply ingrained spirit of self-censorship, not just out of the fear of the classmates. I mean, we could imagine a different scenario where since everybody recognized that they wanted to talk, we could have had a conversation, but it's that the students now recognize, keep your mouth shut if you want to move through the institution. Because as soon as you start to think out loud, you know, it could be dangerous for you. And that's not a good environment. And the institutions, unfortunately, are apparently increasingly fostering that kind of environment. So that's a problem. Yeah. I mean, I find that attitude and that fear so repulsive, you know, and because the universities are supposed to be the battleground of ideas, right? You know, this is where you go to really hash it out. Like you're on that side, I'm on this side. There, you know, we both have issues with each other's opinion. Like this is the place where the pros come to sort out these things. Or at least that was the promise at some point, and maybe the practice at some point, but seems no longer to be the case. And I want to go back to that kind of civic element of education in a moment, but this is not a problem exclusive to academia, right? And let's keep using that word spirit. Like spirit is like an animating motivation that can emerge across various places, people, substrates. You know, it's an animating motivation of some kind. And so we see this and let's say this is kind of the spirit of self-censorship. We see it in academia. We saw it with a lot of medical professionals during the COVID years. We see it a ton in mainstream media. We see it at the family dinner table, like everywhere these days. And I'm curious what you think is the nature of that animating spirit of self-censorship. Is it like, why has that become such a dominant or dominating spirit in the world today that it has such an effect on people that they needn't even be directly threatened not to express an opinion, although there's obviously some indirect threat in terms of your livelihood and your job and that kind of stuff, but like it's so top of mind, it's so prevalent in decision making that you see it everywhere, and it happens automatically. It doesn't need to be, you know, directly instilled in someone. So I'm curious where you think that comes from, and what's the nature or character of that spirit. In a general way, I've tended to think about it as
post World War II, a function of the end of the Second World War, where it's like everything is potentially moving you in the direction of the worst nightmares of 20th century political history as soon as you start to slip in that direction. So the constant fear that you're going to be a stone's throw from fascism, from Nazism, from genocide, the moment you make any sort of distinction, it's interpreted as discrimination. Now, everybody knows, on the other hand, that there are still a lot of separations being made. In the COVID years, it was between the vaxxed and the unvaxxed, or the masked and the unmasked. So how do you combine these two things? On one hand, a fear of establishing new categories of discrimination because of the political history of the 20th century. And on the other hand, the obvious fact that we have many categories of discrimination going in the opposite direction. I think there it's that the people and the ideas and the classes and the values that have typically been seen as the underdogs, the marginalized, or the oppressed are now, in a process of restoring balance, taking the lead in these new acts of discrimination. So everything's been flipped on its head in this sense. But there's always, in the broad history of political philosophy, if you go back, as I say, to Plato, so before Christ, okay, we're talking about a long time ago and a long political history, long history of thought, there has always been a place for political censorship and a place for self-censorship. I recently read on my YouTube channel an article, incidentally by Dugan, on the censor, on different ways of interpreting acts of censorship. One way is like a sculptor building a statue out of marbles, removing and leaving you with a shape, a form, an image, or something that encapsulates the spirit of a place, the spirit of a people, the spirit of a time. So on one hand, censorship is always present, but what gives it its distinct character is what it excludes and why, So there are things that out of decency, I wouldn't say at the kitchen table, not because I'm afraid of being punished for it, but because it's inappropriate to say, and it's recognized as inappropriate. And you'd be, somehow like a social buffoon if you didn't recognize those basic rules of decency. So I think you have a combination of all of these things, the ever-present fact of censorship and self-censorship in human society, but filled in with the new content that has been designed to rectify the imbalances, social and political, so perceived, of the, on one hand, avoiding the 20th century, and on the other hand, a chance for the previously marginalized underdogs and so on to take control. And then you have the typical temptations of power, which is its own phenomenon, no less important and maybe more important than these other ones. People who are at the top of the power chain, if they can exert some sort of control to stay there, to manipulate the people who are below them, to ensure that, the throne will remain occupied by one's own self, then they'll go to very great lengths to preserve positions of power. So you put all of that together, and that begins to explain some of it. I don't say it's the last word. It's a complicated issue, but that's kind of how I would start to think about it.
Yeah. And I mean, the imperfections or trauma or within each of us, that yearning for power and influence and notoriety is almost ever present. And perhaps it's more present in the people that end up ascending those institutions. And then you get the effects of them being at the helm of them downstream. And, so I definitely think that contributes. Your comment about saying something inappropriate at the dinner table is interesting. I don't know too much about Diogenes either, but I know the kind of gist was like, would you rather appear virtuous and not be, or appear, crude but be virtuous? Would you rather say the kind of uncomfortable, blunt, frank truth, even though it's disruptive to whatever circumstance you might be in, or would you rather not and kind of keep the peace, as it were? And that's interesting because it makes me think so much in the world today, and this is talked about a lot. There's so much virtue signaling. And I think part of the censorship this problem of censorship we're discussing, so much of the pushback, so much of the censorious animus is virtue signaling. Like these people that, screech and yell, racist, transphobe, this, that, and the other thing. I feel like an element of that within them, notwithstanding their own, all the different imperfections that they have and ego and unrestrained, all this stuff. But part of it is they think they're being virtuous. and they're attempting to signal that in the world by condemning someone they deem to be not virtuous. And so there's this interesting phenomenon where the virtue signal, the expression of something, is seen as being more virtuous than the actual embodiment or action of it. And, it kind of, it's not a perfect corollary to someone like Diogenes. Perhaps he was kind of on the extreme in his example, but I think that was his philosophical approach, is to animate the extremes, let's say. But what do you make of that circumstance, the virtue signaling, and how that contributes to the environment of self-censorship and censorship in the world today?
Yeah, virtue signaling is a big part of it. It's a big phenomenon. It's sure tied up with narcissism and all kinds of other things psychologically. But, from the history of political philosophy, one of the points that I find interesting is the debate over virtue. What actually would it mean to be virtuous? What is the right? So let's say, fine, they have the virtue signaling. It makes them feel better. They're able to call somebody else a racist, means they're pure. They're able to call someone else a fascist, means they're on the side of humanity. Right. Like Carl Schmitt, who himself is not blameless, once said, whoever invokes humanity cheats, because in fact, all of these political disputes have arguments. Let's say it's when you invoke humanity on your side, you're dehumanizing your political enemies, which is a much more radical form of division than if you actually treat your enemy as a human being that you disagree with. So there are all of these kinds of issues. But one of the key questions is, what would they mean by virtue anyways? Like what would be the virtue of not discriminating, egalitarianism, let's say redistribution of resources, and all the other things that they think are good, right, or moral. So even behind the phenomenon of virtue signaling, with all of its psychological elements and so on, is the actual real substantive dispute. What's right? What's good? What's just? How should we live? How should we treat other people? What's the nature of a political community? Can there be one society in which all people live together? Why were there ever arguments in favor of distinct social and political orders? What's the nature of legislation and so on? So I think that is, if we were to scratch beneath the surface of the virtue signaling, which on its surface can be ridiculous and obviously blamable, and again, sometimes comical and grotesque all at once, right? Has this sort of carnivalesque, up to the point that it starts being like menacing and all of that. The substantive questions are where the action's at in some sense, right? What should be our proper attitude and why towards these social and political questions? And that's where personally, I find the history of political philosophy to be an indispensable aid to thinking. It's not that we get the final answer necessarily in one book or another, but you can start to formulate these deeper problems and issues. One of the issues that I have with virtue signalers, especially when they become rabid, is that they're closed off to that element of the problem. In other words, it's not a question for them. Right. What's right, what's wrong, what's good, what's just, and why. It's a obsessive dogmatic conviction that gets translated in this distorted way into all kinds of, crazy actions. So well, that's kind of closed off to the inquiry, but the inquiry is the saving grace, because that's when you actually can start to think and to expand and to understand, especially to understand that we don't know what we think we know.
Right, exactly. And that's the irony. That's the inversion that we were talking about before, because, and it's gotten so, it's devolved so much that it's actual instantiation in the world today, as we see from innumerable Twitter feed videos, is literal screeching. Like some student will stand up in the class, or some person will be on the road, and they'll be ostensibly representing whatever their cause is, and their chosen form of expression will just be screeching at whoever they're in opposition of. Someone might put a mic in their face and say, hey, why don't we talk about this issue? Why don't we try to find that moral nexus, if you will, or why don't we try to find the truth, broadly speaking, about this issue and, all the different complexities of it. And the response is just actual sheer shrieking, so as to completely shut down any potential for discourse, and obviously simultaneously to discredit and, in a sense, dehumanize the person who's asking the questions and who's wanting to engage in that discourse.
Right. Yeah. It's amazing in so many ways, because, the human being is characterized first and foremost by our ability to speak rationally, that we're the rational animal, we're the speaking being. And so when people screech, they simultaneously dehumanize themselves, because to be human is to be able to engage in this serious analysis. But on the other hand, to go back, I hope people don't mind and you don't mind, but to go back to Plato's Republic for a minute, on the first 2 pages, okay, of Plato's Republic, there's a situation where Socrates is stopped by some people and he's asked to enter into a conversation that he would prefer not to enter into. And they have an exchange and he says, maybe I can persuade you. And they say, you can't persuade us if we don't listen. So the problem inherent in political conversation that, we have reason, we have the ability to exchange arguments, but it's all premised on the possibility that somebody is open to persuasion. And on the other hand, you have those who would prefer compulsion. So the conflict between persuasion and compulsion is on the first few pages of the main text in the history of Western political philosophy, Plato's Republic. And it just goes to show we cannot take for granted anybody's willingness to engage in a normal exchange of opinions, arguments, ideas, justifications, and so on, because there's always the threat not only of screeching. Fine, today it's screeching, tomorrow it's shooting. And in both cases, it's the possibility of shutting down decent human society through acts of compulsion. And screaming into a microphone is one way. But the blame goes up the chain because any student who's screaming into a microphone at a gathering, let's say at a university, which happens at universities, I know you have maybe other examples in mind as well, where, it could be a speaker in a parliament or something like that. But take the university, it should be a no-brainer that that student is expelled on the spot. First of all, they probably should never have been admitted. But if they're admitted and they act like animals, then they belong in a zoo, not in a university, and they should be expelled. But when there's nobody enforcing a modicum of institutional standards, then you have the lunatics running the asylum. And if you have a student screaming into a microphone while a professor is giving a speech, you don't have a better example of lunatics running the asylum. And when the president of the university or whoever is responsible for these things doesn't take any action because he or she knows that they'll get the blowback too, right? Oh, you can't punish a student for acting like an animal. So this is all backwards. I mean, it's just backwards. All the way up the chain is backwards. But that's the way things are going. Weirdly.
Well, that's why it's so interesting to explore like what that spirit is, because as you say, it's not just like, the cabal at the top, or at least of the particular institution that is the university, like wanting this circumstance and this division. I mean, like everyone up the chain is afraid of the blowback, as you say. And so like, sure, like the dean might say, this is clearly outrageous behavior for a university. You're expelled, and anyone else who engages in that behavior will be as well. But then they know, like, the local newspaper and press or whatever will be on them. And then the governing body of their institution or the board or whomever will blow back against them. And they all do it because they're afraid of the blowback. And like, what's the top of the hierarchy of the blowback? Like, where is the person not afraid of the blowback because they're impervious to it? Like, where's the power from? Where is the force of the blowback coming from?
Yeah, so it's a very important and interesting question, especially because it seems like in all of these different cases, the buck stops nowhere.
Right.
There's no source of responsibility. There's a spirit, as you say, or a power emanating from some amorphous source and from some impersonal and non-identifiable source. So one of the things that I found helpful in some of the analysis of these types of situations is, okay, we can say the spirit of our times is a certain kind of post-modernity. And in post-modernity, you have a rejection or inversion or displacement, however you want to see it, of the categories of modernity. One of the categories of modernity was rationality, clarity, enlightenment, understanding, reason as opposed to irrationality, science as opposed to myth, and so on, and a kind of universal standard of enlightenment. Now, I'm not saying that modernity was right in this respect in all cases, and I'm also not saying it's the only thing about modernity. But post-modernity looks at that and starts to split it apart, to tear it apart. So you no longer are interested in the individual, you're interested in the multiple schizophrenic self, the individual, not the individual. These are some of ideas from Dugan, for example. No longer rationality, but new forms of insanity are embraced as good. So all of the typical standards, everything that people are quote unquote used to, the ideals of modernity are shattered and inverted and demonized by a new spirit of confusion, of perversion, and of somehow multiplication. So one of the things about modernity is the idea of a unity. Like I think Peter Thiel has this line, right? That What's the strict opposite of diversity? University. So even this conflict between a commitment to everybody's ideas goes, every approach to everything goes, screaming into a microphone is as legitimate as lecturing after a 40-year, the idea of a university, because the idea of a certain kind of unity of the sciences, a unity of knowledge, or even of the hierarchy of the sciences and hierarchy of knowledge, all of this is getting undone and unraveled. And the postmodern spirit, some people embrace it in an act of liberation. It has liberated us from the oppressive structures of modernity. And in some sense it has, but if I go into the kitchen, if I liberate my own rules and I go into the kitchen and I start throwing food all over the wall and, acting like, okay, that's also limits give shape and definition and structure and beauty to something. So you don't want to be liberated from everything. But the postmodern spirit has something like that in it, that we're now going to overthrow. There's a version of this argument that I like, which was modernity tried to overthrow, to a certain extent, external authorities, the authority of the church, for example, in order to invest the individual with all of these rights. Then eventually, this desire for liberation turns within. And you say, you used to think that man is hierarchical within himself, that reason and order and intellect are higher than, disorder, emotion, let's say, and instinct. Well, that new hierarchy is as oppressive as any external hierarchy. So postmodernity attacks the very legitimacy of reason, of order, of science, of knowledge, and so on. And I think in doing so, it brings some useful and interesting things to the surface, but at the same time, it brings all kinds of nightmare scenarios to the surface. And so that leaves us with the task of trying to figure out, first of all, can we sort out everything that's been brought to the surface? And is there any hope for a countervailing spirit? Because, if we're totally dominated by a certain kind of disorderly postmodernity, by the postmodernity of the clown world, is it an inevitability? Is there any way to say no to it? Can it be reversed? Can it be replaced? What would that take? And especially, what would that take if the source of the spirit is not one person and his decision, but this kind of weird amorphous emanation from God knows where? So that's a bit of a challenge and a bit of a puzzle to try to think through, for sure. Some of the people that I work on, for sure, the people I teach in my school, the people I read and I'm interested in and post about on Twitter, they all try to analyze this, each in their own way, whether from the history of philosophy or from the history of political philosophy. And some of them advance an alternative. So one of the things that Dugin does, he analyzes postmodernity and he tries to advance an alternative. Other thinkers do each in their own way. Leo Strauss, a person who's extremely important to me, constantly telling us a return to rationality, to reason, to moderation, to sensibility means you must reread the old books of our history, Plato and Aristotle first and foremost. Dugin has a different approach. So everybody's dealing with this problem in some way, but that's when you think about the spirit of the times. I mean, depending, like the more religious people see it as a spirit of the prince of this world or a kind of satanic spirit. Secular people may see it as just kind of weird historical aberration. Our task is to try to figure out the best way to understand it, what's good and bad in it, because there may be something good in it. Nobody says modernity was perfect. And then also, what can you do about it? Is there anything to oppose to it? I want to say one more thing. I know I've been talking for a long time, but just one thing quickly is that there are some groups who are opposed, let's say, to postmodernity. They're opposed to the crazy scenario that we find ourselves in. And their solution, roughly speaking, is let's roll back the clock to about 1990, 1980, a kind of free market liberalism. And we'll just pretend that this never happened, or, that this whole mistake, we just take one step back basically and freeze ourselves in 1980s, 1990s classical liberalism. I'm not saying that's not a solution, but I am saying that we need to understand the various, like some people want to roll back the clock to 1980, some to 1950, and some to, 500 BC. So and some people would say, no, the solution is to keep going. Don't roll the clock back, roll it forward to the decay of the postmodern world and to the one that's going to rise from its ashes. So it's like, okay, now we have something to look at and something to work through.
Yeah. So a few things on that. Just on the last point, I think as tempting as that is, when things degrade, even now we might say, oh, it would be great to go back 10 years ago and just, take a little bit of a different course, zig when we should have zagged. The circumstance is just always changing. The technological circumstance, the environmental circumstance, you never step in the same river twice, as they say, right? And so I don't think we can. It's useful to draw wisdom and learn from examples of the past, but we have to try to apply them to a novel circumstance because that's the one that we're confronted with. So it really is kind of a tricky thing to say, okay, clearly we've gone off course and our notions of progress have probably been poorly capitulated and they need to be recapitulated. However, we can't just insert something from the past because one, our understanding of it is incomplete for sure. I mean, it's very difficult to analyze the past. We may look at, the classical Greek period as, we may romanticize it greatly. And it was most likely very imperfect and had many of its own problems. And we probably tend to use rose-colored glasses when we look at it. And so that process of trying to take what was useful and apply it to the current circumstance in the best way possible is, as you said a few moments ago, it's kind of like the process that you'll forever be engaged in because it will always need to be both recapitulated and, kind of vigilantly stewarded in the face of ever-changing circumstances. So you never get to kind of sit back and be like, oh, sweet, we're done, because novelty continues to emerge. The other thing, you mentioned this idea of freedom and liberation that seems to pervade the modern consciousness. It is something that needs to be discussed greatly because the kind of on the surface notion is like, well, I can do whatever I want. But as you say, just pure abject freedom doesn't produce desirable results. Like you take a piano, right? If you just bang on the keys as freely as you want, you don't hear music, you hear chaos. But if you learn how to play the piano, if you learn how to read music slowly over time, you're able to combine your creative freedom with the limitations of the instrument to create something that's pleasant, that's joyful, that's amazing. And I think, that's kind of a fractal reflection of how reality works generally. The modern notion of freedom is, again, largely, I think, do whatever you want. The religious notion of freedom, as far as I can tell, or the theological one, is like cleaving to God, a binding liberation, and in the modern, language, a bunch of people play with this notion of discipline equals freedom. And we all know that in our daily lives, right? Like if we get our work done and if we get our exercise done and if we stay on our diet and if we keep up good relationships, then the psychological freedom that permits in our life so that we don't have to worry about all those things, so that we don't think our life is spiraling out of control, the freedom that discipline provides to us feels good, it feels joyful, and it allows us to be made available psychologically and physically in terms of our schedule to things that we deem of greater and greater and greater value, at least in the ideal. And so this notion that freedom is, well, we have to spend more time on this notion of freedom because it seems clear in the modern era that it's been taken to its extreme or it hasn't been approached with the requisite nuance. But the other, back to the kind of what's the spirit that's causing all this blowback absent like someone initiating it. And you might just call it the spirit of chaos. And I'd like to get your notion or your thoughts on this, because it seems to me, especially over the last couple of years, that there's a lot of people revisiting religion, revisiting theology and looking back and it's starting to make a lot of sense. Now, on the one hand, that makes perfect sense to me because if you're looking out in the world and you see chaos, clown world, inversion of everything, there's this, I think we have this natural impulse to revert to what has worked in the past, like we were just discussing. Say, okay, like the notions of gender and family and politics and everything is just way off course. Let's revert back to what we know works in the past because it's very Lindy. There's several thousand years of these structures working, and in the face of chaos, that's the most sensible thing to do. So there's that. I can see it for that reason. The other one is because we're in this relativistic world that we were describing, which is, maybe another way of describing the spirit of chaos. It's like, well, where can you find truth? Where can you find a North Star? Where can you find a foundation upon which to build all the other structures that end up forming an integrated person and family and society and nation and things like that? And if you don't have that flag, that totem, perhaps this kind of relativistic, chaotic scenario where the manifestations of which are some of the things we've been describing already, is inevitable. Maybe you need that, just that absolute right in the center of things. And perhaps that's why the notion of God has been so sticky in human consciousness. And perhaps that's why, and again, I'm not a Nietzsche scholar or anything like that, but perhaps the proclamation of the death of God is so relevant, because even though it seems like in the modern era, people presume to be extremely progressive, and part of the reason for that, and that's a beneficial thing, and part of the reason for that is we've shrugged off the yoke of the religious mindset, let's say, but perhaps that's not the case at all. Perhaps that's another example of the inversion that we've been talking about, where maybe that shouldn't have been shrugged off. Now, maybe elements of it should have been, but the notion that one needs an absolute North Star, center authority, whatever you want to call it, foundation of all things, in order to foster integrity all the way up or down the chain, to avoid the chaos of relativism, perhaps that's necessary. And so I'm wondering, for you, have you noticed this kind of return to religion, or at least interest in theology? And if so, what do you make of the kind of argument I've just outlined?
Yeah, so there's a lot to what you said that is deeply important. It will take some time to discuss. So first of all, definitely people who have come to study with me at my school and who talk to me have been drawn towards, or they've either been drawn towards or they've already found themselves back in a religious tradition. Some Islamic, some Jewish, some Christian, some trying to understand the mystical dimension to existence. Everybody sensing that they'd been cheated or deprived of this crucial pillar of human life. In some cases, they pass through, let's say, New Age type beliefs on their way back to a traditional religion. In other cases, they rediscover the wisdom of the old books and as it were, the silver thread of their own heritage in some cases, where they have left the ancestral path and then returned to it, something along those lines. So more generally, in the authors that I teach, everybody is keenly aware of this issue and this problem. So part of what characterizes modernity is a desacralization, is a secularization, is a loss of the legitimacy of religion. Because one of the key arguments, this was very early when I started reading the authors that I love now, one of them had said, the Enlightenment thinkers, they, quote unquote, refuted the pre-modern medieval religious thinkers, not at the level of genuine argumentation, but in a sort of propaganda war against faith. Right. So modernity was a kind of successful propaganda war against revealed religion, against theology, and against belief. And what that means in some sense is that when you become wise to it, you suddenly can consider that was only a propaganda war. It wasn't a refutation. It wasn't the last word. It's not the truth about God, that God is dead. It's either it's either a statement about the social character of the time, or it's a kind of project, but it need not be the truth of the matter. So on one hand, you have an interest in religion, mysticism, pre-modern thought, medieval philosophy in some cases, return to the roots and all of that. But on the other hand, there is a kind of problem or crisis of legitimacy of absolutes. And people are equally aware of that it's not, on one hand, if you just return to a religious path or to a traditional faith or to, like I say, an ancestral custom or something, still some people preserve an awareness of all of the criticisms against it that were made. So I'd take it just a very simple type of example. Can I treat the Bible as the word of God once I'm aware roughly of modern biblical criticism? So suddenly you have problems. I'm not saying that you can't. This is an issue that Leo Strauss, for example, wrote about in depth. But it's that sort of the problem of the criticism of the absolute and its loss of legitimacy remains as a sort of thorn, possibly, in the side of the people who want to return to a source of absolute authority or of absolute guidance or something that they can. So there's still a split consciousness, so to speak, You know, there definitely is a hunger for something that anchors you in this world. And, you know, Heidegger, writing about Nietzsche, had said that it's precisely homelessness that characterizes the modern world. People don't have an anchor. They don't have a rootedness. And on the other hand, people who feel that are looking for substitutes, or they're looking for the real thing. But in a time where all foundations seem to have experienced the crisis of legitimacy, it produces this kind of thorn in the side, split consciousness. But yes, definitely among my students, definitely the authors that I teach, everybody's thinking through this. You know, the crisis of modernity, one of the ways that it has been formulated is that the crisis of modernity was that the Western world lost faith in its purpose. It lost the sense of its direction. It was no longer related to its two roots, the Bible on one hand, Greek philosophy on the other hand, one way of seeing it. And all of this leaves people, anchorless, uprooted, homeless, and looking for a new foundation, a new ground. Yeah, I mean, that is the status. That is the status for sure. And a North Star, that's also a very important thing. You know, there's so much in what you said that's vital, because there are different places you could look to for an absolute or for an anchor or a ground. So some people now, as previously, they look to God. But some people now, as previously, also look to state authority, to some sort of locus of power where their word and their will and their decision is the law. So it's not always the theological alternative. In some case, it's some other identity that provides you with the sense of certainty. And that's also important. And one other alternative I'll say, so on one hand, you have the return to religion. On the other hand, let's say the decisiveness of political will. But one alternative that remains open, I think, is if in philosophy, where you have neither, let's say, just the traditional obedience of a regular religion, nor the obedience to the authority of the state and political authority, you have something else, which is the idea that there is a human nature. So there's an old poet who said, you can chase nature out the door with a pitchfork, nevertheless it returns. And in some sense, modernity, and postmodernity in particular, has been the process of chasing nature out the door with a pitchfork. The idea that we have a nature, that things have a nature, that there's a fixity or an essence or a shape to the world, you know, all of that's been chased out. But when it comes back in, like this old poet said that it must, you know, then that's another thing that can provide fixity, the idea of a human nature. But there too, you know, now that technology is developing in the way it is, there's a big question mark over the fixity of human nature, even so. So I would say what really characterizes the whole moment is this split consciousness, desire for a stable authority with the recognition of the current chaos.
Yeah, I agree. You know, sometimes I think in my own perspective and how to orient it, you know, I've always been interested in psychology and philosophy, and more recently in theology. And, you know, I find, to your point about kind of realizing that you were hoodwinked to dismiss everything related to religion, and now coming back to it and being like, wow, theology, it's like, I'd almost say it's more interesting than philosophy. Sorry to say, you know, to someone like yourself, but it's so rich, you know, and sometimes I think, you know, when we're really trying to figure out how best to orient ourselves, is it just my ego, my lack of humility that's causing me to restraining me or keeping me from just making that commitment and saying, you know, I believe in God, I'm a follower of Christ, this is my North Star, and I'm going to let that animate my behavior. And, you know, my primary orientation, I hope, or at least it's my attempt, is to truth. And so I don't want to delude myself to the extent that I can stop myself from doing that. And though I see a lot of benefit in that approach, in saying the Bible is the word of God, Jesus Christ is the truth and the life, and, you know, taking that approach, I feel like there's an element. So it's very pragmatic, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I think it's a great foundation for a healthy, stable life and families and communities. But I think there's an element missing, or maybe, as we were saying before, it hasn't been retrofitted for the time or something like that. And so I'm not ready to make that commitment yet. And as we were saying before, I think we are religious creatures in the sense that to really orient ourselves most beneficially in life, we need that North Star, that notion, that godly, like, absolute. And to that idea before of limitation and freedom, or discipline and freedom, it seems like that kind of leap of faith, which is perhaps why we have that type of language, and saying, this is the absolute, this is the masthead that I'm going to tie myself to orient myself for the best life I can have. I think it requires that kind of commitment. And I think there's a great benefit of making it consciously rather than having it made for you subconsciously. Because I agree with you that, so we're gonna look for that absolute authority or truth, let's say. And if it's not whatever religion, if it's not, the notion of truth, let's say, I think in the world today, we would probably both agree, for a lot of people, that decision has perhaps subconsciously been made, that void been filled by the state. And why not? Because look how big it is, look how powerful it is, look at the legal code, look at that notion we all have that it's been 5,000 years of basically uninterrupted progress, bottom left to top right, in terms of all the things that we might think are the positive metrics of human being. And so why not ascribe to that apparatus, that institution, ultimate authority and legitimacy? And I think this is kind of where we get into the metaphysical aspect of the discussion, because I think you can say, well, you're always, the proof is in the pudding, always. Like, what results from a particular orientation, a particular belief. And if we hold the state, which is this amorphous, how do you even really define it, right? It's a bunch of people and a bunch of institutions and a bunch of laws selectively applied, the whole mess that it is. But if you make that the top authority for truth and authority, let's say, what results? And I would say, and we could probably discuss this if we wanted to, that there's a use for it, but if it's elevated to that position of top absolute authority, things degrade very quickly. And I would say over the last 2 years, we've had a lot of really good examples of the kind of messed up things that happen. And even what we were discussing before about this general spirit of chaos that seems to be prevailing, happen when that's held up as the absolute authority or truth. And of course, I think a lot of people would agree that that has been able to happen because it stepped into the vacuum of, let's say, a declining religious orientation or faith over the last 200 or 400 or however many years you want to put on that. And so that's the proof of that pudding. And it doesn't taste very good, let's say. And I think the proof of the religious pudding perhaps has tasted worse and worse up to the 19th or 20th century, perhaps because of the institution and the corruption of the church and other reasons. But it still seems like it was a better way to orient oneself. And I think that the crux of these discussions that we're now having is we seem to be at a place where we need to recapitulate that truth that is going to serve as the ultimate authority in how we orient ourselves, how we orient our perspectives, and everything that downstream of that. And it's not just sufficient, perhaps, to call it the pursuit of truth, because there seems to be the element of commitment that really brings to life the benefit that process entails, or that's latent in that process. And so I feel like that's why these discussions are happening a lot more now. That's why people are revisiting religion, because there's this recognition that you're going to have an absolute. You're going to have something that you so-called serve, that you subordinate yourself to, that you hold up as a type of absolute authority, truth, value. What should that be? And it's extremely consequential what that is. And again, back to the kind of metaphysical aspect of this, it's like, what does it say that holding up one thing as an absolute versus another has such different results? What does that say about reality, right? Like, you hold up statism as an absolute. Things go to hell, lots of people die, lots of oppression. Okay. You hold up the notion of truth, beauty, love, or whatever virtues you believe are instantiated in Christ or any other religious faith, and the results that come from that are what are observed. And let's just say, for the sake of simplicity here, they're better. What does that say about the nature of reality, the nature about how consciousness interfaces with reality, that orienting in that way produces better results? I mean, I think that must inevitably say something about what's metaphysically true. And so the question is what can we use to orient ourselves that's most coherent with what is most metaphysically true, because presumably that will result in the best outcomes. So the question is, what is that thing? And, such is why we have discussions like this.
Yeah, so you just put your finger on a beautiful nexus of issues and questions, where on one hand, you have, let's say, the realm of truth simply, metaphysical truth, ontological truth, religious truth, truth simply, and how it relates to us in our political and social lives. Now, that's a deep, brilliant, and much discussed question that has its different adherents. On one hand, let's say you could have, let's take different ways that you could map that out. So Plato's cave allegory in the Republic is one of the classical statements, because what does he say? Man is usually in the status of a slave looking at shadows on a wall in a cave. And there are the people who cast the shadows in front of the fire behind him, and the possibility of exiting that whole world and seeing the light of the sun. Let's say the light of the sun, or the sun itself. He calls it the idea of the good in the Republic. But for our purposes, just tweaking it for our discussion, let's say that's the truth. The sun represents the truth. Mm-hmm. Most people are not typically in the truth. They're in the shade of a double or third reflection of the truth, Typically, they're under the manipulation of some other light rather than the light of the truth. But what Plato does not say is that it's in principle possible to blast the truth into the cave so that there are no more shadows, no more fire, no more shadow casters, so that everybody's illuminated. Because Plato thought or argued in the Republic, you could say that it belongs to the nature of political life and it belongs to the nature of the human being, that there's always going to be a sort of divide between the people who require guidance that they are given, that's sort of the shadows that are cast on the wall by the people who are the shadow casters, and those who can escape that whole world and go into the truth. In other words, there's a kind of division or distinction between the authoritative realm of opinion that guides the lives of people in politics and the quest for the truth, which only a few can sort of break through towards. And in fact, in the cave allegory, there's a very beautiful detail. Socrates, who's telling the story, says, if a liberator were to come down and liberate one of the cave dwellers, turn him around, let him see that he's only been seeing shadows, that person would run back down to the shadows very quickly. He prefers the world he knows. Even if you offer him truth, he would rather be with what's familiar than with what's true. That's very important. And then later he says the liberator, if he came down and he told everybody that, they saw shadows, they would kill him, or they would want to kill him. Yeah. So it's not the case, if we take, let's say, Socrates' and Plato's presentation here as worth considering, it's not the case either that everybody wants the truth. In fact, they'll kill truth tellers in some cases. And it may not be the case that everybody could have the truth. And so one of the criticisms of the Enlightenment project, which had this propaganda war against religion in the name of prejudice, is that it failed to learn the lesson of Plato's cave allegory. And it tried to blast the light of the truth throughout society from top to bottom. And in doing so, it removed people's ground, their religious belief, their religious faith, and it didn't replace it with anything. It tried to replace it with science, but it couldn't do so. And then you have that type of problem. So there's on one hand, what would it mean for us to break through to the truth? What's the nature of the truth? What's the nature of the true? Totally legitimate question. But then also it has to be brought into relationship with the also relevant question, is truth, can it ever become the element of social and political life? Or does social and political life depend on authoritative opinions? And then finally, what would be the relationship between the truth that belongs to the few seekers and the opinion that guides the life of the political communities? Because there are different ways of seeing that too. The opinion could be a lie, an authoritative myth that guides people but isn't true. Or it could be a reflection of the truth, just in, let's say, poetic language, imagery, metaphor, and more easily accessible. So I would say this whole realm, how these things relate, is the sweet spot of, for sure, political theology, political philosophy, political metaphysics. And I would say it's a question that has to be one of the most important questions we could dig into today, because that's the whole picture that's in crisis. We don't know whether there's a sun or what it is, what it would mean to get truth. the whole cave allegory, the image that it represents has become so distorted. We actually have to return to the allegory in some sense to think through the limits of what can be done politically and what can be hoped for. Because we don't want to, the idea that a truth teller would come back into the cave of political life, try to enlighten people and be killed, we have to take that seriously. I think we see it, but it also sets some limits on what we can hope for in terms of the enlightenment of politics.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that makes me think, well, one is that, I'm fairly critical of institutions generally because they're so easily corrupted, because institutions are by their nature hierarchical, and hierarchies by their nature, people that tend to ascend them or aspire to ascend them have, power hungry sort of leanings. And as a result, power gets concentrated at the top and they become tyrannical or corrupted in some way. But as you're saying all this, I mean, it does, let's say the institution of the church, the sun, the truth, the thing that's supposed to steward that thing, and maybe, try to send some people down. But you also have the philosophical class, which, to me, I don't want to say explicitly this is how I perceive them, but I think part of the role is like, let's say you have that absolute, however society capitulates that, and what is held up and stewarded the most as that form of truth. But you have the philosophical class that seems to me to be like very non-committal. And the reason why that's important is because it's a check on the committing to the absolute. And like I said before, I think there's a great benefit in commitment, and again, it kind of fractally applies to all areas of life, committing to a practice, committing to a partner, committing to, all sorts of things, and committing to God perhaps being, the biggest one you can commit to, that binding liberation that we were talking about. But that is a very slippery slope, because when you commit, you go all in, you orient yourself, buy into that thing. And so what if you're wrong? And so you need that counterbalance to keep throwing stones at that, glass house, or to keep poking holes in that thing to keep it honest, to say like, oh, you're on course, you're off course, and so as to protect as much as is possible the act of making that commitment, to try to maintain the fidelity of making that commitment in society, and why it's so important. And, so in that light, or from that perspective, we often hold up the separation of church and state as being like a boon to modernity, right? Like, it's a good thing we did that. And perhaps that's correct insofar as the church had become so involved in state affairs and in wars and in conflict, and people would embark on wars in the name of fill in the blank God, and they align themselves with the church, and the church aligned themselves with the power, so that they could both kind of play off each other's authority for their own benefit. But was it ultimately, or is it ultimately, the right thing? And will we return to a place where the political apparatus, the state, is more tethered to, or is more disciplined by, or checked by the principles that we might extract from religious authority? Because it would seem, absent that, what is the check and balance on their authority? Why not dream up any particular law that seems rational in the zeitgeist of the times, but 100 years hence may seem completely asinine, because it was untethered from any greater sense of metaphysical truth. And, I think we're probably going to look back 100 years from now. I mean, we might even look back 5 years from now, hopefully at the COVID years, and be like, wow, aren't there a ton of great examples? And not even just the COVID years, because as you said in your own example in 2017, I mean, that's another great example. You look back and be like, how were such decisions made? How was that spirit of chaos able to, have so much life and so much influence in everybody? And I think it's not unreasonable to expect that people will conclude like, oh, there was no stronger check, there was no metaphysical check, truthful check. And I think that's part of, if I'm going to give the devil its due, because again, I'm very kind of anti-institution, but that's part of the role of the institution of the church, is to try to steward that check and for the benefit, that it has when combined with the authority of the state. Now, there's obviously other elements of that which we can get into, and there's obviously an important discussion of like, well, how do you keep that institution that stewards the so-called truth, the absolute in the church? How do you keep that from being a corrupting influence rather than a virtuous influence, let's say? And that's a very difficult question to answer, but perhaps we will return to a place where we, instead of seeing the separation of church and state as being a positive thing, we'll realize that it was actually a negative thing. And maybe the process of revisiting the validity of religious ideas currently is the beginning of that very process.
Yeah, I think you're right. That may very well be the case. I want to say a couple of things here. So first of all, Leo Strauss, I've mentioned before, he's a great authority for me in these questions because his formulations were so profound, well-read, thoughtful, and relevant. So one of the things that he says is that the two roots of the Western world, which is currently in a crisis, are biblical faith and Greek philosophy. And he says that these are two different paths. They're different, okay? They cannot be harmonized. You can have philosophy in the service of theology, but you can't have some sort of synthesis of the two. There's always going to be either one or the other that stands front and center in a person's life. And what he said at the end of this essay, Progress or Return, is what the task is for us. He says, really two fundamental options. Either you're a theologian open to the challenge of philosophy. It's kind of what you said, a committed faith that is open to the challenge of philosophy, or a philosopher who's open to the challenge of theology. So in either case, there's an openness to the alternative, and one that instructs you, informs you, deepens you, even though, let's say, you've placed your bets, as it were, or you've taken your position. So for him, theology meant the life of loving obedience to a revealed authority. In the case of Christianity, I think it's clear how that would look as the fundamental existential commitment. In the case of philosophy, it's the life that tries to pursue through, as it were, human wisdom alone, without not being anti-divine authority, but always putting it through the prism of, well, can we really know? What do we really know? How do we really know? And so on. Unassisted human reason, as he put it. But in either case, even though you have an alternative here, Jerusalem and Athens, as he sometimes phrased it, or the Bible and Greek philosophy, what's important in my view is that it's two very serious options, not some sort of trivial, trifling option, and that each one is open to the other. And I think that any configuration there, whether a person goes, I'm going to be a philosopher open to the challenge of theology, or I'm going to be a theologian open to the challenge of philosophy, either one of those would be an improvement and would be better than slavish obedience to the state with its current ideology. So that's number one. I as somebody who tends to, let's say finds myself in these disputes and in these questions, can't say to you in particular, about existential commitment to the church or to Christ or, to becoming a Christian of this or that persuasion. But what's the crucial thing? That both philosophy and theology are looking for something higher than our ordinary world of opinion. The philosopher is questing for a kind of comprehensive wisdom, but one that can pass through the world of human reflection. The theologian is equally seeking for a comprehensive wisdom, guidance, and understanding, one that's open to the realm of the divine, to its laws and commandments. And either one of those, as I say, is a serious guide and a serious authority and North Star for a human life in a time of chaos. So that's to give that its due. And then another formulation of this, in some sense, is political theology is a kind of attitude that's going to take what we've learned or what we know from revealed religion, from an act of existential commitment or faith, a leap of faith, and try to bring that world into our politics, try to inform it, and try to shape the politics in light of the theological decision. And that is one project that I think is going to be growing in, you're going to have more people wanting that for the reasons that we've mentioned. And parallel to it, or running alongside it, is this sort of philosopher's version, let's say, or the Platonic version of that, which is that, yes, in fact, the philosopher agrees, we need a higher morality. We need divine morality. We need divine law. But for the philosopher, it includes the question, additional set of questions, So slightly less obedience and slightly more, not that the theologian, anybody who's read mystical texts, religious texts, theological texts, disputes among theologians knows by no means is it the case that theologians don't inquire, don't question, not at all. It's faith-seeking knowledge, which means look at Aquinas, question after question after question, elaborated in the most systematic and rigorous way that you can imagine. So that's not, as I say, you can use inquiry just like the philosopher can have a kind of sense of divine inspiration. It's not at all the case that philosophy is radically distinct from a love of God or a concern for God or a care for God or an openness to the divine. Not at all. In my opinion, philosophy at its peak is absolutely inspired by the realm of the divine. And probably theology at its peak is absolutely illuminating the human intellect and all of our other capacities. So they have a lot in common, even if they're not the same. But really what I want to convey is that either path, either alternative, either option is probably eventually going to fill the chaos, the vacuum, and the corruption that we have now. And we're going to be faced with that problem. Well, how does that look? Because one of the problems with political theology and political philosophy that the classical liberal types don't like is that, why did we get into the separation and into the current state at all? Because if I make a substantive moral commitment in my political order, then I'm arranging a hierarchy, certain exclusions, right? If I say this is right, this is wrong, this is good, this is bad, this is just, this is unjust, it might seem like I'm being judgy or discriminating. Now, obviously, everybody does that. They can't help but do it. Biden discriminates, the Department of Justice discriminates, and all of the morally self-righteous virtue signalers discriminate, but they do it in this confused sort of way. But when you re-inject, I think James Lindsay is somebody who in the public intellectual culture war commentary sphere is always warning that a Christian politics is like, don't deal with woke leftism through a Christian politics, he says, because that's just going to be the right-wing version of exclusionary leftist wokeism. In other words, as soon as you inject substantive moral principles into politics, you're going to be as fascistic as the left from his point of view. I disagree. I think you disagree. And most of the authors that I study and teach disagree because they say politics needs to have a substantive core. And the fact that some people will be in and some people will be out isn't the end of the story. Now, there are other difficulties because let me just say one thing, in case it happens to be interesting, I won't dwell on it, but very briefly to show one of the nuances of this question. If you have one world government, and that one world government has a substantive moral core that includes some people and excludes some people, then the people who are excluded have nowhere else to go. They have no other alternative because they're under a single global system. Whereas if you have a multipolar world, or if you have many different states, societies, countries, nations, and so on, then, for example, this one can be Christian, this one can be Islamic, this one can be secular, this one can be whatever it happens to be, and there's somewhere to go. So even the relationship of the problem of substantive morality, whether it excludes people who still feel like they have somewhere to go, and whether therefore we should have one world government or a multipolar world, all of those questions are intimately related. But yes, I agree with you. When there's no North Star, when there's no direction, when you're relying only on institutions and their power, there's going to be a hunger for, once again, the actual substance of morality, justice, faith, divinity, virtue, godliness, belonging, identity, legitimacy, and all of that. Because without it, we're lost.
Yeah. Let me ask you a quick question before I ask you a longer one. And I'll preface that with a short anecdote. But when I was, I don't know, in my teenage years, I like to read a bit of philosophy, like, Machiavelli and Aurelius and, the typical people. And, I'm trying to figure out what my orientation is and what my North Star is, let's say, in keeping with the metaphor we've been using. And the question mark was what I kind of came to. At first it was maybe a bit more hedonistic because I'm like, well, who the hell can discern truth? But we have all these senses and things feel good and things feel bad. So, why not just appeal to them? And then you realize, well, that taken to its extreme doesn't wind up in the best place. And so perhaps that's not a great orienting philosophy. And then, in the face of an infinite universe and all the things we don't know, it just seemed like the question mark was the thing. And, I didn't think too much more of it and, went on with life. But that also seems inadequate because, well, there's two questions here. The first is like, well, what is that question mark? Of course it's a process, but is it sufficient? Like, does it not lack that element of commitment, that element of the leap of faith that as we've been exploring, or at least, seems to be my reasoning currently, there's something incredibly generative and beneficial when making that commitment. And again, I think we see fractal reflections of that truth in things like marriage or committing ourselves to, a type of work or something within ourselves or a practice of some kind. Really, when you commit to something, you kind of bring the magic of the universe into it, let's say. So do you think it's true that the philosophical crowd generally have, for whatever reason, and maybe they're right and maybe they're wrong here, just been apprehensive about making that commitment, closing the door, closing the book, as it were, on a thing, and the more theological crowd have basically decided they're going to make a commitment and they've decided what they're going to make it to, and then almost after the fact, for a lot of people, they try to understand why they've made the decision. It's kind of like that scene in the Matrix where the Oracle tells Neo, he says, like, why am I here? And she says, you already know why you're or something like, you've already made the decision. You're only here with me to understand why you've made it. Something like that. So do you think the philosophical crowd throughout history has just been apprehensive about making that commitment? And if so, why do you think that's been the case?
Yeah, so I'll say I have a few things I want to say about this. First of all, yes and no. So here's the yes side. The yes side is that
great philosopher answer.
Yeah, but this is, I promise I have something more to say than just yes. So yes, the life of action needs guidance. It can't be open forever to an infinite pondering and speculation, because ultimately we need to act. To act means to decide means to commit, and therefore we have to just do it. But that tells us a few things. It tells us that there may be a distinction between the world that's necessitated by action, decision, guidance, and therefore commitment. But also we have the possibility of trying to understand the world outside of that. So philosophy has often been associated with leisure, not having to make a decision, not having to choose right now, not because you're indecisive, but because you recognize in practical affairs, I need to act. But in theoretical affairs and contemplative affairs, I don't need to act. I have the leisure and the freedom to try to understand. And understanding, yes, you can try to understand the decision that you made, the commitment that you made, but you can also try to understand in a different way. What's the nature of reality? Does that require us to have made a commitment at the outset? Not necessarily. What is, not to go into all of the questions, right? But there are questions that you could raise that don't require any commitment other than the commitment to try to understand, to try to know, a commitment to at least truth on one hand, understanding, wisdom, insight, illumination. That's its own kind of commitment. So when I say yes and no, yeah, practical life needs guidance, and guidance can't sit around inquiring forever. It needs to act on the basis of other things than just perfect clarity. You don't know, right? Is this the right woman to marry? Is this the right job to take? Is this the right, if I didn't go to work this day, would that have happened? We don't know. We have to act. That's the nature of the realm of practical activity. But the no part is where I say a philosopher is, in my beautiful example here, I mean, what's beautiful is not that it's mine. What's beautiful is what he said about it. Martin Heidegger, a German philosopher of the 20th century, he writes very beautifully about questioning. Questioning as saying yes to that which we haven't mastered. We haven't mastered it. It's a question for us, but it's compelling. So when we question, we're exposing ourselves to the realm of something that is compelling. It draws us forward. But it's that which we are inquiring into draws us forward. So it can only do that if we've committed to pursuing the question. So there definitely is an element of deep existential commitment in genuine philosophizing, because you've really said, I want to pursue this question to the end. Like, I want to pursue this job. I want to pursue this woman. I want to pursue this hobby, and I want to pursue this question. So there definitely is an element of commitment in philosophizing. And then one other distinction in Heidegger that I found very helpful when he talks about questioning. He says there's one way of questioning that keeps everything far from us, a kind of cynical skepticism whose job it is to push things away. That's one way that people question. They question to create distance from themselves and what they're questioning. But as I just mentioned, he had another account of questioning, which moves us beyond ourselves, brings us deeper and more radically into a realm to be discovered, which is completely different. They're both questioning, but one, as I say, protects oneself. The other transforms oneself. And so we have to be clear that those are two different attitudes towards philosophy as well. And the real sweet promise, in my opinion, a life committed to understanding that throws itself into the question, as opposed to a life that trifles with questions in order to keep everything at a safe distance. Those are two very different ideas of philosophy.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things that I often think about is that we've been talking about truth as maybe a secular absolute or North Star, and then the idea of God or Christ as obviously a religious one. And one of the questions I find fascinating is like, well, those are two words or ideas or icons or, representations that we have enough kind of overlap on that when I say it, you kind of nod and know what I'm saying. But the thing is like, what are we really thinking about when we say those things? Like when I say truth, and maybe I make the distinction, capital T, truth, what do you think I'm saying there? Do I even know what I'm saying there? And if I were to say I'm a follower of Christ, for example, what kind of information, images conjure up in my mind as constituting that relationship so that I can say something like that? And Peterson often, I think, rightly responds to questions like, do you believe in God? Do you follow Christ? With something to that effect, because he's like, well, what do you mean by believe? And what do you mean by God? And what do you mean by Christ? Because it's by no means obvious what someone means when they say those things. And to your point about we must act. And so there's the kind of practical application of how you constitute your action and how you commit to action. And then there's, the theorizing about more meaningful things, let's say. I think the greatest display of your philosophy is actually in your actions, not in the books you've written, not in the things you've said, because what is more relevant than the ideas that are going to animate your action? And so I think in all of our action, what we believe is actually always on display, whether we like it or not. So you can tell me until you're blue in the face that you're a follower of Christ, but if I see you engaging in whatever sort of immoral or invirtuous activity, well, then my conclusion is that you're actually not what you think you are. You're saying one thing, and perhaps you wish it were the case, or you hope you want to express that, you want to signal that, like we were saying earlier, but it's actually not the case, because if it doesn't show up in your actions, I don't know if I can say that it's real. In fact, I don't think I can. And so in that sense, like all of our actions display our most deeply held beliefs, the things that we most subordinate ourselves to, our gods, basically. Our God is in all of our actions, in that how we act displays what we hold in the highest place. And I think that would make a lot of people uncomfortable, because a lot of people, I think, tend to separate the two. It's like, well, I'm this sort of person. I have these flaws and these problems, and I act this way sometimes, but I believe in this over here. And I guess my response to that is, you act out what you believe unavoidably. And maybe after the fact, if you're a conscientious or reflective sort of person, contemplative sort of person, someone who wants to know themselves, then they try to dig into why they've acted in the way they have. how they should act in the future, or how they think they would, what actions would be more in line with the beliefs that they believe should be held in the highest place, and then how do they assess their success in doing so. And so, I mean, I think that's the rub for me, is that assessing action is the most important. And that's why in the world today, you know, when you see people, it doesn't matter whatever they're talking about. If you're like a medical person and you're fat and decrepit or whatever, or if you're, I mean, Plato's kind of a good example, right? Because apparently he was a jacked wrestler, right? And if you're a philosopher, I think you're contending with these big ideas of how to exist in the world, how to confront the infinitude of chaos and novelty in the world, and conform it to something virtuous, and to act out wisdom in the world. I mean, it would seem to be the case that a necessary element of that is being formidable physically, because, you know, your consciousness and all the ideas that emerge within that are housed in this physical body. And if you're going to embody those virtues, I think they would manifest in something that in a form that is formidable ultimately. And so, you know, I'm maybe I'll just hand it out back over to you after saying that. But I do think, as much as the philosophizing we might do and looking at theology and that kind of stuff, again, I overuse this term, but the proof, I do think, is in the pudding, in that our actions reveal what we truly believe, not what we'd like to believe of ourselves and not what we aspire for ourselves, but our actions reveal what we really believe and what we really are. And I think in today's day and age, going back to that conversation about chaos and inversion and stuff, I think there's been an even greater gulf and too much of a allowance for people to espouse one thing and act out another. Like there seems to be a wide gulf between the two.
Yeah, you're definitely right to point to the importance of action, what it shows that we care about. And there are examples in the history of philosophy, like Socrates, for example. You know, classic for Plato, Socrates lived the life of philosophy, and you see it in how he lived, that he had conversations with people about their opinions, that he was just and moderate and decent and genuinely wisdom seeking. So, you know, Plato doesn't just depict the thoughts of Socrates, he depicts the life of Socrates, therefore what he did and how he acted. So that's important for sure. And then the gap between what you say is important to you and what you show is important to you, I think we can call kind of hypocrisy, right? When a person is acting in complete disregard of what they claim, or when they can claim it in order to give some sort of veneer or appearance of caring, then you have the realm of hypocrisy. And I think that does characterize no less than chaos and confusion and clown world, the world that we live in, people who say one thing and do something else. So that's a very important gap. I think you're right. And examples come to mind for me from, again, Plato's dialogues, because I always like to try to find the old parallels, you know, when there's a nice dialogue. I won't go into the details, but Socrates goes to talk to these two young guys. And one of them is an athlete and the other one is sort of a bookish nerd. And the athlete is like, these guys are wasting their time with philosophy. And then the bookish nerd, he comes to the defense of philosophy. And then Socrates really shows that it's the athlete somehow who's closer to the truth, you know, as opposed to the bookish nerd. So even there too, you know, there are examples of how important it is to have the action, the embodiment, the evidence, and not just the words, okay? Not just the pudding without the proof or the proof without the pudding. So yeah, that's important. The only thing that I'd want to say, slightly, not above and beyond, but another element here, just to connect it to what I was saying before, which is this. There's action like, what did you do? You know, like Elon Musk, right? What did you accomplish today? What did you do? You know, who did you help? How did you improve and all of that? But the pure desire to know, so not as a kind of veneer, not as a kind of signal, okay? But the genuine desire to know, there are, you could say, acts of understanding. You won't necessarily see them outwardly. And I think this is reflected even in the Christian tradition. There's a story of Mary and Martha, you know, the life of action and the life of contemplation. Again, I'm not talking about the bullshit verbal, I'm so good, whereas actually I'm not. I mean, genuine contemplation where, like, if you look at a person who's meditating, they don't seem to be doing very much, but you know that there's something happening. Or if you look at a person who's worshiping, maybe the action component isn't as easy to see, but it's like an internal act or an act of understanding. So provided that we supplement our notion of activity with acts of understanding, acts of worship, ones where it's less obvious externally that somebody's doing something, but they're also not separating their thought from their action. It's just a specific kind of action. Then I think we round out the picture. You can't have somebody who says, oh yeah, I care very deeply about wisdom. Okay, well, where's the evidence? Mm-hmm. What are you doing to care deeply about wisdom? Or I care deeply about other people. Show me the evidence, right? In what sense, how does it actually look in practice? So 100%. Without that, you have a risk of hypocrisy. You have a risk of self-delusion. Sometimes it could be on purpose. Sometimes it could be by accident. A person may not even know the huge gap between what he says he cares about and what he actually cares about until someone points it out from the side. So all of that is crucial.
Perhaps, and leaving aside the historicity argument for a moment, and I'm sure this point has been made, many times throughout the years, but if, because we're humans and there's a lot of mimicry in how we capitulate our actions, there's a lot of social kind of following of behavior and that kind of stuff. You could just say that, and I don't believe, I don't think anything hangs around for 2,000 years by decree, basically. There has to be something genuinely inspirational of a thing for it to have any sort of longevity. And so I don't buy the notion of religion is just a thing because the church has crammed it down everyone's throats for 2,000 years. No, there's way more to it than that. But it certainly seems reasonable to be the case that, okay, you have this ambiguous notion of truth that after a lot of dialogue, we might be able to triangulate in on a bit. And then we can, as we're just saying now, we try to figure out what does that look like embodied? What does that look like in action? And perhaps the reason why, the religions of the world have been so sticky and, probably more, almost definitely more popular than philosophy, let's say, or more important than philosophy in a lot of people's lives, is because they have an answer to that. It's okay, well, I get all this virtue and truth and love and freedom and wisdom and all this kind of stuff. But what does that look like when it's in a composite of a person? How am I supposed to use all that to construe my action? I don't know how to balance all that stuff. And religions, by and large, say this is the central hero of the faith, and so someone in Jesus Christ, you might say, oh, that. So love that and emulate that. And that's how I am supposed to combine all those things together that I would deem valuable and virtuous and true, and live that out in the world. And so if I follow that example effectively, that's the way to do it. Whereas, of course, in philosophy, they don't really have that. Maybe you have the Nietzschean notion of the Übermensch, but it's certainly not as well capitulated or, prevalent or revered in the same way. You have lots of ideas, but you don't have that crystallized into a, anthropomorphized individual that helps people determine their action. And to go back to the cave discussion for a moment, because you were saying, not everyone wants to leave the cave. Not everyone even knows that the cave is bad, of course, and all this stuff. And one of my questions I was going to ask at the time was what makes, why do some people poke their head up out of the cage? Why do some people look around and be like, something's not right, and they move toward the light? And I suspect you've seen the bell curve meme going around on Twitter the last few years. So it's almost the case, on the left, you have make family, love God, the caveman sort of person. And in the center, you have all this philosophizing and complexity and questions and all that kind of stuff. And then on the right, again, you have make family, love God. And I wonder because one of my questions was going to be also what draws more people out of the cave than, let's say there's always going to be some, but why do we get differences? Why does the pendulum swing? Why do more people come in? Why do more people get stuck in? And is one of the primary reasons why religion has stuck around for so long is because, as imperfect as it is, it's simple. It provides an example to emulate and to follow. And for that reason, it's sufficient enough to pull whatever that right balance of people in the cave is, if not out, but toward the light. and that staves off, complete degradation or destruction of the society or the country or what have you. What do you think?
Yeah, I know. I think that's right. There's no question, I would say, from my point of view, from the point of view of the people that I study, teach, and admire, that religion has a crucially significant role to play socially, and one that couldn't possibly be fulfilled by philosophy. No question. So religion pulls people closer to morality, decency, closer to the basic requirements of a happy human life, of a good and moral human life. As you say, walk in the ways of God, have a family and all of that. There's no way that philosophy could ever reach the same number of people or reach them as effectively as religion does. So then that's, I would say, indisputable. Okay. But then you have all kinds of additional questions, which is, well, what's the exact relationship between what religion teaches and what philosophy, let's say, teaches, right? Is religion kind of, like Nietzsche had said, Christianity is Platonism for the people? That's one version, that Christianity takes the basic principles. I'm not saying this is my view. I'm saying it's one example of how they relate that Nietzsche said. But other ones are, like Augustine's view that, in fact, Christianity is truer than Platonism. Platonism is a preparation for the true faith, not the opposite way around. So again, as somebody who tends to be more sensitive to the questions, I like to lay out those alternatives. I can't tell people exactly how to answer it for themselves. One person will say Christianity is Platonism for the people. One person will say Platonism is Christianity for the unfaithful. That genuinely you need to take that extra and additional leap into Christianity, into the faith, into Christ. So those are all options. Well, as for why some people go there, why do some people poke their heads out, as you said? It may be different if we ask, why do some people get turned on to philosophy? Why do some people get turned on to religion? There may be an overlap, but I'm not sure that the circles are exactly the same, that they map on one to another completely. There are people for sure who I think can be reached religiously, absolutely legitimately, like in every sense, authentically and truly, when they hear the gospel of morality, faith, and when they hear that preached and they say that they felt the Holy Spirit, as far as I can tell, that is a legitimate experience. People are overcome with some sort of inner testimony when they hear a message that resonates as true. But I would also say that seems to me to be distinct from the way that somebody's reached philosophically, because to be reached philosophically, you can't just have the spirit that it's true. You have it with these other additional, with this another set of operations attached. So maybe the pull philosophically, it's an interesting question. I'd have to think more about it, but there's no question for me. I know people, as I'm sure you do, as I'm sure your listeners do, who have heard a religious message at a time when they hadn't heard one before, whether it was at a low in their life or not at a low in their life. And it resonates in a way that obviously it's like you rang a bell and this other one started to ring next to it, or you have a tuning fork, you hit one and the other one starts to hit, and something in a person resonates with the message in a way that's very properly described as you felt the Holy Spirit. But the mechanism of that, when a potential philosopher hears a philosophical message, probably there's something like that, but it's distinct. So for sure, religion can reach more people. For sure, religion leads people to inquire also. There's no question into truth, wisdom, goodness, the cosmos. What is the world? Why are we here? Right? Those are all of those questions have a firm foundation in every theological tradition. And every theological tradition, incidentally, has its more or less philosophical types, more or less mystical types, more or less legalistic types, more or less moralistic types. So religion is a whole cosmos. There are no less brilliant philosophers, mystics, and jurisprudence in Christianity than in Islam than in Judaism. So that's a whole world or a cosmos to itself. But yeah, I would definitely say, I don't know how a person maybe it's this. I'll say one thing. A moral message. Everybody is somehow concerned with the issue of morality. If I have a child and I know that somebody has injured my child, or I have property and I know that somebody has attacked my property, everybody is implicated in the realm of morality in a way that when you hear a moral message, it's in principle can resonate with anybody. Everybody is swimming in a sea of moral concern. Not everybody is swimming in a sea of the kind of theoretical concerns that philosophy has in some of its moments, like what is the nature of unity? Does non-being exist? If I ask somebody, does non-being exist? Maybe they'll be into it. Maybe they won't be into it. A specific type of person has to be into it. But if I say, is it moral for me to go to a business that you created and confiscate your property for myself? Everybody has an interest in that. Is it fair for me to randomly, attack a family member of yours in the name of historical inequality? Everybody has an interest and an opinion in that. So that is the difference. The specific type of philosophical question is on the abstracter side, whereas moral issues, if you're a human being, they concern you.
What does that mean for their relevance? Because, in that example you just gave, you could also just say, well, the nature of unity is not all that relevant to me, but you stealing the shit from my shop is, so that's why I care. So what is the relevance of exploring the things that are irrelevant to me?
Yeah, well, here, somehow each person has to feel it out for themselves, because why do the people who are drawn to, let's say, pure abstract theoretical philosophy, that's not all there is to it, right? But I'm using that as an example to really make the contrast clear. They say there's something in us when we reason, when we think, that is so basic, like our basic categories of thought, that lie behind even our social, political, and moral concerns. And the philosophers, the people who are attracted to it, they want to know, why should we be invested as human beings with some exposure to or knowledge of such basic trans-social, trans-political, trans-historical categories of thought? And when I said earlier that philosophers sometimes have a kind of rapturous experience of divine illumination all their own, in some cases they say, when I go into that set of questions, questions about being, non-being, identity, difference, substance, and all of that, they're like, these are the same structures of thought that God would have or would have used if he made the universe. So for example, when I think about the nature of causality, I'm somehow, let's put it two ways, closer to God than I am when I think about morality, one way, or at least no further to God than the person who thinks about morality, So is God concerned with how man lives in the world, with right and wrong? Yes. But do we also not come close to God when we think about things like the nature of time and causality? The philosophers seem to think, the ones that I'm attracted to anyways, yes, we do. So both of those things, you could say, if another way of putting it roughly, okay, but hopefully close enough for rock and roll, is that God is will and intellect. And when we're concerned with morality, we're concerned with his will. And when we're concerned with theoretical science, we're concerned with his intellect. And both of them are paths to God. Theoretical science is less relevant because we're less involved in it. Morality is more relevant because it's always present for us. But both of them represent what it is to be human in relationship to God.
Yeah. That distance analogy that you just made makes me think that, even people that would describe themselves as philosophers, like they're still pursuing something that they deem to be redemptive, right? Now, they might construe it as truth or ultimate truth, and so they move toward it as much as they can, but it really seems like you peel back the onion enough, you move into those, difficult to conceptualize or paradoxical spaces enough, and maybe you come to a very similar place, and maybe there's a discomfort in describing it or construing it in the same way that theologians have done, or maybe you want to leave the door open ajar because there's a lot of baggage in the former. But it's like, it's almost the case that I think there are two ways of dressing up the same thing, two ways of approaching it. But I keep coming back to this notion, and I don't mean any offense of this view as a philosopher, and I'm not committed to a particular faith, let's say, but it keeps seeming to me that the difference is, one, potentially their ego is restraining them from submitting themselves to that capital T truth, absolute God. and the other are making the decision, or their ego is not restraining them from submitting to God. And of course, that type of language shows up in religious narrative all the time, right? As being necessary. You have to submit, you have to subordinate yourself to God. And I wonder if that's like the primary difference. And then again, to I don't know, make this relevant to the discussion we've been having. And there's almost too much nuance and complexity and asterisks is here for it to maybe even be reasonable, worthwhile to talk about. But if you look at the pudding of those two things, you look at someone who's conducted themselves at like the philosophical, the inquisitive sort of life, and the genuinely so-called religious life, and what are the two outcomes that you see? And I'm not going to make a judgment on that either way, but I think that is a potential way to judge. I don't know what parameters you'd put on that, or again, maybe too hard to assess. But is that a distinction that you think is fair? The kind of unwillingness to submit and subordinate versus the willingness to submit and subordinate, but generally you're kind of like triangulating on the same thing?
Yeah, I would say there are two possible formulations. One is exactly as you said, a religious person wants to submit and does submit, and the philosopher is hesitant, and in that sense doesn't. Maybe it's his ego for sure. Maybe it's something else in him. We don't know. Another formulation is that each of them is submitting, but to something different. Religious person submits to an answer. The philosopher submits to a question. I think that's a viable formulation as well, because as I say, there's something about true philosophy that does still have this reverential and submissive attitude, but more towards a quest than towards guidance. But another thing in looking at the pudding of the two lives, the proof of the pudding of the two lives, the great comparison there, because I should make clear, when I say philosopher, I don't mean everybody who runs around calling himself a philosopher, everybody who teaches in a department of philosophy. I mean here something as exalted as our perfect representatives of the religious life. So the really beautiful comparison, which we're not going to do, but you leave it open to the people who are interested in it, is a comparison of the life of Socrates and the life of Jesus, for example.
Right.
So I don't think you could look at the life of Socrates, who's a kind of icon of philosophy as a way of life, and say necessarily that it definitely is. I'll say this: it definitely is a distinct kind of life. So I'm married, I have children, and our family is we come from a Jewish background. Okay. In a Jewish tradition, kids are super important, wives are super important, okay? And their family learning and studying together and all of that is very important. And Socrates, by contrast, he was not reputed to be a great husband, and he's not reputed to be a great father, and family life was not the most important thing for him. Plato writes a dialogue about the last day of Socrates' life, and Socrates' wife comes in. Socrates, he was accused of corrupting the youth, not believing in the gods of the city, introducing new gods. He was found guilty. He had to drink hemlock, poisoned, and died. And on the day of his death, his wife comes in to the prison cell, really weeping, and he sends her away in order to spend his last hours together with his friends talking about the question of the immortality of the soul. That's like a nice picture, Go let the wife be comforted by the other women. I'm going to talk to my students about the issue of the immortality of the soul. So my wife doesn't like that when I tell her that story. She's like, the hell, almost to hell with Socrates. So it's true that they bear different fruits, or in other words, that the lives are not equivalent. But, Socrates, if you look at the life of Socrates, it's not like damning evidence against the virtues of a philosophical life. So that's what it would mean, I would say, to run the experiment. We take Jesus probably as the great example for our purposes of the man of faith, to put it mildly, the Son of God, and the life of Socrates, and see where is it super clear that we believe the fruits of this one are superior to the fruits of that one. I don't want to prejudge the question, but I think that's what it would look like to get into it very seriously. And then, the followers of Jesus and the followers of Socrates, because Jesus, obviously, in this case, you have distributed a morality worldwide and over thousands of years in a way that Socrates didn't accomplish. There are not hundreds of millions of Socratics in the world, but there are hundreds of millions of Christians in the world. So there are for sure layers and elements to this question. But I just wanted to guard against the view that when I make my case, let's say, or when I defend the view of philosophy, that I mean everybody who runs around calling himself a philosopher but acts like some sort of, not to be taken seriously. Just like when we talk about religion, we don't mean the person who claims to be religiously inspired but runs around acting like a total embarrassment. We mean the most true distillation of the life of faith on one hand and the life of inquiry on the other. And I think Socrates and Jesus would be, may it be our fortune that we can come even close to either one of them in our own lives, whichever road we choose.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure it's not lost on you the way in, what happened to Socrates, corrupting the youth of Athens, and then even, holding other gods or like, what was the terminology that Plato used?
Accused of not believing in the gods of the city and introducing new gods.
Right. And, everyone probably reads that, or at least non-philosopher people reads that as strictly in the religious domain. But as we've been describing earlier about this spirit of chaos, you could easily construe what's happening today as being people holding up a different god. Now, the religious people will say a false god. You and I might just say a different animus, a different spirit. But how could, if one way of construing God is like the thing that most motivates your behavior and most orients your perspective. And in how we've been exploring today's landscape, we're saying something other than truth and virtue and wisdom is there. It's the spirit of chaos, the spirit, more relativism, whatever. But couldn't you easily just say they're operating with different gods? And so in that case, there's so many corollaries to Socrates today, or Socrates back then, and everyone who's being censored today, because one, people like yourself and other people who are counter narrative, counter status quo, who are saying, hey guys, like what's happening is crazy. Or even if not that, like, you have one angle, let's introduce another angle and let's see if we can triangulate on the truth a little bit better. And so that's corrupting so-called the minds of the youth, because it's not the dominant narrative. You're going off script, and that's bad. And then, more deeply, perhaps, you're introducing ideas that might replace the so-called gods that are animating so many people in the world today. The god of progress, or the god of liberalism, or the god of globalism, or the god of statism, or the god of transgenderism, or whatever it is. You playing that role of offering a different perspective and trying to balance things out such that you might move more effectively towards truth is, in effect, or at least from their perspective, threatening the gods that they are most aligned to, or that they are most in control of. So it's like, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, right? It's so perfectly analogous to what happened to Socrates, to what's happening to so many people in the world today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's remarkable to see, because it does show you that there's a sort of continuity to this issue or to this problem. If we can use something that happened so long ago, somewhere far away, and see that it maps almost one-to-one or so closely onto, or that we can use it as a way to describe what's happening now, then, the additional thought is, what else can we learn from the life of Socrates and from Plato's writings if we learn about the risks and threats of the persecuted inquirer, the way that the city is going to defend its ideology by hook or by crook, all the way up to killing, imprisoning its political enemies, the way that it treats free thinkers as thought criminals, all of these kinds of things. They're hugely relevant lessons and topical lessons that we learn from reading Plato and from the life of Socrates. But yeah, exactly. Today's city, today's political community has its own gods. Absolutely. There's somehow strange, weird gods in some cases, novel foreign gods, and it's defending them. And it's persecuting those who are questioning them, just like it persecuted Socrates for doing more than for questioning. Because what they really hated about him was that he would put the question to people, and when he had a conversation with them, it became obvious that they didn't really understand what they were saying. And nobody wanted to be shown up by this guy. And, that's very similar now. You can't look at the Matt Walsh. I'm not taking him as the perfect example of this, but in a very kind of comic, quasi-Socratic way, when he was asking everybody, what is a woman? Because what is a nice Socratic question. And they were, not that it's, he's an example, or that kind of inquiry is an example. Any serious, thoughtful inquiry today is, especially when it runs against the grain of the orthodoxies and ideologies of the moment, poses a threat and is exposed to the Socratic fate.
Mm-hmm. I think this is why so many people today characterize what's going on. And we talked about, kind of a reversion or renewed interest in theology and religion. I think a lot of people characterize I've heard a lot of people characterize what's going on as a spiritual war almost. And again, on the surface, to a secular mind, you're like, okay, I'm not going to listen to you because that's just an absurd notion. But in the context of what we just described with what happened with Socrates and what's happening now, and the concepts that we've been throwing around here today, I mean, it is, it's more worthy of consideration, because when you really think about where those spirits we've been discussing come from, you may have other names for them, forces, or wherever these things are emanating from. Again, you peel it all back and it's like, well, maybe and this is why religions extend out the archetypes to the extreme, I think for that purpose, to make it more easy to comprehend. But people today would say there's a satanic force operating in the world, and they'll point to different things that are emblematic of that, whether it's pop culture nonsense or status nonsense or even the trans thing. And they'll say, that's a satanic thing. And again, maybe they don't do themselves any favor in the context of modern discourse, because that word still carries too much baggage. But if, in the context of the discussion we've been having today, it kind of makes a little bit more sense, right? If we're saying that spirit is kind of that amorphous, animating, motivating force that you can't really nail down, but is apparent in people's behavior and somehow constitutes kind of the nexus of your perspective, then, and we've been discussing what happens when you put that in the nexus. Maybe it's Socrates versus this in the nexus. Maybe it's Christ. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's this in the nexus. Maybe it's the state. Maybe it's this in the nexus, you yourself as ego as the ultimate thing. What kind of spirit bubbles up from that? What kind of behaviors bubble up from that sort of orientation? And in that context, maybe the idea that we're in a so-called spiritual war today is not that far off, because it's requiring such a fundamental reframing or shift in how you see the world and how you orient and determine your own behavior, that maybe is a valid way of describing just at what level of depth these processes are taking place at.
Yeah, I think there's something to be gained by formulating the issue that way. So Dugin, this Russian thinker that I work on, he's somebody, for example, who has done that. He has he's got like 24 volume book series called No'o Machia. And Machia is like conflict, war, battle, struggle. And the No'o part means nous, which is a Greek word for intellect. And he has this model that there are three different fundamental modes of world interpretation that are always at war with one another throughout history. History is not a progressive linear development from barbarism to savagery to civilization, from prejudice and myth to science. It's a constant conflict between these different, as you put it, kind of nexus points, starting points, configurations of the world. He calls them the Apollonian, using the Greek mythical figures, Apollonian, Dionysian, and Cybelian. Cybele is the great mother. She has her own corresponding mythology, which interestingly involves a cult of male castration. So partially why he thinks that we live under the Cybelian world now. But anyways, in all of this, he has a view that political history, military history, wars that take place on Earth, the whole realm of human affairs, is a reflection of the battle of angels, demons, and spirits. They're intimately related, but higher than the realm of human political action is the realm of the battle of the spirits, angels, and demons. And they themselves, this is an additional step that rarely is seen, so it's nice that his model puts it there. He says that battle itself represents this even higher struggle within the realm of nous, between these different fundamental modes of world interpretation. How you think about material, time, chaos, order, the idea, the spirit itself. So that you can interpret politics in light of religion, spirituality, angelology, demonology, and all the rest of it, and interpret that in an even possibly bigger context. It just goes to show we cannot separate a human life from what it's committed to. And you can't fail to see that some human lives are committed to positions that we can characterize as religious or spiritual, whether because they aim high or because they aim low. And that just implicates the human world in the divine, or vice versa. It implicates the divine world in the human. And therefore, I think that ability to translate from the language of spiritual warfare to the language of human and political affairs. Even if a person is cautious to take that as literally true, it's still useful to be able to state it, to be able to translate the language from one to the other, because after all, these realms are co-implicating. And so I do think that's a helpful way of seeing it and of looking at it. Of all the authors that I personally know, study, and work on, Dugan is the one who's gone furthest in that direction. And a lot of his characterizations I found very helpful. One, for example, is he has said, the real debate right now is between the Great Awakening and the Great Reset. The Great Reset, people are familiar with the idea of a Great Reset, the resetting the economies, and in fact, overcoming the human identity as such, a total super technological makeover of human nature and human existence, so that it is completely, so that it has cut itself off from all traditional sources of guidance entirely. In other words, for him, the Great Reset is everything that we're against in some sense, okay? Everything that looks like a war on human spirit. Mm. And the Great Awakening is the one that says, no, the human spirit will not be conquered, will not be destroyed, and can't be erased from the face of the earth. And that sets up, again, a quasi-religious or, a seriously spiritual battle between the forces that are against the last shreds of human dignity and human nature, or those that want to assert it, fight for it, defend it, whether they are this religion or that religion, whether they are theologians or philosophers. The great dividing line is between the war on the human essence or the defense of the human, the defense of the human being. So, yeah, in other words, for sure, we need to take that into account. Otherwise, we're left with merely power, but no, power itself is not something merely. Power itself is already implicated in the realm of whether its use is for good or for evil. And power itself can be a kind of demonic force in the lives of human beings if it's unmoored from its proper master.
Right. And I think one of the things that restrains power, or let's say directs it to fruitful ends rather than destructive ends, is the ethical or moral parameters that are imposed upon it. Now, again, it's the story of history, right? Like that's always been recognized, but how do you impose parameters that can't be corrupted or overcome by the machinations of power, right? How do you stop corruption? And, I don't know if we'll have time to explore Bitcoin today, but obviously that's one of my answers to that question. But what I want to ask you regarding what you just said is, what do you make of Dugan's framing of the world today in that way? And, kind of a larger, potentially difficult question, thinking as much as you do about all the different things we've been discussing and much more, how people have commented on social issues throughout history, obviously a huge interest in political philosophy for yourself. I'm sure you've studied history extensively. What do you think is the solution or resolution, or even a directionally improved path from where we are today to somewhere that you would deem better than where we are today?
Okay, so to the first question, I find Dugan's division between the Great Awakening and the Great Reset to be a helpful one, because even though it's simplistic to divide all of the relevant forces and all of the relevant factors into a simple dichotomous division, still, when I read that book and I made several videos on it and I've been interviewed about it before, it captures a lot, in my view, of what's at stake generally in the culture war, in the zeitgeist, and so on. And it also has the benefit, in my view, of not being so particular about which exact groups are on this side or that side, that it doesn't splinter into a small sectarian, are you this or are you that? It's like, no, look, if you think that human nature is an obstacle and that only technical liberation can help us move into a post-human future, okay, this is where you belong. And if you think that human
Great Reset
has a soul, or in some sense needs to be defended against the forces that are trying to make us into something post-human, then you belong here. And all of the other differences are secondary compared to that fundamental one. So I think that could be helpful. His other models, Noomachia, they get much more nuanced in their distinctions, and I find that to be helpful too. So it doesn't mean I agree with everything he says, at all, obviously. Whenever we take somebody seriously, there are going to be things that we learn from, and it doesn't mean that we've accepted everything from A to Z. I will say that there's a troubling implication, one troubling implication among many. If you think that there's a relationship between political, human, social life on one hand, and how we think about ideas and metaphysics and theology and the gods and all of that, then we always kind of have to remember when we're up here in the realm of the metaphysical, the suffering down here in the human realm is very real. Like you may say, I don't, I'm on team this and I'm not on team that. And metaphysically, I think Plato's better than Hegel. Okay. And that has a political dimension where people may actually be dying or, war, metaphysical war is kind of metaphorical. Physical war is kind of literal. In a physical war, you can die, your friends can die, your life can be torn apart. In a metaphysical war, it's still ideas, concepts, conversations, even if they're real.